Li Mei's Sword of Destiny. Martial Peak Chapter 45-22 Free Access. If it was said that Bailey Yun Sang had some doubts about Yang Kai's explanation yesterday, then it could be said that his doubts immediately vanished after seeing the pill recipe for the Mortal Yuan pill. How could Yang Kai have comprehended a pill recipe out of nowhere if not for the teachings of the Medicine King Furnace's Grand Tao Divine Tone? Even if it was only a pill recipe for a mortal grade pill, it was not something that could be created on the spot. It would take a considerable amount of time and countless alchemy experiments to create even the simplest of pill recipes. Bailey Yun Sang himself was one of the best alchemists in the divine armament world, but even with his knowledge and experience, he had never seen or heard of the Mortal Yuan pill before. It could only be said that the divine armament had shown its prestige and passed down its legacy to its disciples. Seeing as Yang Kai received such a huge reward the moment he came here, his gains would only be greater if he could stay here for a longer period. That was extremely beneficial to Profound Pill Sect. On the other hand, Yang Kai was secretly cursing in his heart. Damn it! Where will I find cultivation resources if I get trapped in here for a long time? Providing alchemy services at the Seeking Pill Pavilion was his biggest means for gathering resources at the moment. If he could no longer guarantee even that, then his cultivation would surely progress very slowly. There was no saying when he would finally advance into the spirit realm at this rate. Besides, he had too many secrets and there was a huge risk of exposure if he stayed here for a long time. Nevertheless, he could not deny having a great interest in the Medicine King Furnace. If he guessed correctly, then the 10 great divine armaments were the manifestation of the divine armament world's world force. The reason he came here was to refine part of the small source world's source strength, thereby enhancing the heritage of his small universe. The moment that thought crossed his mind, he quickly said, "I can't, Sect Master." Bailey Yun Sang frowned and asked, "Why not? Do you feel that your freedom is being restricted in coming here? If that's the case, you don't need to worry too much. From today onward, you will have free access to this restricted area. This old master will also issue an order to inform the guards outside about this matter. You should know that this is a monumental opportunity for you. This disciple is grateful for your kindness, Sect Master." Yang Kai cupped his fist solemnly, "Truthfully, Sect Master, even though this disciple obtained the pill recipe for the Mortal Yuan pill after that voice exploded in my head earlier, this disciple feels as though my head is about to split apart right now. There are stars dancing in my vision, and I have the feeling that something extremely bad will happen if I continue to stay here." Bailey Yun Sang was stunned when he heard the words. Although he could hear the Medicine King Furnace's voice, what he heard was like a vague whisper. As such, he could not determine whether Yang Kai was speaking the truth. However, looking at Yang Kai's pale complexion and excessive sweating, those words did not seem to be fake. He contemplated for a short while before he nodded. Perhaps this old master has been too eager for quick success. The Medicine King Furnace is a divine object, so with your cultivation, it is certainly not something you can come into contact with for extended periods of time. After pondering for some time, he finally added, "In that case, this old master will give you the right to freely access the restricted area. You can come and listen to the Medicine King Furnace's Grand Tao Divine Tone whenever you think it is suitable. If you obtain any gains from your experience, organize your findings and hand them to this old master." "Oh, I will obey your orders, Sect Master." Yang Kai hurriedly cupped his fist. This outcome was undoubtedly the best he could hope for. He could come and go as he pleased. Thus, it would not prevent him from providing alchemy services at the Seeking Pill Pavilion. Rest assured, your contribution to the main sect will not go unrewarded. This old master will ask the contribution hall to evaluate every single harvest that you obtain in this place, and reward you with the corresponding contribution points. Although you only joined the sect recently, I'm sure you know that having more contribution points is a good thing. You can exchange for anything that you want with those contribution points. This disciple understands. Many thanks for your great benevolence, Sect Master. Yang Kai looked calm on the surface, but he was dancing with joy in his heart. The problem regarding his contribution points had been solved. Having countless pill recipes in his head, he could just randomly pick one from his repertoire and earn massive amounts of contribution points. Let's end things here today. If you feel unwell, you should go back and take a good rest. Also, Don't forget to organize and hand over the improved pill recipe for the 10 Revolutions Clear Heart Pill, as well as some of the alchemy techniques that you displayed yesterday. Yes. Not long after their return from the restricted area, the one-eyed old man came over once more. This time around he handed a golden token to Yang Kai. There was a large, profound character carved on the token. Yang Kai had seen this token yesterday as Great Elder Wu Fenghua and Third Elder Yu Bo Yang both carried similar ones. The old man had a strange expression on his face when he handed the token to Yang Kai. It was obviously his first time seeing a heaven-grade alchemist receiving an elder's token. Be that as it may, he had always been a taciturn man, so he did not ask a single question despite his curiosity. With this token, Yang Kai was free to come and go from the restricted area as he pleased. Although he wanted to examine the Medicine King furnace as soon as possible, he felt that it was best not to act too eager so as not to reveal any mistakes. In the following days, in addition to providing alchemy services to cultivation resources, Yang Kai also sorted out the improved pill recipe for the 10 Revolutions Clear Heart Pill and some of the alchemy techniques that he displayed previously. Then, he went to Profound Pill Sect's contribution hall to turn these things over to the sect. It was obvious that the people at the contribution hall had received the news in advance. One of the elders in charge of the contribution hall personally examined the things that Yang Kai brought, and not only was he full of praise, he also awarded Yang Kai with a large amount of contribution points. The number of contribution points awarded was so large that even Yang Kai was pleasantly surprised. If this happened another 2 more times, he would have enough contribution points to exchange for the pill recipe for the 100 Revolutions Clear Heart Pill. A few more days later, Yang Kai finally felt that the time was right and rushed towards the restricted area once more. After hanging the golden profound token on his waist, he had a smooth journey with no obstacles. There were many layers of protection in the restricted area, but nobody blocked his path. He soon arrived at the deepest part of the restricted area and came face to face with the Medicine King furnace placed on the altar again. Just like last time, the Medicine King furnace was overflowing with a white fog that was so dense it was almost solid. That white fog filled the entire space with a wonderful power of serenity and peace. Looking left and right, Yang Kai was overjoyed to see that there was nobody around him. The last time Bailey Yun Sang brought him here, he had not been in the position to investigate this place. Now that he was the only person here today, it was only natural that he took the time to study the truth of the Medicine King furnace. Striding to the top of the altar, Yang Kai circled around the Medicine King furnace several times and discovered that there was nothing special about this object from the outside. Is this really worthy of the reputation of the 10 great divine armaments? Are the other 9 divine armaments as bland in appearance? Be that as it may, what Bailey Yun Sang said was true. The divine armaments might not have a gorgeous appearance, but they were the most precious objects in the world as each one of them represented a grand Tao. The Medicine King furnace was covered in intricate patterns, and as Yang Kai examined the patterns, he suddenly had a realization. The patterns did not seem to be static but instead changed constantly like living beings when he was concentrating. Moreover, he vaguely discovered a mystery amidst the changing patterns. It looked like Bailey Yun Sang's statement was correct. The Medicine King furnace certainly contained the mysteries of the alchemic Tao in the divine armament world. If a person could understand the mysteries hidden within the ever-changing and flowing patterns, there would surely be an immeasurable effect on the improvement of their alchemic Tao. Yang Kai could not be bothered to investigate these patterns though, as no matter how amazing the Medicine King furnace was, it only represented the alchemic Tao of the small source world which was not beneficial to him. What he cared about was the Medicine King furnace itself. Taking a deep breath, he stretched out his hand and placed it on the Medicine King furnace. In the next moment, a rumbling sound rang out in his mind like the tolling of a morning bell. Yang Kai immediately felt his soul shaking uncontrollably, threatening to split his head apart from the pain. Unable to stop himself, he howled in pain. His entire body twitched uncontrollably, and even his hand that was pressed on top of the Medicine King furnace clenched tightly. It took quite a while before he slowly calmed down once more. Even so, the buzzing sound in his head continued endlessly. His entire soul shook so strongly that he was unable to concentrate as a result. This experience gave him the feeling that the Medicine King furnace was resisting his touch and instinctively rejecting him. After pondering for some time, Yang Kai had a vague feeling that this phenomenon was related to his origins. He was a veritable outsider to this world. Meanwhile, the Medicine King furnace represented one of the grand Taos of this world. It was only natural that it would reject and resist him. Nevertheless, this brief contact allowed him to confirm that the Medicine King furnace did indeed contain an aura of source strength. It would seem that his initial speculation when he first entered this world was not wrong. In order to refine the source strength of the divine armament world, he would have to begin with the 10 great divine armaments, as they were the physical manifestations of the divine armament world's world force. Yang Kai originally thought that he would have to wait 100 years until the next divine armament tournament to come into contact with the 10 great divine armaments. Who could have known that the opportunity would come so suddenly? Under these circumstances, Yang Kai's first instinct was to surge his spirit chi in an attempt to refine the Medicine King furnace. As long as he could refine the Medicine King furnace, it would be equivalent to obtaining 10% of the divine armament world's source strength. The world force would then become the capital to enhance and strengthen his own small universe once he exited the divine armament world. More importantly, he would not suffer any hidden dangers thanks to his existence and efforts in the divine armament world. The world force was extremely compatible with him. This was one of the cultivation shortcuts for open heaven realm masters that Su Linggong mentioned at the beginning. Yang Kai's spirit chi surged, pouring into the Medicine King furnace at a steady rate. However, the effects were minimal at best. He could sense that the Medicine King furnace was absorbing his spirit chi, but the consumption rate was absurdly high. Clearly, refining this divine armament was not something that could be done overnight. In less than half an incense stick's worth of time, Yang Kai's spirit chi was nearly exhausted. It had to be said that he had spent countless resources on his cultivation. As such, the spirit chi stored in his body was extremely terrifying compared to others in the same realm. Nobody in the 5th step Heaven Realm Master could compare to him, while even those at the peak of the Heaven Realm were not on the same level. Be that as it may, Yang Kai was practically a lamp running out of oil after such a short period of time. It looks like I will have to slowly figure out another method to refine the Medicine King furnace. Fortunately, I can freely access this place now. The future is still far ahead. When that thought crossed his mind, a sharp voice entered his ears. What are you doing? Yang Kai turned to look in the direction the voice came from, where he saw a woman dressed in an imperial dress glaring at him coldly. This woman had quite a beautiful appearance. She looked like she was only in her early 30s and her body had enticing curves. Her beautiful hair was pulled up behind her head in a dignified bun. Despite never meeting this person before, Yang Kai keenly caught sight of the golden token hanging by her waist. Thus he quickly withdrew his hands and took several deep breaths before he cupped his fist in greeting. Fixed Moon Peaks Yang Kai greets Martial Ant. Martial Peak. Chapter 45-23. Refining the Medicine King Furnace. Yang Kai. The woman's pretty brow furrowed together tightly before the realization struck her a moment later. You're that disciple who joined the sect recently. Yes. Yang Kai nodded seriously. Looking him up and down, her gaze paused on the golden token on his waist for a moment and she snorted softly. The sect master sure thinks highly of you. He even went so far as to issue you an elder token. She beckoned towards him once more. Come down so we can speak. Yang Kai obediently leaped down and stood before her respectfully. Seeing as this woman also had an elder token on her, she was definitely one of Profound Pill Sect's elders. In addition to being spirit-grade alchemists, all the elders of Profound Pill Sect were also spirit realm masters. She glared at him. What were you doing up there? Yang Kai casually came up with an excuse. The sect master ordered me to come and comprehend the mysteries of the Medicine King furnace whenever I have the time. This disciple wondered if it would be easier to learn something if I stood closer to the divine armament. That's why I went up there. If there's anything wrong with my actions, please punish me, Martial Ant. She angrily snapped. The ignorant are truly fearless. How could you dare to touch the divine armament at will? You're lucky I found you early. If I were any later, I would be collecting your corpse instead. He was shocked. Was it that serious? The female elder nodded. The 10 great divine armaments represent part of this world's grand Tao. Ever since ancient times, Those who obtained the divine armaments were those with great destiny and immense opportunities. It is not something just anybody can touch as they please. Although Yang Kai felt that the situation was not as serious as she made it seem, he pretended to be overwhelmed by the situation. Many thanks for your warning, Martial Ant. Her expression relaxed slightly. She then glanced at him with another measuring look. So, did you realize anything just now? I believe so, but it's very vague. I will need more time to sort through and comprehend it. She gently nodded. I've heard about you. Since you have a connection with the Medicine King Furnace, then don't disappoint the sect master's expectations of you. But never forget this, don't act rashly and overreach yourself for the sake of greed. Otherwise, nobody can save you if something goes wrong. Yes, Yang Kai nodded firmly, though he couldn't help feeling strange. This woman seemed rather concerned about him, but he was uncertain if it was just a figment of his imagination, so he offhandedly asked, did you come here to comprehend the mysteries of the Medicine King Furnace too, Martial Ant? She let out a soft sigh, her well-rounded peaks heaving up and down slightly. That's right. Old people like myself come here every once in a while to see if we can receive any inspiration from this place. If a spirit-grade alchemist wants to exceed their current limits, well, it won't be so easy. It's a pity that we old folk are so useless. On the other hand, a young boy like you can see through some of the mysteries here. It's truly surprising. This disciple simply had a stroke of fortune. Besides, you are not old, Martial Ant. You are clearly in the prime of your life. The woman glanced at him in surprise before bursting into a peal of laughter, causing flowers to tremble before her beauty. After a while, she finally stopped laughing and snorted softly. You're as glib-tongued as that old ghost. No wonder he took you in as a disciple. Let me ask you this, is that old ghost doing well? Yang Kai was confused for a moment. Then, he realized that the person she mentioned was referring to his fabricated master. Looking at her expression and listening to the tone of her voice, this woman seemed to have some kind of deeper relationship with his fake master. Now he understood why she seemed concerned over him. When Honored Master taught this disciple was very young. I don't remember much from back then, but Honored Master was quite healthy at the time, especially when this disciple made a mistake. He was very strong when spanking this disciple's bottom. The woman was taken aback for a moment before she laughed happily. His temper certainly leaves much to be desired, but his vision seems to be as far-sighted as always. You were still young at the time, so it's only natural for him to spank you when you didn't reach his standards. I'm sure he will be very proud if he learns about your current achievements. After that, she asked him a few more questions, to which Yang Kai either came up with more nonsense or simply claimed that he no longer remembered, so as to not reveal any flaws. Nevertheless, the woman listened with relish no matter how trivial the matter was. A long while passed before she waved her hand to dismiss him. It looks like you're tired. You should go back and get some rest. If you run into any trouble, you can come and visit me at Qianluo Peak. I usually live there. Many thanks, Martial Ant. This disciple will take his leave. Upon returning to the Fixed Moon Peak, Yang Kai went to Yang Huai and inquired about the circumstances. Only then did he learn that the peak master of Qianluo Peak was an elder known as Lan Yin. That was probably the woman he encountered in the restricted area earlier. Yang Kai initially wanted to inquire more about his master, but unfortunately, Yang Huai had lived in the Blood Warrior Hall since he was a child, so he only knew about the existence of this person in Profound Pill Sect, but didn't know much else, so there was nothing that he could tell Yang Kai. In reality, whether intentionally or unintentionally, Yang Kai had begun to search for more information about his supposed master ever since he joined Profound Pill Sect. He had joined Profound Pill Sect as that person's legacy disciple after all, so it would not hurt to learn as much as he could about this person. Unexpectedly, there were no records about him in the records hall. Seeing as he could not inquire too much from the others lest he exposed his lies, Yang Kai had failed to learn much about his master so far. The days that followed were uneventful. Yang Kai provided alchemy services at the Seeking Pill Pavilion to earn the necessary cultivation resources for himself. At the same time, he traveled to the restricted area and back in an attempt to refine the Medicine King Furnace. He did not know if anybody else in Profound Pill Sect had attempted to refine the divine armament before, But he was quite certain that there were precedents. After all, who would not be tempted when the divine object was just sitting in the restricted area? It was more likely that sect master Bailey Yun Sang and the other elders had tried to refine the Medicine King furnace only to fail in their attempts. That was because he did not sense any traces left behind by the others from the Medicine King furnace. On the contrary, Yang Kai made some progress every time he went there. Refining the Medicine King furnace was a long-term process and was by no means something that could be achieved in a short period of time. With the consumption of substantial resources, Yang Kai's cultivation increased steadily. In addition, he also came up with some pill recipes and alchemy techniques that did not belong to the divine armament world. Each time that happened, he would receive a considerable number of contribution points. Moreover, the elders of Profound Pill sect would research the things that he brought up with great fascination. Yang Kai had already redeemed the pill recipe for the 100 Revolutions Clear Heart pill, and his cultivation had slowly advanced into the 9th step heaven realm. It would not take long before he was ready to advance into the spirit realm. He had no plans to refine the 100 Revolutions Clear Heart pill for himself though. With so many contribution points in his possession, he could spend them to exchange for 100 Revolutions Clear Heart pill from Profound Pill sect instead and save himself some time and effort. At this point, it had only been less than 2 years since he entered Profound Pill sect. The heaven-devouring battle law was as horrifying as it was impressive. If he had not chosen to cultivate the heaven-devouring battle law in the divine armament world back then, he could not have experienced such an explosive growth in such a short period of time. This heaven-defying evil art had greatly shortened his cultivation time. Unfortunately, the drawbacks of this evil art were also gradually revealing themselves. Yang Kai was now in the 9th step heaven realm, just one step away from advancing into the spirit realm. At the same time, the strength of his dragon vein had been tremendously stimulated and his physique was unbelievably strong. In the beginning, Yang Kai believed that his dragon vein could offset many of the hidden dangers brought about by cultivating the heaven-devouring battle law. And that was indeed the case in the early stages of his cultivation. He had not sensed anything wrong at the time, so he confidently and eagerly cultivated the heaven-devouring battle law. However, as time went on and his cultivation increased, his dragon vein was no longer able to keep up with the purification Yang Kai required. He could now sense that the impurities in the energy that he devoured during cultivation were subtly affecting his body and mind. The most obvious sign was that his temperament had become a little more irritable than before. He would occasionally experience random temper flare-ups without any particular reason. This was not a good sign. It had to be said that one must be aware and wary of arrogance and impatience in cultivation. If his mind became disturbed at a critical moment, there was a high possibility of suffering from cultivation dissonance. Unfortunately, things had already come to this point and Yang Kai had no solution to the problem, so he could only stop cultivating for the time being and slowly stimulate the power of his dragon vein in an attempt to gradually suppress the drawbacks brought about by the heaven-devouring battle law. Thanks to this experience though, Yang Kai became certain that the heaven-devouring battle law was not something that could be cultivated freely. The hidden dangers that the heaven-devouring battle law brought were unavoidable, no matter how much he guarded against them. It was fortunate that he noticed this situation early on. Only a few years had passed since Yang Kai entered the divine armament world, so he still had plenty of time before the next divine armament tournament. Besides, he was not using his actual body here, so even if he suffered from any hidden dangers, these side effects would not affect him once he left. Due to his given task of comprehending the mysteries of the Medicine King furnace, Yang Kai had a good excuse to explain why his cultivation was improving so quickly. Among the pill recipes that he contributed, some pills were able to assist in cultivation and some pills could even directly enhance one's cultivation. These pill recipes were quickly implemented in the Blood Warrior Hall, and their efficacies were swiftly verified. As long as one had these pills and enough cultivation resources, it would not be difficult for them to increase their cultivation. Nevertheless, nobody paid too much attention to Yang Kai's cultivation so far. For an alchemist, cultivation was only an auxiliary to support their alchemy. It was not their main focus. Time flew by and another year passed. Over the past year, Yang Kai's cultivation did not increase any further. He remained at the 9th step heaven realm. Having noticed the drawbacks of cultivating the heaven-devouring battle law, He had been working hard to stimulate his dragon vein to help eliminate the hidden dangers. Despite all his efforts, however, some of the subtle hidden dangers caused by the heaven-devouring battle law remained, despite his dragon vein having been significantly strengthened during this time. Those little hidden dangers were like gangrene that festered in his body, and he could not remove them no matter how deeply he dug into their roots. Thus Yang Kai couldn't help feeling helpless. The might of the heaven-devouring battle law was also reflected in this situation, highlighting its immense strength in another aspect. Yang Kai could not understand how Wu Kuang had managed to cultivate this secret art. Logically speaking, Wu Kuang should have lost his mind a long time ago. More so since his cultivation grew to such a level with the heaven-devouring battle law as his foundation. Despite what should have happened though, Wu Kuang was alive and kicking. That was not all. He had even managed to infiltrate myriad demons' heaven. Just thinking about it was unbelievable. Hence, Yang Kai could only admire that guy's talent and genius. On the other hand, both Huarong and Yang Huai had grown tremendously. There was nothing much to be said about Huarong. She was already in the 6th-step heaven realm when she first started serving under Yang Kai. Having her cultivation at such a young age meant that her aptitude was outstanding in the first place, and after serving under Yang Kai, she received an almost unlimited supply of various cultivation resources and pills. Thus, she advanced to become a genuine spirit realm master half a year ago. Yang Huai might have started out on a lower footing, but he was very compatible with the supreme tyrant body art that Yang Kai taught him. Over the years he also reached the 9th-step heaven realm, so like Yang Kai, he could advance into the spirit realm at any moment. It was just that Yang Kai did not allow him to advance so quickly. Yang Kai wanted him to train and hone his strength in the heaven realm for a little longer in order to solidify his foundation before attempting to break through. Martial Peak, Chapter 45-24, Drawing the Sword from the Sheath. The days at Profound Pill Sect were extremely comfortable and leisurely. Every now and then, Yang Kai would perform alchemy to obtain large quantities of cultivation resources. Nevertheless, most of his time was spent immersed in refining the Medicine King furnace. One day, Yang Huai suddenly walked in and cupped his fist with a solemn expression when Yang Kai was teaching Wanning Ying. Yang Kai continued teaching a little bit more before he raised his head to look at Yang Huai. "What is it?" Yang Huai replied, "Sir, a message came from the Seeking Pill Pavilion. There's a person called Li Zhengqing who came looking for you with something to report." Li Zhengqing. Yang Kai raised his brow at the name. What did he say? Yang Huai shook his head. He did not say, but it seems to be urgent. "Bring him here," Yang Kai instructed. "Yes," Yang Huai responded and hurried away again. Wanning Ying asked worriedly, "Eldest senior brother, did something happen back at the Master Sect?" Li Zhengqing's sudden arrival from Void Spirit Sword Sect had made her a little uneasy. She couldn't help wondering if something had happened back at their home. "I don't think so," Yang Kai shook his head. Although he had remained at Profound Pill Sect for several years, his contact with the Master Sect had never been interrupted. They basically exchanged letters with each other every 2 months. The last letter from the Master Sect had only been 1 month ago, so if anything had happened, Su Chong Fa would have notified him. Besides, he was now a well-known heaven-grade alchemist. With Yang Kai protecting Void Spirit Sword Sect, not many people in the divine armament world would dare to offend them. "Don't worry. It's probably nothing. Maybe Honored Master has something to tell us," Yang Kai reassured her while stroking her head. She made a non-committal sound in response and stood quietly by the side. Despite reassuring Wanning Ying otherwise, Yang Kai had the vague feeling that something had indeed happened to the Master Sect. Otherwise, there was no need for Li Zhengqing to come running here in person. It didn't take long before Li Zhengqing was led inside by Yang Huai. Even though they had not met for several years, this old man had not gotten any older. Rather, he seemed to have gotten much younger. He had only been in the Earth realm back then, but he was now in the Heaven realm. Moreover, he was in the 2nd-step Heaven realm. It was just that he seemed a little dusty and disheveled from his long-distance travel. "Li Zhengqing greets, sir." Li Zhengqing greeted Yang Kai respectfully. Yang Kai nodded. "Why have you come?" Li Zhengqing looked solemn. "Reporting to sir. The former sect master suddenly fell ill half a month ago. The 2 elders sent this old master here to invite you back to have a look, sir." "What?" Wan Ying jumped up at those words and nervously exclaimed, "Honored master is ill?" Similarly, Yang Kai's expression became grim. Why did this happen? Li Zhangqing bowed his head and replied, "The two elders claim that the former sect master is old and frail, and the sudden decline of his vitality seems to be related to the injuries he sustained when he was younger." Wan Ying quickly asked, "How was honored master when you departed?" Li Zhangqing quickly answered the question. He was unconscious. His situation was not good, but he should not be in danger for the time being. Be that as it may, it took this old master half a month to travel here, so I don't know how he is now. Eldest senior brother, on the verge of tears, Wan Ying turned to look at Yang Kai. "Don't panic." Yang Kai reflexively comforted her. After pondering for some time, he continued, "Wait here for a moment. I will report this matter to the Elder Council and return to the Master Sect immediately." Turning his head to the side, he instructed Yang Huai, "Summon Soaring back here." "Yes," Yang Huai replied in a low voice. Yang Kai hurriedly walked out of his secluded home. Activating his spirit chi, his figure transformed into a streak of light that traveled quickly towards the Elder Hall. Then, he went up to the Elder on duty and briefly explained the situation. A short while later, he flew back from the Elder Hall. Yang Kai originally thought that he would face some difficulties. After all, he was currently tasked with comprehending the Medicine King Furnace's Grand Tao Divine Tone. To put it bluntly, he was very highly valued by Profound Pill Sect, so it should have been impossible for him to leave Profound Pill Sect so easily under normal circumstances. At the very least, he would need to obtain Bailey Yunsang's approval. Who could have known that third elder Yubo Yang, who was on duty at the Elder Hall, would agree immediately after listening to the situation. He even told Yang Kai to go swiftly and return quickly, as well as to be careful on the road. Nevertheless, that was a good thing. Yang Kai did not know Su Changfei's current condition, so he was anxious to return home and did not have time to be delayed. When he came to the Divine Armament world, this world had given him a brand new identity that came with the relevant causality and emotions. That was why his anxiety and worry upon hearing that Su Changfei was very ill were not fake. They came from the bottom of his heart. Many years ago, Yang Kai had already known that Su Changfei's potential had been exhausted. The furthest Su Changfei could go in this life was the third step Earth realm. Having gotten on with age, he would one day face his predestined time of death if his cultivation could not advance any further. It was just that Yang Kai never imagined that day would come so quickly. By the time Yang Kai returned to his cave mansion, Soaring was back. This woman, who had always been playful and mischievous, was surprisingly tactful and did not joke around this time. She simply stood there waiting quietly. A short while later, a ball of light rushed into the sky. Working together, Soaring and Yang Kai used their spirit chi to wrap around Yang Huai, Li Zhangqing, and Wan Ying and took off into the sky. Third Elder Yubo Yang stood in front of the Elder Hall with his hands behind his back, his eyes narrowing slightly. A sound came from beside him soon after, and following that, a person walked over to stand beside him and looked out into the distance. Did he leave? He nodded. He left. In that case, go ahead with the plan. Turning to look at Bailey Yunsang, he frowned and asked, "Sect Master, is this really the right thing to do?" Regardless of the boy's origins, he has never done any harm to Profound Pill Sect over the years. What's more, he can hear the Medicine King Furnace's Grand Tao Divine Tone. The number of pill recipes that he contributed over the years has been plentiful. He played a huge role in the development of Profound Pill Sect. Bailey Yunsang sighed. How can I not know that? But it is precisely because this is related to the Medicine King Furnace that I have to proceed cautiously. It will be best if he has no intentions to betray Profound Pill Sect. But if he is a spy who was sent here. Yubo Yang nodded lightly. That's true. We cannot afford to be careless in this matter. He paused for a moment and asked, "Isn't it better to capture him and question him directly? Why go through the trouble of luring him out?" Bailey Yunsang shook his head. He is a famous figure now, and no one among the heaven-grade alchemists in the sect can rival him in terms of talent. If this matter spreads to the public, it will surely become troublesome if any other disciples were to notice. It's better to proceed quietly for now. We can explain the situation once we figure out the truth. Yu Bo-yang nodded at those words. You've considered everything, sect master. Profound Pill sect was quite far from Void Spirit Sword sect. It would take half a month to travel by horseback at the fastest. That was how long it had taken Gao Ming to bring Yang Kai to Profound Pill sect back then. However, Huarong and Yang Kai were using their spirit chi to fly on this trip, so it was only natural that their speed was much faster than before. Huarong might only have advanced half a year ago, but she was still a genuine spirit realm master, so she had the capital to fly. On the other hand, Yang Kai was different from others even though he was only in the 9th-step heaven realm. The reserves of spirit chi in his body were extremely vast and could support the intense consumption flying long distances required. If it were any other heaven realm master, they would not have been able to fly for so long. They traveled as swiftly as the wind, and it didn't take more than a day for them to travel half the distance. Huarong suddenly turned to look at Li Zhengqing and asked, "Are you feeling warm?" Li Zhengqing was sweating profusely, but he forced a smile. "You must be joking, young lady. It is simply this old master's first time flying so high in the sky. I can't help being a little nervous." She nodded lightly and comforted him. "Rest assured. I won't drop you." He whimpered in response. Another day later, the mountain where Void Spirit Sword sect was located came into view. The four of them landed directly in front of the mountain gate. Huarong glanced at Yang Kai breathlessly. Her beautiful eyes were filled with surprise. Even though she had entered the spirit realm, flying for 2 consecutive days was still difficult for her. Throughout the journey, she had consumed many pills that were personally refined by Yang Kai to replenish her depleted energy. On the contrary, a 9th-step heaven realm master like Yang Kai was neither flushed nor breathless. Comparing the two of them, it was almost as though her cultivation was much lower than his. Nevertheless, she clearly sensed that the spirit chi that Yang Kai consumed throughout the journey had not been any less than herself. How exactly did he achieve that? Unfortunately, now was not the time to consider this matter. As soon as they landed, Huarong immediately sensed that something was wrong as there was nobody guarding the mountain gate of Void Spirit Sword sect. Moreover, the entire Void Spirit Sword sect seemed to be empty. It was completely silent inside. However, she was keenly aware that there were several powerful auras lurking around and quietly watching them. "Sir." Huarong breathed in lightly and stepped closer to Yang Kai, her beautiful eyes flashing a grim light. Yang Huai's physique also tensed up. Like a rampaging ominous beast, an indescribable malevolent aura suddenly erupted from his entire body. His flesh wriggled, followed by crackling sounds that came from within his body. A moment later, his entire body became nearly 10 centimeters taller. Although he did not have Huarong's powerful perception, he had a sharp instinct. Just like an ominous beast that had fallen into a hunter's trap, the various incongruities in his surroundings made him feel as though he was facing a formidable enemy. "Li Zhengqing." Yang Kai narrowed his eyes slightly and called out softly, "This subordinate is here." Li Zhengqing replied with his head down. His entire body was shivering like a leaf in the wind and sweat dripped down his forehead without pause. "How have I treated you?" Yang Kai glanced sideways at Li Zhengqing with a cold look in his eyes. Li Zhengqing trembled. "Without your help, this old master would never have advanced into the heaven realm. To this old master, your favor amounts to being given a new lease on life." "Given a new lease on life indeed." Yang Kai coldly snorted. "So, this is how you repay me?" Li Zhengqing's complexion went pale, but he stubbornly insisted, "What do you mean, sir? This subordinate does not understand." "I'll give you one last chance. How is my honored master?" Yang Kai stared deeply into Li Zhengqing's eyes, his tone incredibly grim. A momentary struggle flashed across Li Zhengqing's expression, but he steeled himself and stood by his story. "Sir, the former sect master is very ill." "Zheng." A clear and crisp sword cry rang out. Following the flash of a sword light, Li Zhengqing reacted as if struck by lightning. He reached out to clutch at his throat and stumbled backwards, his eyes widening in disbelief. Staring at Yang Kai incredulously, he cried out hoarsely, Sir." Fresh blood gushed out uncontrollably from between the gaps in his fingers. Yang Kai held the true void sword as a drop of crimson fresh blood slowly slid along the length of the blade. A gust of wind blew past, causing his hair to dance and his clothes to flap wildly in the wind. Just because my sword has not been unsheathed for a long time. Did you really think that this was a mere decoration? Come out. With a single sword slash, sword chi overflowed in all directions, blotting out all other light. Martial Peak. Chapter 45-25. No one can stop me if I want to leave. Following that sword strike, an overwhelming sword wave swept out in all directions. Gravel flew everywhere and countless figures emerged from their hiding places, landing in all directions to surround Yang Kai and the others in a tight circle. There was a loud crash as Li Zhengqing collapsed to the ground, causing dust to fly everywhere. His vitality was gone. Not only had Yang Kai's sword strike sliced through his body, but the sharp sword chi had also flayed much of his flesh from his bones. One of the people who revealed themselves turned to look at Li Zhengqing's corpse and frowned almost imperceptibly, seeming to be surprised by Yang Kai's decisive action. This behavior was completely different from the Yang Kai that he knew. In Profound Pill Sect, Yang Kai had always presented himself as a genial and polite young man. Aside from his dispute with a heaven-grade alchemist called Wei Cheng when he first joined the sect, he never lost his temper at anybody or even got into an argument. Despite being outstandingly talented and being highly cherished by the elders of the Elder Council, he had never acted as though he was better than others. Not only did he get along well with the other heaven-grade alchemists, but many of his comrades and juniors in the sect had also received his guidance. Thus, he was extremely highly regarded among all those who were below the spirit-grade alchemists in Profound Pill Sect. When their gazes met, Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and spoke in a cold voice, "Vice Hall Master Wu." There were a total of 3 men hiding in the surroundings earlier, and one of them was none other than the Vice Hall Master of the Divine Flame Hall, Wu Zhengqi. Back when Yang Kai and Wei Cheng had dueled against each other, Wu Zhengqi had acted as their witness. Therefore, there was a slight connection between them. Over the years, Wu Zhengqi had interacted with Yang Kai on numerous occasions, especially as the latter revealed an aptitude for the alchemic Tao that surpassed all others in his grade. That was because Wu Zhengqi had intentionally tried to forge a friendship between them, so the relationship between these two could be considered pretty good in recent years. For that reason, Yang Kai never imagined that he would encounter Wu Zhengqi here. Wu Zhengqi's expression was rather complicated, but he had already expected this scene when he first received this mission. Hence, he said nothing. Yang Kai turned to look at the other person, his pupils contracting slightly at the sight. Old Man Qi. Wu Zhengqi was in the 5th step spirit realm, so he was not weak, but Yang Kai was not afraid of him. If it really came down to a fight, he might not be able to do anything to Yang Kai either. However, it was a whole different case with Old Man Qi. This old man was the blood warrior of Profound Pill Sect's sect master, Bailey Yun Sang. Yang Kai had interacted with this old man on several occasions, and even the elder token in his possession had been handed to him by the old man. The old man was in the 9th step spirit realm, which was practically the peak of the entire divine armament world, so Yang Kai was well aware of how horrifying the old man was. Yang Kai did not know the third person. Nevertheless, it was a given that this man was also in the spirit realm since he was standing here. So that's how it is. Is this all part of the sect's plan? Yang Kai asked, looking at Old Man Qi. He did not know the old man's full name and had always just addressed him by his surname. Be that as it may, Yang Kai immediately understood something when he saw these 3 people. He had been wondering why he was allowed to leave Profound Pill Sect so easily, as logically speaking, he shouldered the heavy burden of comprehending the mysteries of the Medicine King Furnace. That made him an extremely special existence in Profound Pill Sect. Regardless of whether he had a valid and unavoidable reason, Profound Pill Sect would not have allowed him to leave so easily. Even on the off chance that he was allowed to leave, Profound Pill Sect would have dispatched many masters to protect him, lest something unfortunate occurred. Contrary to Yang Kai expectations though, Yu Bo Yang had allowed him to leave without any fuss. Now, looking at the current situation, it was obvious that this was all planned by Profound Pill Sect in advance. That was why he was not met with any resistance when he departed. Many thoughts flickered through Yang Kai's mind in that moment. He had made substantial contributions to Profound Pill sect over the years through comprehending the mysteries of the Medicine King furnace. In doing so, he had turned over various pill recipes and alchemy techniques to the sect. Not to mention, he had displayed an aptitude for the alchemic Tao that greatly surpassed all others. Logically speaking, Profound Pill sect should value me very much. Why did they suddenly lure me out to Void Spirit Sword sect and ambush me? After thinking about it, there was only one explanation that came to mind: the lies he fabricated in the past had been exposed. Profound Pill sect had learned that he was completely unrelated to that fabricated master of his. Does that mean that my fabricated master has returned to Profound Pill sect or made contact with them somehow? Huarong, Yang Huai, and Waningying were stunned. They could not understand what was happening in front of them. Besides, Old Man Qi and the others did not act immediately after revealing themselves. Therefore, Huarong and the others were completely confused and at a loss for what to do. Old Man Qi looked at Yang Kai calmly and said, "Young boy, surrender without a fight. This old master does not hold back in a fight. Alchemists are generally weak and feeble. It will be bad if I accidentally hurt you." Wu Zhengqi also persuaded Yang Kai from the side. "Alchemist Yang, it's better not to resist. The order we received is to bring you back to sect. Also, the sect master specially ordered us not to endanger your life." Yang Kai turned to look at the stone monument carved with the characters Void Spirit Sword Sect and asked, "Where are the people of Void Spirit Sword Sect?" Wu Zhengqi replied, "Rest assured, the people of Void Spirit Sword Sect have not been harmed. Half a month ago, we transferred them all to Profound Pill City. I'm sure they've settled there by now." Yang Kai breathed a sigh of relief at those words. Good. At this point, it was obvious that Su Chong Fa being seriously ill was simply Li Zhongqing's excuse to lure him back to Void Spirit Sword Sect. When that thought crossed his mind, he frowned. If the sect master wants to capture me, then why did he lure me out here? He could have made his move back at the sect. Wu Zhengqi shook his head and said, "I don't know the exact details. We are simply acting according to our orders." He gave a bitter laugh before he continued, "To be honest, this Wu didn't even know that the person to be captured was you, Alchemist Yang." Turning to look at Old Man Qi, he added, "Perhaps Old Qi might know something." Old Man Qi shook his head. "This old master does not know either. The sect master gave his order, so this old master obeyed." Glancing at the true void sword in Yang Kai's hands, he gave a warning, "Young boy, this old master knows that there are 2 sword chi attacks sealed within that true void sword replica in your hands, but those sword chi attacks will not be effective against this old master. You can give it a try if you don't believe me." Yang Kai nodded. "You are very strong, Old Qi, so I know well that these 2 trivial sword chi attacks will not be able to do anything to you." Old Man Qi replied, "Since you know that, then follow this old master back to the sect. If there is some sort of misunderstanding, you can explain yourself clearly to the sect master in person." Likewise, Wu Zhengqi tried to persuade Yang Kai. "Old Qi is right. Alchemist Yang, please follow us back to the sect." Yang Kai took a short breath and narrowed his eyes marginally. "I will definitely return to the sect, but not now." Old Man Qi's eyes contracted slightly. "Boy, this old master does not wish to harm you, but that does not mean that I won't." Yang Kai raised his hand to interrupt Old Man Qi. "Old Qi, it's not that I underestimate you. However, there is no one in this world who can stop me if I am determined to leave." Old Man Qi's expression darkened and he seemed to have been angered by those words. Shameless boasting. Ignoring Old Man Qi, Yang Kai turned to look at Huarong and Yang Huai instead. "I'm in trouble now. What do the 2 of you plan to do from now on?" Huarong gritted her teeth. "What else can I do now that I've boarded your boat? Why don't you follow them back? It's better than being dragged back after getting beaten half to death." Yang Huai was never one to speak much. He simply cupped his fist and shouted, "I will serve you until the day I die, sir." Wu Zhengqi sighed. Those who come from the Blood Warrior Hall have always been fiercely loyal to the alchemist that they choose to serve. Yang Kai nodded lightly. "Very good." Then he turned to look at Old Man Qi and added, "Old man, please pass this message to the sect master when you return to the sect. I will return within 10 days and explain everything to him at the time. I ask that the sect master treat the people of Void Spirit Sword Sect kindly. They are unrelated to this matter. Old Man Chi raised his eyebrows. Things have already come to this. Are you still caught up in your delusions? Attack. As soon as the words left his mouth, he reached out to grab Yang Kai. A terrifying spirit chi spread out in a fluctuating wave, almost like ripples spreading out across the surface of a pond. With the hand looming over them, both Huarong and Yang Huai were so scared that all the hair on their bodies stood upright. There was a sense of being shrouded by a cage made from the world itself, which gave them the illusion that there was nowhere to run. The might of a ninth-step spirit realm master was evident. It was not something that either one of them could even hope to compete with. In the next moment, however, Old Man Chi's expression changed drastically. That was because he was caught off guard by a sudden discovery. When he reached out towards Yang Kai, he found that rather than getting closer, the distance between them actually extended further and further away. The space between them seemed to stretch out strangely, even though Yang Kai was clearly standing right in front of him without moving a muscle. There was a peculiar force affecting his perception and judgment. He was shocked. In all the years that he spent cultivating, he had never encountered something as peculiar as this. He urged his spirit chi fiercely, trying to break free from the influence of that strange power, but unfortunately, his attempts proved to be fruitless. Yang Kai's voice sounded in his ears. I told you. If I want to leave, nobody in this world can stop me. Old man, don't forget to pass my message to the sect master. Also, please tell him that I don't hold any malice towards Profound Pill sect. The space in front of Yang Kai distorted abnormally, and by the time Old Man Chi's hand clenched shut, Yang Kai and the others had already inexplicably vanished out of sight. Similarly, the attacks of Wu Zhengqi and the other spirit realm master landed on empty space, narrowly missing Old Man Chi. Old Man Chi's eyes widened so wide that they were bigger than eggs. He could scarcely believe what he was seeing, and turning to look around his surroundings, he shouted, "Where are they?" Wu Zhengqi and the other spirit realm master shook their heads in unison. 3 spirit realm masters had formed a tight encirclement around Yang Kai and his group, but Yang Kai and the others had disappeared right in front of their eyes. What's more, one of them was also a 9th-step spirit realm master. If they had not witnessed what happened themselves, even they wouldn't have believed it. Impossible. Search for them. They must be hiding nearby. Old Man Chi shouted angrily and hurriedly began searching his surroundings. A short while later, the 3 of them gathered together and looked at each other, their expressions extremely ugly. Yang Kai and the others were gone. They not only vanished without a trace but also left no clues behind. Just now, what did he do? Wu Zhengqi asked with a gloomy expression. It was his first time encountering such a bizarre phenomenon after so many years of cultivation. Old Man Chi snapped angrily. If I knew what kinds of means he used, I would not have allowed him to get away. Wu Zhengqi and the other spirit realm master looked at each other only to see the inexplicable horror in each other's eyes. What happened just now was simply too bizarre. They could only watch helplessly as 4 living people vanished from under their very noses. More importantly, if Yang Kai could disappear so suddenly, then he could also appear just as suddenly. Such an ability would be very difficult to fight back against. Martial Peak, Chapter 45-26. Lend me some red jade. In the middle of the wilderness, the stench of blood filled the air. A calf-sized beast corpse lay in a pool of blood. Meanwhile, 7 or 8 bony earth wolves gnawed away at the flesh of their prey and devoured their food greedily. This was a perfect hunt. Under the command of the alpha wolf, this small group of earth wolves had finally obtained a chance to fill their stomachs after starving for half a month. The alpha wolf, who was much larger than the other earth wolves, had already eaten his fill, and at this moment, he was lying lazily by the side and licking his front paw that had been injured earlier. All of a sudden, his ears stood up alertly. His golden eyes were fixed on a certain point in the space in front of it. The area in that direction was twisted and distorted. Furthermore, pitch-black lines abruptly appeared in the area like cracks that had been torn open. An uneasy feeling rose in the alpha wolf's heart, and he slowly got to his feet, baring his fangs and growling in that direction. The other earth wolves snapping for food looked over in unison, and a series of wolf howls rang out one after another in the next moment. The pitch-black cracks interweaved with each other, moving faster and faster. Then, a strange force suddenly erupted from within and four figures eerily appeared out of nowhere in the vision of the earth wolves. A huge black hole that emitted the chaotic aura of nothingness appeared behind these four people. But under the effects of the local world principles, the black hole was quickly sealed shut again. The golden pupils of the alpha wolf contracted sharply, becoming the size of needle points. He let out a low howl before he turned and fled. At that moment, his beastly instincts allowed him to sense the threat of death. Thus, the earth wolves fled swiftly across the wilderness and vanished out of sight in the blink of an eye. When Yang Kai and the three others suddenly emerged, only Yang Kai stood there without much of a reaction. The other three, including Soaring, were very pale. Covering their mouths with their hands, they ran to the side and bent over to vomit out everything in their stomachs. Experiencing teleportation for the first time was not a glorious feeling. The feeling of tearing space, then traveling through the chaotic void, was akin to the sensation of one's body being broken down into countless tiny pieces, and then recombined once more. Yang Kai had witnessed this scene in front of him many times, so he was unsurprised by it. Soaring and the others were not considered weak in the divine armament world, but they were not nearly strong enough to withstand the effects of teleportation. If not for his protection, they would have been sliced to pieces by the void turbulence. Turning to look back at the pitch-black cracks that were rapidly sealing together, Yang Kai frowned slightly. The world principles here were far stronger than he imagined. Several years had passed since he first arrived in the divine armament world, and his cultivation was now in the ninth-step heaven realm. The power of his dragon vein had also been greatly stimulated during this period. Aside from strengthening his dragon vein, Yang Kai mainly cultivated the Tao of space over the past year. He was uncertain whether it was due to the limitation of his cultivation, but his progress in the Tao of space was very unsatisfactory, and many of his space secret techniques could not be used. Nevertheless, he was titled Void Great Emperor in the star boundary thanks to his accomplishments in the Tao of space, so he was still capable of displaying its brilliance even though he was in the divine armament world. At the very least, escaping from Old Man Chi was not an issue. What surprised Yang Kai was that Profound Pill Sect had planned the incident involving Void Spirit Sword Sect. First, they lured him back to Void Spirit Sword Sect. Then they arranged for Old Man Chi and two other Spirit Realm Masters to ambush him. If his guess was correct, then Profound Pill Sect must have figured out that he had nothing to do with his fabricated master. Otherwise, there was no reason for them to do something like this. Fortunately, Wu Zhangqi had mentioned that the people of Void Spirit Sword Sect had been relocated and resettled in Profound Pill City, approximately half a month ago without any casualties. That being the case, Yang Kai would need to return to Profound Pill Sect regardless of anything else. My cultivation in the ninth-step heaven realm is a little lacking. Now that I have 1 year's worth of accumulation and precipitation, it's time to advance into the spirit realm. Just now, Soaring walked over with a pale complexion, her face practically colorless as she asked, "What happened? Where are Old Man Chi and the others?" "We shook them off." Yang Kai responded casually and looked around his surroundings and did not know where they were. Although he could use space principles to an extent in this place, he could not control them with precision. That was why he could not guarantee his landing location or distance traveled. Randomly choosing a direction, he beckoned towards the others. "Let's go. Let's find somebody to ask for directions." Soaring remained confused. She could not understand how they managed to shake off the pursuit of 3 powerful spirit realm masters. Following Yang Kai, she came to stand beside Yang Huai and reached out to poke him in the waist as she asked quietly, "Hey big guy, do you know what happened just now?" Yang Huai's expression was cold and he said nothing. She snapped, "I'm talking to you. Are you deaf?" He lowered his head to look at her, his expression becoming more and more troubled. Soaring became puzzled and asked, "Why are you looking at me like that? I need to throw up again." After saying that, he rushed to the side and retched again. After walking for less than an hour, the group came across a small village. Soaring went ahead to ask for information, and it didn't take long before she returned and pointed in a certain direction. Heavenly Martial City is in that direction. Yang Kai nodded lightly and looked at her. "Can you fly?" She pointed at her colorless small face. "Do you think I can fly in this state?" I barely have the strength to walk right now. Yang Kai raised an eyebrow at those words and nodded. Then, let's find a place to stay for the night. None of them had any objections, so they quickly found a place to set up camp. Yang Huai hunted a roe deer, and after that, the four of them lit a bonfire and roasted something simple to fill their now mostly empty stomachs. After resting for a night, they finally recovered their strength. You're a walking billboard among the heaven-grade alchemists in profound pill sect. Alchemist Yang, you came to borrow from this Miao because you think highly of this Miao. If it is within this Miao's abilities, I will surely help you to the best of my abilities. As for what you plan to do, that's your business. Yang Kai nodded. Rest assured, City Lord Miao. For everything that I borrow from you today, I will surely reward you handsomely. Miao Hong chuckled. We'll talk about the future when the future comes. We're here. Needless to say, the treasure vault of Heavenly Martial City was very heavily defended. There were several layers of guards protecting the place both overtly and covertly along the way. It was just that City Lord Miao Hong himself was leading the way, so these guards did not dare to stop them. When Miao Hong opened the gates of the treasure vault, a strong wave of spirit qi immediately poured out. Yang Kai stepped inside and immediately saw several small mountains of red jades. There were at least 2 or 3 million pieces in this place. Thinking about it, it was not that strange. Back then, Miao Hong had readily given Yang Kai 200,000 pieces of red jades in order to thank him for his help. How could he afford to be so generous if he did not have the backing of immense wealth? Aside from the red jades, there were also tons of spirit flowers, exotic herbs, and strange ores. All the wealth accumulated by Heavenly Martial City over the years was currently stored inside this treasure vault. Take a look, Alchemist Yang. Is this enough red jade? Miao Hong asked with a smile. It's enough. Yang Kai nodded. I will need to enter retreat for a few days. Please make the necessary arrangements, City Lord. Miao Hong nodded. Good. Go ahead and enter retreat in peace, Alchemist Yang. This Miao guarantees that nobody will come and disturb you during this period. Many thanks. Yang Kai cupped his fist. Immediately after that, he issued some instructions to Soaring and Yang Huai. With a loud rumble, the doors of the treasure vault closed. Soaring and Yang Huai stood on both sides of the entrance, and even Wan Ying stood nearby, trying her hardest to keep her eyes open and remain vigilant of her surroundings. Martial Peak. Chapter 45-27. Dissonance in his cultivation? Oh! Glancing at the closed gates of the treasure vault, Miao Hong smacked his lips and asked Soaring, what is Alchemist Yang's current cultivation? Soaring glanced sideways at him. Why are you asking so many questions? The aggressive reply left him unable to catch his breath. Unfortunately, she was a spirit realm master, so while he might be a city lord, Miao Hong did not dare to make a fool of himself in front of Soaring. He could only smile flatteringly in response. Wan Ying probably couldn't bear to continue watching. Her eldest senior brother was borrowing the other party's land and red jades after all, which was why she spoke up softly from the side. Eldest senior brother is currently in the 9th step heaven realm. Even though he had guessed as much, Miao Hong couldn't help gasping at those words. When they first met, Yang Kai had only been in the 9th step earth realm at the time. Only 4 years or so had passed since then, but Yang Kai was already in the 9th step heaven realm. That was the same as Miao Hong himself. Even if heaven-grade alchemists did not lack for pills to aid in their cultivation, the speed at which Yang Kai grew was terrifying. Miao Hong had never heard of anybody who could advance from the 9th step earth realm to the 9th step heaven realm in such a short time. Seeing as Yang Kai not only came here to borrow red jades, but also to enter retreat, it was obvious that he was planning to break through into the spirit realm. The spirit realm? I've been yearning for that realm for so many years. Miao Hong had been stuck in the 9th step heaven realm for a long time. His accumulation had reached its peak, so all he lacked was 100 revolutions clear heart pill. As soon as the thought crossed his mind, his eyes immediately brightened. He had helped Yang Kai to advance into the spirit realm. If everything went smoothly, Yang Kai would surely become a spirit realm alchemist. Therefore, it would not be too difficult to ask Yang Kai to refine 100 revolutions clear heart pill for him when the time came. The key for me to advance into the spirit realm might just lie with him. Inside Heavenly Martial City's treasure vault, Yang Kai sat down cross-legged with the small mountain of red jades piled up beside him and focused his mind. A long while passed before he took out a small jade box. As soon as he opened the jade box, a Longan-sized pill entered his view. This tiny pill had cost him 10,000 contribution points. More importantly, it was the key to advancing into the spirit realm. It was 100 revolutions clear heart pill. Half a year ago, Yang Kai purchased 100 revolutions clear heart pill for Hua Rong when she needed to advance into the spirit realm. Considering that he would definitely need one in the future, he had also prepared one for himself. In any case, he did not lack contribution points in Profound Pill Sect. Having contributed various pill recipes and other alchemy-related knowledge over the past few years, by now, he had accumulated more than 100,000 contribution points in the contribution hall. It would seem that his actions at the time had been a wise choice. Otherwise, he would be stuck trying to figure out a way to refine the 100 revolutions clear heart pill at this moment. Gathering his thoughts, Yang Kai opened his mouth and swallowed the pill. He simultaneously activated the heaven-devouring battle law, and his entire body immediately transformed into a black hole that devoured everything around him. The spirit chi contained within the red jades piled up inside the vault was pulled by an irresistible force and gathered inside his body. His flesh squirmed, his meridians swelled, and the spirit chi accumulated inside his body became larger and larger as a result. At the same time, crackling sounds rang out incessantly as the red jades quickly ran out of energy and turned into dust. Half an hour later, Yang Kai's entire body swelled up massively as his clothes and his black hair flapped wildly around him. In the short span of half an hour, he had already consumed as many as 100,000 pieces of red jade. Moreover, this was just the beginning. More and more pieces of red jades were drained clean with the passing of time. The meridians below his flesh squirmed like earthworms, looking extremely terrifying. It felt as though there were invisible shackles in his body, but under the continuous impact of the massive amounts of spirit chi, these shackles were constantly showing signs of loosening. A faint blood mist permeated the air, lingering around the sides of his body. At this time, Yang Kai was very glad that he had spent an extra year strengthening his dragon vein, after reaching the 9th step heaven realm. If he had advanced directly into the spirit realm without any forethought back then, his body might not have been able to withstand such violent force. The power of the heaven-devouring battle law was terrifying beyond imagination. Not to mention, this power would increase with the improvement of one's cultivation. Without a strong enough body as support, it would be impossible to support the influx of so much power all at once. Even at this moment, Yang Kai could feel various aches and pains all over his body, and there was no need to even look to know how many injuries he had sustained during this breakthrough. Ignoring everything, Yang Kai continued to circulate the heaven-devouring battle law, and devoured the energy within the surrounding red jades without pause. Following the consumption of many red jades, he felt himself coming closer and closer to the barrier. At a certain moment, a shout came from outside the door. It was followed by several loud crashes mixed with low groans. Immediately after that, the gates of the treasure vault shattered apart and an old man slowly walked inside the treasure vault amidst the flying rubble, his hands behind his back. Snorting, he shouted, "Don't be so presumptuous." When he lifted his gaze and looked forward, his eyes immediately contracted and his expression filled with horror. Even with his experience and knowledge, he had never seen such a bizarre sight before. Yang Kai was sitting down cross-legged inside the treasure vault with a thick blood mist lingering around his body. Nobody knew what kind of strange secret art he was cultivating, but more importantly, there was a frenzy of energy gathered around his body. The energy turmoil was absolutely terrifying, almost as if the oceans themselves were all boiling. Another person followed closely behind the old man and walked into the room. Similarly, he soon froze in shock. These two were Old Man Qi and Wu Zhengqi. Yang Kai had disappeared from right in front of them yesterday. A search of their surroundings might have been to no avail, but they did not give up so easily. After all, they had received orders to bring Yang Kai back alive. There was no reasonable explanation for their empty-handed return if they gave up just like that. After a brief discussion, They sent the other spirit realm master back to report to Profound Pill Sect while the two of them, Old Man Qi and Wu Zhengqi, continued to search for Yang Kai's whereabouts. While passing through the vicinity of Heavenly Martial City, the two of them sensed an unusual spirit chi fluctuation, and immediately came over to investigate the situation only to encounter Hua Rong and the others who were standing guard outside the treasure vault. Never had they expected to be so lucky as to find Yang Kai's whereabouts so easily. Even though Hua Rong and the others had tried to stop them, what could a newly advanced Spirit Realm Master and a ninth-step Heaven Realm Master do against Old Man Qi? They were easily knocked aside by the old man with a few casual moves. When Old Man Qi entered the treasure vault, he was greeted by the scene in front of him. Wu Zhengqi was taken aback for a moment. Old Qi, Alchemist Yang seems to be advancing into the spirit realm. Old Man Qi nodded almost imperceptibly and said lightly, "Let's wait." Old Man Qi did not attack immediately. The order Bailey Yunsang gave him was to bring Yang Kai back alive. And if he attacked now, Yang Kai's breakthrough would inevitably be disturbed. Yang Kai would die on the spot if he were distracted at such a critical moment, which was why Old Man Qi did not dare to take such risks. As Bailey Yunsang's personal blood warrior, Old Man Qi was well aware that Yang Kai's existence was very important to Profound Pill Sect. Furthermore, Yang Kai would only be useful alive. A dead man had no value. Fortunately, they did not need to wait long. In less than an hour's time, a powerful aura erupted from within Yang Kai's body, and a shockwave that was visible to the naked eye spread out in all directions. Everything in the treasure vault was thrown into disarray as a result. Both the expressions of Old Man Qi and Wu Zhengqi sank slightly. They had never seen such a violent and imposing breakthrough before. The blood mist suddenly dispersed, and Yang Kai abruptly jerked his eyes open. His eyes were scarlet and contained a deep-seated evil, as if they could penetrate space to look into the essence of everything in the world. "Just what kind of evil art did you cultivate?" Old Man Qi shouted the question with a frown. At this moment, Yang Kai gave him a completely different feeling from usual. A malevolent aura lingered around Yang Kai, making him seem like a wild beast that had finally obtained freedom after being trapped for many years, and was hungry to devour its prey. He seemed like a completely different person compared to his usual demeanor. Yang Kai ignored Old Man Qi, looked down at his hands and clenched his fists lightly. It felt as though the entire world was in the palm of his hands when he slowly closed his fist. Wu Zhengqi stepped forward and shouted, "Alchemist Yang, stop going down the wrong path. Please follow us back to the sect." Yang Kai looked up at Wu Zhengqi. The corner of his lips lifted slightly, revealing a sinister smile. "The one going down the wrong path is you." Wu Zhengqi frowned. "Alchemist Yang, are you suffering from cultivation dissonance?" Yang Kai's current state felt very wrong to him. "No, I'm perfectly fine. I've never been better." While speaking, Yang Kai slowly stood up and took a deep breath. An enraptured expression appeared on his face. "Power is truly delightful." Old Man Qi's expression darkened. "He is probably suffering from cultivation dissonance. Don't waste time talking to him. Capture him." "Oh." Wu Zhengqi nodded lightly and shouted, "Alchemist Yang, please forgive me." As soon as the words left his mouth, his body shot towards Yang Kai like an arrow, unsheathing his blade and slashing down as he approached. The blade in his hand was a spirit armament. As the Vice Hall Master of Profound Pill Sects, the Divine Flame Hall, and a fifth-step Spirit Realm Master, it was only natural that he qualified to wield a spirit armament. The blade light was blinding as Wu Zhengqi poured his lifelong cultivation into this slash. Regardless of whether it was the angle of the blade or the timing of his attack, both were impeccable. He was confident he could split a mountain with this single stroke. At that moment, Old Man Qi's shout suddenly entered his ears, "Watch out!" Before Wu Zhengqi could figure out what was happening, his vision blurred all of a sudden. Yang Kai appeared in front of him without any warning. Immediately after that, an overwhelming and terrifying force came from the front. His figure halted for a moment in midair, and then he was violently thrown backwards. Hong! A loud rumbling crash rang out as Wu Zhengqi did not know how many walls he smashed through before he stopped skidding backward. A path of destroyed buildings was left in his wake. Using his blade to push against the ground, he managed to climb to a half-kneeling position with some difficulty. A mouthful of blood surged up from the back of his throat. Opening his mouth, he vomited blood. The spirit chi in his body was extremely agitated, and the hand with which he held his sword was bloody and trembling uncontrollably. Even the muscles along his arm had burst open. An inexplicable sense of terror flooded his heart, and his eyes widened as far as they could. It was not until this moment that he realized Yang Kai had seriously injured him in a single move. That terrifying force that struck him in the unstoppable invasion of spirit chi nearly made Wu Zhangqi think that he was facing a ninth-step spirit realm master, rather than a newly advanced one. Hong hong hong. A series of explosions sounded, and every single one was accompanied by a violent eruption of sword chi. Wu Zhangqi looked up and saw a scene that he would never forget for the rest of his life. Old Man Qi was a ninth-step spirit realm master, but he was clearly being suppressed by Yang Kai in the sky. Every time sword light flashed, fresh blood was drawn. Martial Peak Chapter 45-28 The Strongest Alchemist. Wu Zhangqi wore a horrified expression on his face. The scene in front of him was even harder to accept than the fact that he had been heavily injured by Yang Kai in one move. He had just personally witnessed Yang Kai advancing into the spirit realm. In other words, Yang Kai was only in the first-step spirit realm. Be that as it may, the strength displayed by this first-step spirit realm master was beyond his ability to comprehend. Is he even human? Yang Kai's figure flitted about erratically, and despite Wu Zhangqi's sharp eyesight, he could barely keep track of him. Sword lights flashed continuously, and every blow contained terrifying power. Even Old Man Qi, who was in the ninth-step spirit realm, had great trouble parrying those attacks. Wu Zhangqi had never seen such a novel method of fighting in all his years of cultivation. Moreover, it came from an alchemist. In his impression, few alchemists in the world would study the martial Tao even if they had impressive cultivation. That was because they spent most of their energy and time on the alchemic Tao. Besides, their cultivation was basically nurtured through the use of pills. After all, the main reason they improved their cultivation at all was simply to perform better in alchemy. In this way, the strength that an alchemist could generally exert often did not match their cultivation. An alchemist in the ninth-step heaven realm might not win in battle even if their opponent was several steps weaker than them. It was precisely because of this consideration that the Blood Warrior Hall existed in Profound Pill Sect, and why wandering alchemists recruited bodyguards to protect themselves. However, the exact opposite was true when it came to Yang Kai. Every punch and every kick was delivered with unparalleled precision and vicious power. It was impossible to achieve this level of combat sense without being immersed in the way of killing for hundreds of years. That being said, how old was Yang Kai? He was only 18 years old when he first joined Profound Pill Sect, which meant he was only slightly past 20 this year. Where did he get such extensive fighting experience? All of a sudden, Wu Zhangqi recalled something. When Yang Kai and Wei Cheng formed a feud with each other over an incident in the Divine Flame Cave, both of them agreed to fight on the martial methods stage. In the second round, Yang Kai had personally fought against one of Wei Cheng's bodyguards who was in the heaven realm, and the bodyguard had been knocked off the martial methods stage in a single move. At the time, Wu Zhangqi simply assumed that Yang Kai had launched a sneak attack, and the heaven realm bodyguard had been caught off guard. It would now seem that Yang Kai had already revealed his extraordinary talent in fighting back then, and his strength had only been exponentially magnified with the improvement of his cultivation. At this point, he was definitely the strongest alchemist in the entire divine armament world. A muffled groan brought Wu Zhangqi's messy thoughts back to the present, and when he looked up again, the two figures in the sky that were originally engaged in battle had separated, now standing several dozen meters apart from each other. Old Man Qi's body was riddled with tiny wounds, making him seem as though he had been fished out of a pool of blood, and there was an incredulous expression on his face. During the brief confrontation just now, he had been at a complete disadvantage. He would have been killed by Yang Kai by now if not for his mighty strength. On the opposite side, Yang Kai held the true void sword lightly. His eyes were lowered, and his large hand holding the sword trembled uncontrollably for some reason. The veins in his forehead bulged, squirming and undulating like earthworms under his skin. His eyes had also changed to become completely blood red. His appearance looked extremely horrifying. "You should leave now, Old Man Qi," If you don't leave now, you will probably die here. Yang Kai's suppressed voice resembled the growling of a trapped beast. Old Man Qi stared at Yang Kai with a fleeting look of struggle in his eyes. He seemed to want to continue the battle, but he simply gritted his teeth and came to Wu Zhengqi's side in a flash upon recalling what happened just now. Wrapping his spirit qi around Wu Zhengqi, he soared into the sky. Just like that, a raging dispute ended in such a bizarre turn of events. All that remained was the city lord's mansion that was now in shambles. Miao Hong walked over from the side with an awkward expression and softly called out, "Alchemist Yang." It was not as though he had been unaware of Old Man Qi and Wu Zhengqi's arrival. It was just that he arrived too late. By the time he reached this place, Old Man Qi had already barged into the treasure vault. Besides, Miao Hong was only in the ninth-step heaven realm, so it was impossible for him to stop Old Man Qi regardless. What shocked him even more was how Yang Kai had fought viciously against the two spirit realm masters from Profound Pill sect. Nevertheless, what he witnessed also told him that there was some kind of dispute between Yang Kai and Profound Pill sect. He might not understand the reason behind this incident, but it was the truth that Yang Kai's advancement into the spirit realm had been disrupted. Both parties were not people he could afford to offend. Hence, Miao Hong was worried that Yang Kai would blame him for this incident. As soon as the words left his mouth, Yang Kai suddenly turned to look in his direction. The murderous intent in those crimson eyes practically threatened to erupt outward. For an instant, Miao Hong felt as though the entire world was shrouded in blood. Great panic flooded his heart and the feeling of death hit him in the face. He was so scared that he stumbled several steps back unconsciously. Then the murderous intent dissipated without warning. Drenched in cold sweat, Miao Hong looked up only to see Yang Kai standing there quietly, gripping his sword tightly. Yang Kai had closed his eyes at some point, but the frightening aura continued to fluctuate around him. It was almost as though that murderous intent would explode with an astounding impact at the slightest stimulation. What in the world is going on? Miao Hong was completely confused. Similarly, Hua Rong and Yang Huai did not understand what was going on. Although they had followed Yang Kai for several years now, it was not until today that they realized just how terrifying his strength was. They felt as though they had only gotten to know him today, and their eyes were filled with a mixture of shock and doubt. In the dark of the night, two figures flew across the sky. They were Old Man Qi and Wu Zhengqi, who escaped from Heavenly Marshal City earlier. Thinking back to what happened just now, the two of them still found the reality extremely difficult to accept despite experiencing it for themselves. A fifth-step Spirit Realm Master and a ninth-step Spirit Realm Master had been defeated by a newly advanced Spirit Realm Master, so much so that they were completely powerless to fight back. Old Qi, Alchemist Yang, Wu Zhengqi couldn't stand the uncomfortable silence. Thus, he was the first to break it. Cultivation dissonance. Old Man Qi replied solemnly, "That boy is definitely suffering from a dissonance in his cultivation." Wu Zhengqi sighed softly, as expected. He had guessed as much in his heart, but it was a truth that was difficult to accept. Yang Kai was a rare talent in Profound Pill sect. Since ancient times, no other heaven-grade alchemist among all the heaven-grade alchemists providing alchemy services at the Seeking Pill Pavilion had ever achieved a success rate as high as his. It was a pity that a talented individual like him would suffer from cultivation dissonance. How else could a person's temperament change so much? That boy retains a small portion of his consciousness still. Unfortunately, whether or not he can survive this catastrophe will depend entirely on his fortune. This is an urgent matter. We need to report back to the sect. Old Man Qi coughed lightly, and, with this old master's strength alone, he is not his opponent. We have failed this mission. Wu Zhengqi couldn't help smiling bitterly. I'm afraid the sect won't believe us even if we told them. The corners of Old Man Qi's mouth twitched. Our duty is to inform them of the truth. Whether they believe us or not is up to them. The site where Heavenly Marshal City's treasure vault was originally located had been destroyed. Although the structure of the building was extremely solid, how could the building remain standing after a battle between two spirit realm masters took place here? The remains were now nothing more than rubble and ruins. Meanwhile, Yang Kai stood there motionlessly like a statue, his sword still in hand. The sun rose in the distance as the moon set on the opposite horizon. During this time, the aura fluctuating around Yang Kai's body slowly calmed down and the malevolent aura sweeping out in all directions gradually faded. 3 days later, he abruptly opened his eyes and exhaled deeply. The heaven-devouring battle law was undeniably peculiar, and the drawbacks were clearly unavoidable. Yang Kai had devoured an immense amount of energy in one go during his breakthrough, and almost exceeded the limits of what he could bear as a result. That was what triggered the hidden dangers of cultivating the heaven-devouring battle law, which in turn caused a great change in his temperament and aroused a wanton killing intent in him. His battle with Old Man Qi had only added fuel to the fire. If Old Man Qi had continued to fight, Yang Kai wasn't certain he could have stopped himself. The most likely outcome would have been Old Man Qi dying at his hands, forging an irresolvable blood feud with Profound Pill Sect. That was not the outcome Yang Kai hoped to see. It was fortunate that Old Man Qi was a veteran who could read the situation. He immediately fled as soon as he discovered that something was wrong, thereby giving Yang Kai a chance to recover. Unfortunately, the root of the problem had not been eradicated, even though Yang Kai's situation had been temporarily stabilized. He would need to meditate and recover for a long time to resolve the hidden dangers brought about by his advancement. Regrettably, Yang Kai turned to look in the direction of Profound Pill Sect as he sighed. "I'm running out of time." Eldest senior brother. Wan Yingying shouted timidly with an expression that resembled a frightened rabbit. She clearly wanted to approach him, but did not dare to do so. Yang Kai turned his head to look at her and nodded lightly. "I'm all right now." Upon hearing those words, she burst into tears and plunged into his arms with her head lowered, whimpering through her sobs, "You scared me to death." "Eldest senior brother, what happened?" Yang Kai stroked her head lightly. "Something went wrong, but I'm fine now." "Sir." Both Yang Huai and Hua Rong walked over. The former had an expression of reverence on his face while the latter appeared uncharacteristically serious. Hua Rong had always been casual and unrestrained in front of Yang Kai. That couldn't be helped as her strength was greater than his. Still, as a bodyguard, she had been dedicated to her duties even if there had barely been any need for her to do anything in recent years. It was not until today that she discovered something shocking. Yang Kai's actual strength was many times greater than her own. Her presence as a bodyguard was completely unnecessary. Therefore, she was uncertain about how to act around him. Yang Kai gave them a slight nod before turning to the side. "City Lord Miao, I need your help with something." Miao Hong was startled and immediately came forward. "How may I help you, Alchemist Yang?" "Please help take care of my little junior sister for a few days." Yang Kai patted Wan Yingying's head. Miao Hong was stunned for a moment. Then, he immediately nodded in response. "No problem. Please rest assured, Alchemist Yang. Young Lady Ying will never suffer any grievances in Heavenly Martial City." After a pause, he lowered his voice and asked, "Alchemist Yang, are you?" "I'm going back to Profound Pill Sect." Yang Kai replied. The people of Void Spirit Sword Sect were there, and so was the Medicine King Furnace. No matter what, he needed to return to Profound Pill Sect. Miao Hong seemed to have expected Yang Kai's answer and nodded his head solemnly. "Please be careful in that case, Alchemist Yang. Profound Pill Sect is one of the 10 great sects in the divine armament world after all." Yang Kai smiled. "I know the strength of Profound Pill Sect better than you, City Lord Miao. I lived there for several years after all." Miao Hong was taken aback slightly before nodding. "That's true." Afterwards, Yang Kai instructed Hua Rong and Yang Huai. "The two of you will stay here to look after Ying." Yang Huai cupped his fist and quickly said, "Regardless of the dangers, I would like to follow you to the death, sir." Hua Rong quickly pulled Yang Huai behind her back. "This big guy has always been stupid, don't listen to him. If you don't return, I'll take Ying and run away from here." "Good." Martial Peak Chapter 45-29 Strength of 1,000 Men. As always, Profound Pill Sect was bustling with noise and excitement. That was especially true in the vicinity of the Seeking Pill Pavilion and the recruitment stage. People would gather around these places all year round. After all, there was a never-ending stream of cultivators who wished to make pill requests or attach themselves to an alchemist. All of a sudden, a figure descended from the sky and landed directly in front of the Seeking Pill Pavilion. The undeniable aura of a spirit realm master radiated from the figure, startling passersby with the sudden turn of events. Everybody hurriedly turned to look at the figure in amazement, secretly marveling at who would be so bold as to act so presumptuously in front of Profound Pill Sect. It had to be said that Profound Pill Sect was one of the 10 great sects in the divine armament world, so no matter who came here, they had to walk up from the foot of the mountain. Otherwise, their conduct would be considered disrespectful. On the other hand, the expressions of the guards on duty at the Seeking Pill Pavilion became very sullen. They quickly stepped forward to confront that figure only to become respectful upon recognizing the figure. Then they immediately cupped their fists in greeting. Alchemist Yang. Yang Kai nodded lightly and ignored them. Looking up at the reception palace located at the top of the mountain, he strode forward without hesitation as a series of exclamations rang out from behind him. Over the past few years, Yang Kai's reputation in the Seeking Pill Pavilion had flourished. Countless 10 revolutions clear heart pills had been refined by him personally, and the lowest quality among them was mid-rank. Many cultivators had advanced into the heaven realm thanks to those pills, and for that reason, 8 out of 10 cultivators who came to the Seeking Pill Pavilion for a 10 revolutions clear heart pill would seek out Yang Kai for help. It was just that Yang Kai generally performed alchemy on Fixed Moon Peak, and rarely ever appeared in person at the Seeking Pill Pavilion. That was why only people from Profound Pill Sect could recognize him. No outsiders knew what he looked like, so when they learned that this man who was almost excessively youthful was actually the famous alchemist Yang, they suddenly had the feeling that knowing somebody by their reputation was not as good as meeting them in person. When Yang Kai walked past the recruitment stage, the melodious tolling of a bell suddenly rang out from the depths of Profound Pill Sect. The bell rang 9 times in quick succession. The expressions of everybody who heard the bell immediately changed drastically. They glanced in the direction of Profound Pill Sect's headquarters in disbelief. For the bell to be tolled 9 times meant that something major was happening. There were only a handful of times where the bell had rung 9 times throughout the history of Profound Pill Sect, and every single time had spelled an impending disaster that almost destroyed the entire sect. The bodyguards of the Seeking Pill Pavilion immediately started dispersing all the people who came to make pill requests and sealing the passage leading up the mountain. It didn't take long for all the people to be chased out. Although most of the people in Profound Pill Sect were clueless about what was going on, the entire sect was now shrouded in a sense of turmoil. One man stood in front of the reception palace with a bitter smile, watching as Yang Kai walked up the mountain, his expression a little bewildered. He could not imagine how Yang Kai, who had only been an Earth-grade alchemist just a few years ago, could cause such a huge commotion in the sect today. This person was the one who introduced Yang Kai into Profound Pill Sect, and it was also thanks to his close personal relationship with Yang Kai that he was sent here. A cool breeze blew past as Yang Kai looked up at the man blocking his path and cupped his fist. Senior brother Gao. Gao Xianpeng looked at Yang Kai with a complicated look in his eyes and returned the greeting. Junior brother Yang. The 2 bodyguards behind Gao Xianpeng gripped their swords tightly, their expressions solemn, like wolves that were about to pounce on their prey. They were ready to attack at any time. Why are you here, senior brother Gao? Does the sect master have instructions for me? Yang Kai asked. Gao Xianpeng smiled bitterly. You caused quite a commotion this time, junior brother. The higher-ups want to have a good chat with you. Yang Kai nodded. That was what I was thinking too. Otherwise, I would not have returned to this place. Gao Xianpeng breathed a sigh of relief. I'm glad you think so, junior brother Yang. Since you're of the same mind, please surrender your sword and seal your cultivation. Then, come with me to meet the sect master and the elders. Is that the sect master's will? Yang Kai asked with a raised eyebrow. Gao Xianpeng nodded lightly in response. Yang Kai sighed. I hold no malicious intentions towards the sect. Although I have indeed kept some secrets, all I really did was go with the flow. Gao Xianpeng said, I believe you, junior brother. It's just that the current situation requires you to show some sincerity, junior brother. Yang Kai slowly replied, the fact that I came back here is the greatest sincerity I can show. If the sect insists on doing this their way, then I will be forced to slaughter a path out of this place. To be honest, I'm reluctant to do something like that, but if I have no other choice, then that's all I can do. Gao Xianpeng's expression changed, junior brother. Please don't be so impulsive. You're only one person. Yang Kai smiled slightly. I may be alone, but I'm strong enough to represent 1,000 men. Junior brother. He raised a hand to stop Gao Xanpeng. You don't need to say any more, senior brother Gao. Please inform the sect master and the elders that I can only persist an incense stick of time. Gao Xanpeng gave Yang Kai a deep look before he sighed heavily. I will pass the message to them. You're on your own now, junior brother. While saying so, he turned around and headed towards a spirit peak in the distance with his 2 bodyguards in tow. His figure vanished out of sight in the blink of an eye. Following Gao Xanpeng's departure, 8 figures emerged from their hiding places to surround Yang Kai. Every one of them wielded a spirit armament, and they eyed Yang Kai aggressively. Yang Kai turned to look around and gently nodded. The Blood Warrior Hall's heavenly guard. A bunch of loyal fools indeed. When the last word left his mouth, Yang Kai's figure abruptly became strangely hazy, and in that moment, he slipped past their encirclement and appeared where Gao Xanpeng had been standing earlier. The true void sword was held in his hand as fresh blood slid down the length of its blade. The Blood Warrior Hall's heavenly guard were shocked. 8 spirit realm masters had surrounded Yang Kai, but none of them saw how he managed to break out of their encirclement, and by the time they reacted, Yang Kai was already walking away. They immediately acted to stop him, but something peculiar occurred. When they tried to push their spirit chi, streams of blood involuntarily spurted out of their bodies. All their strength quickly flowed out through their wounds, and with a series of thuds, all 8 of them fell to one knee on the ground. They were absolutely horrified. Only now did they realize that they had been injured by Yang Kai. Fortunately, while their injuries were severe, they were not lethal. They simply lost their ability to fight, and could only watch helplessly as Yang Kai walked forward with a mixture of horror and reluctance to admit their loss. Nevertheless, they understood one thing clearly. With the unfathomable speed that Yang Kai displayed just now, killing them would have been as easy as waving his hand for him. The reason he wounded but did not kill them was definitely an act of mercy. Chi 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 chi. A never-ending series of sounds sliced through the air next as countless arrows flew over from all directions, pelting down on Yang Kai's location in a dense rain, each one containing an extremely terrifying force. Under such an intensive barrage, even a 9th-step spirit realm master might not come out unscathed. However, the angle and trajectory of these arrows had clearly been calculated with great deliberation, with none of them aiming at his vital spots. It was clear that even now Profound Pill Sect had no intention of taking his life. Yang Kai did not move a single step, but the sword in his hands danced and formed a barrier of sword lights. Under the urging of his spirit chi, a series of rattling and clanging sounds rang out, and every single arrow in that dense rain was cut down without a single exception. Many of the cultivators hiding in ambush turned pale with fright at the sight. In that moment of daze, Yang Kai's figure vanished from their field of vision. Immediately after that, the first scream resounded through the air. The screams of agony continued endlessly. Subsequently, the cultivators hiding in the vicinity collapsed limply in pools of their own blood. Inside the main hall, located several mountains away from the reception palace, all the higher-ups of Profound Pill Sect had gathered together. With Sect Master Bailey Yun Sang in the lead, many elders, deacons, and protectors assembled behind him. Gao Xanpeng had just finished reporting the results of his negotiation with Yang Kai, after which Bailey Yun Sang nodded lightly and gave a wave of his hand to dismiss him. Great Elder Wu Fenghua said, "He certainly is a man who values his comrades. He came back despite knowing that he is no match for us. Unfortunately, he is a little arrogant." Yu Boyang frowned. "Sect Master, that brat has only just advanced into the spirit realm. No matter how unusual he is, how strong can he be? Don't you think we are a little too nervous about this? We've deployed all the forces that can be deployed in Profound Pill Sect. If word got out about this incident, we will be the laughingstock of the public." Bailey Yun Sang replied, "I certainly hope we are just overestimating his strength, but I don't dare to take what Old Chi said lightly." Yu Boyang turned to glance at Old Man Chi and scowled. "Old Chi, are you sure that brat is so strong that even you are not his opponent? Are you sure you're not mistaken about this?" Despite listening to Old Man Chi's reports earlier, Almost nobody in the entire profound pill sect believed him. Be that as it may, his words were stated with utter certainty. Wu Zhengqi also provided a testimony to the fact, so it was difficult for them not to believe the words of those two. Although they had agreed to deploy all the combat forces they could, profound pill sect's leaders still couldn't help feeling that they were being overly cautious. Old Man Qi lowered his eyes and spoke quietly. This old man might not compare to you in the alchemic Tao, third elder, but this old man has immersed himself in battle for centuries now. That boy is the strongest master this old man has ever seen in his life. If he wanted to kill me, he could have taken my life within 10 moves. Yu Boyang blinked and burst out laughing. Old Qi, why are you being so humble? You're one of the strongest masters in the divine armament world. Aside from the armament masters, there aren't many people who can kill you, let alone in 10 moves. He subconsciously believed that Old Man Qi was exaggerating about Yang Kai's strength to shirk the responsibility for failing the last mission. It was just that Old Man Qi was a highly trusted and influential individual in profound pill sect thanks to his position as the sect master's personal blood warrior, so Yu Boyang could not criticize him too much. Old Man Qi simply chose to remain silent. Reporting. A shout rang out as a cultivator sped through the sky and landed in front of them. Yu Boyang quickly asked, how is the situation over there? Did you capture that brat yet? After asking his question, he realized that the messenger looked extremely panicked. The messenger's voice trembled. Alchemist Yang has broken through the first and second lines of defenses and is quickly approaching the third. What? Yu Boyang exclaimed in astonishment. Likewise, Bailey Yun Sang and the other elders also had horrified expressions on their faces. They could barely believe their ears. How much time had passed since Yang Kai arrived? It had been no more than 10 breaths since Gao Xian Peng came to report the situation. So how did Yang Kai break through 2 lines of defenses already? It had to be said that the Blood Warrior Hall's Heavenly Guard was in charge of the first line of defense, and they were all Spirit Realm masters. Even if they were not the strongest masters in the sect, they highly outnumbered their opponent. Moreover, they were proficient in group tactics, so even if it was Old Man Qi, it was uncertain whether he could achieve victory against them. Meanwhile, the second line of defense consisted of dozens of cultivators who were adept at archery. Falling into their encirclement would mean severe injuries at the very least, if not death. Did he break through the defenses just like that? Yu Boyang had not believed Old Man Qi earlier, but it would now seem that Old Man Qi had not been exaggerating. But what kind of alchemist has such terrifying combat power? Martial Peak Chapter 45-30. A stick of incense is time. Before anybody could digest the shocking news, another person came running in with another shocking report. Yang Kai had already broken through the third line of defense and passed the reception palace. Moreover, he was currently heading straight for River Viewing Peak. Rumbling explosions came from a couple dozen kilometers away, and everybody raised their heads to look in that direction. Although they were blocked by several mountains and could not see the situation over there clearly, they could see the never-ending flashing lights that illuminated half the sky in that direction. The situation beyond the mountains gave off the vague feeling that an ancient ominous beast had escaped and was charging towards them in a bloody frenzy. They could sense the frighteningly vicious and hostile aura coming from that direction despite being so far apart. A short while later, the commotion died down. River Viewing Peak had been defeated, and the 2 defense lines set up there had been completely destroyed. Yu Boyang stared forward in a daze. How is this possible? How is this possible? Likewise, Bailey Yun Sang was ashen-faced with disbelief. What happened today was simply too shocking. Profound Pill Sect was one of the 10 great sects. Be that as it may, they failed to stop a single alchemist who had only just advanced into the spirit realm, even though they deployed their full strength against him. How could the power of a single person be so terrifying? Gao Xian Peng stared into the distance with a complicated gaze. Yang Kai's words from before echoed in his mind. I may be alone, but I'm strong enough to represent 1,000 men. He had assumed that Yang Kai was merely spouting empty boasts in an effort to boost his morale. Contrary to his beliefs though, it would now seem that Yang Kai was perfectly capable of representing the strength of 1,000 men. Of course, an ordinary army of 1,000 men could not have broken through the defenses of Profound Pill sect. A short while later, the two lines of defenses on Flying Tooth Peak collapsed. Flying Tooth Peak had been defeated. The only thing that stood between Yang Kai and the higher-ups of Profound Pill sect at this point was Purple Sun Peak. There was only one line of defense on Purple Sun Peak where a total of 30 Spirit Realm Masters from Profound Pill sect had gathered together. Furthermore, their cultivations ranged from the lowest in the 3rd-step Spirit Realm to the highest in the 8th-step Spirit Realm. This was an extremely powerful lineup, enough to wipe out most sects in the Divine Armament world. It was a lineup that only one of the 10 great sects could assemble. When the higher-ups of Profound Pill sect looked in that direction from where they stood, their superb eyesight allowed them to see the large square on Purple Sun Peak where the 30 Spirit Realm Masters stood at the ready. Each of the 30 Spirit Realm Masters wielded a different spirit armament, and additionally, they stood facing 8 distinct directions, forming the 8-directional Golden Lock formation. A figure stepped out from under the cover of numerous buildings and strolled over to the square. The sword in his hand was chipped in places along the length of the blade. Even an extraordinary spirit armament could not withstand the impacts of so many high-intensity battles in such a short period of time. "He's injured," Yu Boyang shouted. From where he stood, he could clearly see that Yang Kai's clothes were tattered and he was covered in countless wounds with fresh blood trickling out. Everywhere he walked, he left behind an evident trail of bloody footprints. Wu Fenghua commented, "After fighting so many elites of Profound Pill sect alone, injuries are inevitable. It would be weirder for him to remain unscathed. Besides, it looks like he won't last much longer. Even the spirit armament in his hand is on the verge of being destroyed." Bailey Yun Sang nodded lightly, "Let us hope so." Profound Pill sect's original intentions no longer mattered. Now that things had come this far, this battle could no longer be easily stopped. Things would only end when one party suffered complete defeat. It was just that Bailey Yun Sang himself never expected Yang Kai's strength to be so terrifying. Yang Kai only just broke through to the spirit realm. At this rate, won't he be invincible if he advances to the 9th-step spirit realm? No. With the strength he has displayed so far, it can already be said that he is invincible. Who in the Divine Armament world can be his opponent unless the Armament Masters themselves take action? During their brief conversation, an intense battle had broken out on Purple Sun Peak. Dozens of silhouettes weaved about, turbulent waves of spirit chi collided with each other, and deafening explosions rang out incessantly. Such a malevolent aura. Lanine frowned slightly. Even though she was standing here away from the battle, she could clearly detect the evil chi radiating from Yang Kai's body. His aura was overflowing with brutality and destruction, which made her feel extremely uneasy. What kind of movement skill is that? Wu Fenghua was staring at the battle in the distance, but despite being in the spirit realm himself, he could not follow Yang Kai's movements at all. As far as he could tell, Yang Kai's figure moved about in a ghostly and erratic manner, vanishing abruptly from one spot only to appear in a completely different place without any warning in the next instant. There were no traces of his movements whatsoever. Even the 30 or so Spirit Realm Masters on Purple Sun Peak could not do anything to him. On the contrary, the many Spirit Realm Masters of Profound Pill sect were flustered by their first experience against an opponent like Yang Kai. Meanwhile, Old Man Qi squinted at the fight in the distance. He could sense the evil chi surrounding Yang Kai becoming stronger, and an intense feeling of unease flooded his heart for some reason. That feeling of unease suddenly climbed to the peak when Yang Kai sliced off part of the neck of a Spirit Realm Master. That attack had nearly taken the life of that Spirit Realm Master. Sect Master, I want to investigate the current number of casualties among the cultivators in the sect. Old Man Qi hurriedly whispered in Bailey Yun Sang's ear. Bailey Yun Sang was completely focused on the fight in the distance, shocked by Yang Kai's elusive movement skill, so he frowned when he heard those words and asked, "Why do you want to investigate that now?" All the defense lines set up previously had been destroyed, so it was conceivable that many, if not all those cultivators had suffered tragic ends. It is related to the survival of the sect. Please give me permission, Sect Master. Old Man Qi looked extremely solemn. Bailey Yun Sang glanced at Old Man Qi and was startled by what he saw. Despite spending so many years with each other, he had never seen Old Man Chi looking so solemn before. Thus, he nodded slightly. Go. Old Man Chi nodded, and with a slight shift of his body, he flew directly towards the reception palace. As a ninth-step spirit realm master, there was no question that his speed was incredible. It only took him several dozen breaths of time to hurry back. However, his expression was even more solemn than before he departed. What did you find? Bailey Yunseng asked. Old Man Chi replied, no one has died. Everyone who participated in the battle was only wounded. Everyone was shocked by those words. Yu Boyong widened his eyes and asked, not a single person died? Old Man Chi nodded slowly, not one. Everyone looked around at each other. Although several reports had come in earlier, they had only reported that the defenses had been broken through. They had not mentioned a single thing about the casualties, and nobody bothered to ask either. That was because casualties were inevitable in a battle like this. That was why they subconsciously believed that Profound Pill Sect would suffer heavy losses today. They were certain that Profound Pill Sect would take a great hit to its overall strength after this battle. Who could have imagined that not a single person had died? The brows of all the leaders in this place that were originally furrowed gloomily after hearing that the defense lines had been broken immediately relaxed considerably at the news. Regardless of the current circumstances, that was good news. Bailey Yunseng sighed. It looks like that boy has not forgotten his kinship with us, and held back enough to not kill anybody in the sect. Wu Fenghua stroked his beard. He might be cautious about acting lest innocents be hurt. After all, the people of Void Spirit Sword Sect are in our hands. Regardless of his reasons, this is a good thing for us. Bailey Yunseng nodded. Old Man Chi, however, shook his head and said, you're wrong, Sect Master. On the contrary, this is not a good thing for us at all. Bailey Yunseng looked over in puzzlement. Why do you say that, Old Chi? Old Man Chi glanced at the battlefield in the distance and explained his reasoning. When this old master went to investigate the defense lines earlier, I discovered that Yang Boy had extremely precise control over his strength at the beginning. Although everyone there was disabled, their injuries were not severe and they only need to recuperate for some time to recover fully. However, he seemed to be slowly losing control over his strength as time passed. The injuries he inflicted got progressively more severe as a result. If you look at the current situation, Sect Master. Bailey Yunseng looked over after hearing those words, just in time to see Yang Kai stabbing his sword into a cultivator's chest. When Yang Kai drew his blade out, fresh blood splattered everywhere. The Spirit Realm Master quickly backed away with an absolute look of horror on his face. Old Man Chi narrowed his eyes slightly. Just now, he forcibly shifted his trajectory. Otherwise, Rong Boy would be dead by now. The Rong Boy Old Man Chi mentioned was referring to the Spirit Realm Master who had been run through. Bailey Yunseng instantly understood. He is suppressing his murderous intent, but he is quickly reaching his limits. That's why his attacks are getting more and more brutal. Old Man Chi nodded solemnly. That's right. This old master experienced the same situation when I fought him in Heavenly Martial City previously. If this old master had continued to engage in battle with him at the time, he would have lost control and killed me. He paused for a moment before continuing. Do you remember the message Alchemist Gao brought back earlier, Sect Master? Bailey Yunseng frowned. Which message? Yang Kai said that he could only persist for a stick worth of incense. Old Man Chi sighed. We all thought he meant that he could fight for at most an incense stick worth of time, but it would now seem that the time limit he was referring to was how long he could retain his sanity. Once this time limit is up, he will most likely lose all sense of reason and massacre us. What is the reason for all this? Bailey Yunseng looked puzzled. This old master does not know, but this old master believes that it has something to do with the secret art he cultivated. That evil art has affected his heart. Sect Master, we can't afford to continue this battle. At the rate things are going, Profound Pill Sect will suffer catastrophic losses even if we manage to kill him. Seeing the hesitation in Bailey Yunseng's eyes, Old Man Chi added, Sect Master, don't forget that he is also an alchemist. He still has his alchemy flame. As soon as those words came out, a sudden thought occurred to Bailey Yunseng, and he suddenly recalled the white alchemy flame. Even though his mental cultivation was very stable, He could barely resist the urge to curse out loud. Yang Kai's strength was so overwhelming that he could practically wipe out the entire profound pill sect with his sword alone, which was why Bailey Yun Sang had subconsciously forgotten Yang Kai's identity as an alchemist. Alchemists might not engage in battle often, but that did not mean they could not fight at all. Generally speaking, their alchemy flame was their greatest strength when engaged in battle with others. From the beginning until now, Yang Kai had not used the power of his white alchemy flame. It was obvious that he did not wish to increase the number of casualties. Otherwise, the people he injured would not be alive right now. Not to mention, that white alchemy flame was the most mysterious and most powerful alchemy flame in the divine armament world. Other people might be unaware of the truth, but how could Bailey Yun Sang be so ignorant? At that thought, Bailey Yun Sang did not dare to hesitate any longer and sighed softly, order them to retreat. Old Man Chi accepted the order and turned around to rush towards the battlefield. I'll go, somebody spoke up suddenly and rushed towards the battlefield ahead of Old Man Chi. Lan Yin immediately gave a startled cry. Furthermore, her expression was filled with worry. The battle was very fierce on Purple Sun Peak, and out of the 30 or so Spirit Realm Masters who made up its defense force, less than half of them were still able to move. All of them looked like they had seen a ghost, and their expressions were filled with abject terror. Although they could just manage to parry and block Yang Kai's indiscriminate barrage of attacks, they had no solution against his elusive movement skill. It was only a matter of time before they were all defeated. Martial Peak Chapter 45-31. Tacit Understanding. Sword light flashed in all directions, and murderous intent permeated the air. Many of the Spirit Realm Masters who were originally in formation had already been separated, and were now each fighting independently. From time to time somebody would get injured and collapse in a pool of their own blood. All of a sudden, somebody rushed onto the battlefield and shouted in a thunderous voice, "Unfilial disciple, stop this madness at once." While speaking, he stood directly in front of Yang Kai with his robes flapping wildly around him. The true void sword abruptly halted in front of his forehead, and the fluctuating sword wave pierced his skin. Fresh blood flowed down the bridge of his nose. Their gazes met, with Yang Kai's crimson-red eyes filled with brutal hostility and destruction, causing the other party's eyes to contract involuntarily. Despite living for so many years, this man had never seen such wild eyes before. Old Man Chi is right, this brat is about to reach his limits, a limit where he can no longer maintain his sanity. Once he exceeds his limits, he will instantly transform into a killing machine that slaughters all living things. At that time he will completely fall into a state of cultivation dissonance. Without his conscious mind, the entire profound pill sect will surely fall along with him. The battlefield riddled with endless fighting suddenly fell into an eerie silence at this moment. Only the repressed groans of the fallen continuously rang out from all around them. Meanwhile, the remaining 7 or 8 Spirit Realm Masters breathed heavily and did not dare to act rashly. Yang Kai blinked. The thick crimson red in his eyes resembled fresh blood. His gaze shifted downward and landed on that person's left hand with 6 fingers. Then, a trace of confusion flashed through his eyes as though he could vaguely remember something. That person shouted again, "What are you doing, unfilial disciple? Are you planning to rebel?" That man's expression did not change in the slightest even though Yang Kai was holding a spirit armament against his forehead. It went to show his courage and boldness was not ordinary. The cogs in Yang Kai's head slowly began to spin, the thick crimson red in his eyes faded slightly, and the spirit chi surging wildly around his body gradually subsided. He tilted his head to the side and stared at the person in front of him before muttering, "Honored Master." Now that the fighting had stopped, the murderous intent that threatened to overwhelm his mind was beginning to dissipate, and he regained the ability to think. Naturally, Yang Kai had never seen this man in front of him before. However, the unique characteristic of having a 6-fingered left hand was too conspicuous. Anybody capable of sight would notice such a unique feature. Besides, the only people who would appear in front of him at this time could only be part of the higher-ups in Profound Pill Sect. After combining several facts together, that person's identity quickly became apparent. It was his fabricated master, Dan Chengzi. During the years that Yang Kai spent in Profound Pill Sect, It was only natural for him to pay attention to any information regarding his so-called master. Unfortunately, the heaven-grade alchemists in his generation did not know much, and he was in no position to ask the elders of the previous generation for more information. Fortunately, there was Lan Yin. The two of them would occasionally encounter each other in the restricted area, and seeing as she had feelings for his fabricated master, the two had various common topics to discuss. Intentionally or unintentionally, Yang Kai learned quite a lot about his fabricated master over the years. Yang Kai's fabricated master was named Dan Chengzi. Dan Chengzi was the most outstanding and talented alchemist in Profound Pill sect. What made him so special was that he was talented in both the martial Tao and the alchemic Tao. Not only were his alchemy skills superb, but his actual strength was also immense. Thanks to his aptitude that surpassed his peers, he became extremely arrogant. When the former sect master was approaching his predestined time of death, Dan Chengzi believed that he would definitely be the one to take over as the sect master of Profound Pill sect. Who could have known that the former sect master would transfer the position to Bailey Yun Sang instead? In a fit of rage, he decided to leave Profound Pill sect. Although the higher-ups of Profound Pill sect had been searching for his whereabouts all these years, their efforts proved to be fruitless. Nobody knew where he went. Needless to say, an incident of this nature could not be publicized. That was why only the elders of the older generation knew about it, while the rest of the disciples were clueless about what happened to Dan Chengzi. Most people only knew that there was an extremely talented spirit-grade alchemist wandering outside the sect with no news from him. This information was what Yang Kai slowly coaxed out of Lan Yin through their continuous interactions over the years. It has been more than 10 years since we last met. This old master thought you didn't recognize me anymore. It turns out you didn't forget about him after all. Dan Chengzi's expression was cold and calm, but a drop of cold sweat slid down his forehead. Nobody could remain completely nonchalant when there was a spirit armament pressed against their head with pure murderous intent radiating from it. Therefore, a clear look of relief flashed through his eyes when he heard Yang Kai calling him honored master. The crimson in Yang Kai's eyes faded bit by bit as he spoke. Disciple is heavily indebted to your kindness, honored master. How could I dare to forget you? With just a few simple words, the tense situation eased in an instant. Both of them understood each other's intentions. The so-called honored master and unfilial disciple relationship between them was nothing but a fabricated reality. Dan Chengzi had never taught Yang Kai, and Yang Kai had never studied under Dan Chengzi. This was a fact known to all parties involved. Be that as it may, the current situation required a breakthrough point in order to be resolved. The reason Dan Chengzi volunteered to come here was due to this consideration. Since Yang Kai claimed that Dan Chengzi was his master, then Dan Chengzi might as well acknowledge the statement. Now that Dan Chengzi had paved the way forward, it was only natural for Yang Kai to go along with the story. There was no need for any prior discussion. In the face of this difficult situation, both the young and the old quickly formed a tacit understanding between them. If you didn't forget, why aren't you putting away your weapon? Are you planning to kill me? Dan Chengzi shouted. Yang Kai was taken aback for a moment before he remembered to sheath the true void sword. Please forgive me, honored master. This disciple had no such intentions. Nevertheless, he was puzzled. He had caused a huge commotion in Profound Pill sect, and even if he did not kill anybody, he had injured many. Moreover, these people were the masters of the sect, so if any great enemy were to attack at this time, Profound Pill sect would be powerless to resist. There was no saying how Profound Pill sect planned to deal with him after he caused so much trouble. Still, there was a high likelihood that Profound Pill sect was willing to reconcile with him since Dan Chengzi went so far as to take the initiative to come here. Otherwise, there was no need for such measures. Dan Chengzi looked sorrowful. This old master knows that your actions were not intentional. Your aptitude is far too outstanding, and as a result, your cultivation improved too quickly. Not knowing restraint and not having a stable enough mental state caused you to suffer from cultivation dissonance, which in turn resulted in a drastic change in your temperament. You nearly caused an irrevocable disaster. Fortunately, the sect did not give up on you. The sect used all its power to help you restore order from chaos. Thank goodness their efforts were not in vain. Yang Kai stared at Dan Changzi, and the admiration he felt for this old fox was almost beyond words. This old man is undeniably cunning. Not only did he resolve the tense situation in Profound Pill Sect with a few choice words, he also made it seem as though I am now heavily indebted to Profound Pill Sect. It was obvious that Yang Kai had come charging into Profound Pill Sect all on his own. However, the story had been changed to one where Profound Pill Sect had pulled out all the stops to help him recover from his state of cultivation dissonance. Yang Kai was so grateful that he almost felt like crying. He had caused such a large commotion today, and the sect needed an explanation. This story provided the best outcome for both parties. It would also stabilize the people's hearts. More importantly, Yang Kai deciphered the hidden meaning in Dan Changzi's words. Even now, Profound Pill Sect considered him one of their disciples. They had no plans of abandoning him. Yang Kai did not know whether it was Dan Changzi's own intention or Profound Pill Sect's will. Nevertheless, those details no longer mattered. The chance to remain in Profound Pill Sect was exactly what he wished for. He would need to figure out another method to steal the Medicine King furnace otherwise. At that time it would be another endless battle. Cough. Dan Changzi lightly coughed into his fist. Unfilial disciple, have you not recovered? Why are you staring at me? Is there any untruth in this old master's words? Yang Kai quickly shook his head and declared, "What you said is true, honored master. This disciple has failed and brought shame to you. This disciple will be more diligent in the future, so as to avoid another incident like today." Dan Changzi breathed a sigh of relief and nodded in satisfaction. "It's good that you can think that way. Come with me. We will meet the sect master and the elders." "Yes," Yang Kai responded respectfully, acting as though he was a meek and obedient disciple. In front of everybody's eyes, Dan Changzi flew over to Bailey Yun Sang and the others with Yang Kai in tow as the higher-ups of Profound Pill Sect watched those two with complicated expressions. Dan Changzi and Yang Kai had not suppressed their voices during their conversation earlier. Furthermore, those standing in the vicinity were basically spirit realm masters, so every one of them had heard the entire conversation clearly. Bailey Yun Sang and the elders were all worldly masters, so how could they not understand the current situation? It was just that the sudden turn of events was beyond their expectations, so they were uncertain about how to handle a star of calamity like Yang Kai. As such, Dan Changzi was the first to speak. "Sect Master, my disciple has overcome his cultivation dissonance and regained his true nature." Bailey Yun Sang subconsciously nodded upon hearing those words. "That's good. That's good." Pausing for a moment, he continued, "Since you've regained your senses, you should return and have a good rest now." Yang Kai cupped his fist. "This disciple is grateful for your benevolence, Sect Master. It's just that this disciple has caused such a huge commotion in the sect. This incident will haunt me forever, so I wish to request punishment. Please approve my request, Sect Master." Bailey Yun Sang frowned and glanced at Dan Changzi in puzzlement. Dan Changzi shook his head so slightly that his movements were practically imperceptible. His response indicated that he did not know what the brat was planning either. Bailey Yun Sang frowned. "It's not like you meant to cause such a commotion. You were suffering from cultivation dissonance after all. This old master understands your situation. There's no need for punishment. I hope you will be more careful in the future. That will be a blessing to the sect." Those words came from the bottom of his heart. Following this battle, he had a profound insight into the true meaning behind the word, terrifying. Despite gathering all the elites in Profound Pill Sect, they could not stop a single boy who had only just advanced into the spirit realm. 80% of Profound Pill Sect's forces had been heavily injured in this battle, so who could possibly bear the brunt if another battle were to break out once more? Yang Kai cupped his fist again. "Your magnanimity is boundless, Sect Master. This junior is undeserving of your kindness. Unfortunately, the incident today started because of me, so if I don't receive any form of punishment, the disciples in the sect will surely have trouble accepting this decision. It will eventually lead to unrest within the sect. For the future of the sect, this disciple is willing to receive punishment." Bailey Yun Sang couldn't help widening his eyes to stare at Yang Kai and thinking to himself, "What the hell is this brat up to? Didn't I say that I won't pursue this matter any further? Couldn't he just obediently go back and have a good sleep? Why is he bringing up such nonsense and speaking as though he is so righteous? A few of the elders frowned, but they also knew Yang Kai was not wrong. The commotion today had gotten out of hand, so it would be difficult to appease the people's hearts without a reasonable explanation. Dan Changzi frowned and asked, "What do you think is an appropriate punishment for you?" "Oh." Yang Kai bowed and quickly said, "This disciple asks to be confined in the restricted area for 10 years to reflect on his mistakes. Honored Master, Sect Master, please approve my request." Marshall Peak, Chapter 4532, Learning While Doing. The talented heaven-grade alchemist Yang Kai, whose aptitude surpassed all his peers, had advanced too quickly in his cultivation, and built up an unstable foundation as a result. Consequently, he experienced a dissonance in his cultivation during his advancement into the spirit realm, and underwent a drastic change in personality. Thankfully, the sect master and the elders did not give up on him. They went to great lengths to save him, and their efforts paid off. They succeeded in turning the situation around. What joyous news! That was the news that quickly spread throughout Profound Pill Sect in a very short time. The battle that took place yesterday caused a huge uproar in the sect, so it was only natural for everyone to be aware of the incident. Nevertheless, not many people actually knew what happened to cause such a commotion. Only those cultivators who participated in the battle understood some of the truth, but even they did not know much either. In any case, this explanation did not make many people suspicious of the truth when combined with Yang Kai's violent and murderous aura at the time. Yang Kai's actions had indeed made him seem as though he was experiencing cultivation dissonance. After the war subsided, the work of rebuilding was yet another troublesome matter. The explanation given to the public was only to stabilize the hearts and minds of those inside and outside Profound Pill Sect. Besides, the cultivators who were injured by Yang Kai needed time to heal and recuperate. On the other hand, the most troublesome matter besieging the higher-ups of Profound Pill Sect at this moment was Yang Kai's final request to reflect on his mistakes in the restricted area for 10 years. All the higher-ups of Profound Pill Sect had gathered in the reception hall for a meeting. Those in attendance ranged from the sect master down to the elders, protectors, and deacons. Even though so many talented people crowded around inside the main hall, the atmosphere was absolutely dismal and gloomy. The topic of discussion for the day was none other than the matter involving Yang Kai's request for self-reflection for a period of 10 years. It would have been fine if he had requested for any other area in the sect, but the key point was that the restricted area was where the Medicine King furnace was currently placed. Profound Pill Sect had no choice but to handle this matter with great caution. Before learning the details of his background, they had allowed him to freely access the restricted area, come into contact with the Medicine King furnace, and comprehend the Grand Tao Divine Tone. Now that they knew that he had ulterior motives, how could they dare to let him come into contact with the Medicine King furnace? Unfortunately, nobody could come up with an acceptable solution on how to handle this matter. Staring at the silent crowd below, Bailey Yun Sang rapped his knuckles on the armrest of his chair. "Stop pretending to be mute. Let's exchange some ideas about how we should handle this matter. Great Elder, what is your opinion?" Being called upon by the sect master directly, Wu Fenghua had no choice but to express his opinion. He was silent for a moment before he said, "That boy knows the importance of the Medicine King furnace to Profound Pill Sect. Seeing as he dares to make such a request with that knowledge in mind, it can be seen that he is definitely scheming something. I'm afraid that he won't give up unless we agree to his request. What's more, judging by the strength that he has displayed so far, Profound Pill Sect wouldn't be able to stop him even if he wanted to barge into the restricted area forcefully." That was right. In his opinion, Yang Kai's final request was not a self-inflicted punishment but a request. It was a request for reconciliation with Profound Pill Sect. Agreeing with the request was the only method to gain some possibility of reconciliation between both parties. If they refused to meet his request, there was no doubt that another battle would break out between them. How the situation would turn out after that remained unknown. In any case, there was no denying that Profound Pill Sect had taken all the people of Void Spirit Sword Sect captive in Profound Pill City. Even if not a single person from Void Spirit Sword Sect had been harmed, Profound Pill Sect was at fault in that sense. Bailey Yunsang frowned. Great Elder, are you saying that we should agree to his request? Wu Fenghua shook his head. This elder has no such intentions. It's just that this elder is of the opinion that little junior brother should not have accepted the fabricated master-disciple relationship in the first place. If not for that master-disciple relationship, we would not be facing this issue now. Before Dan Chongzi could speak, Lanin glared furiously. Great Elder, have you even thought about what the consequences would be if little junior brother had not done that? Wu Fenghua said, judging by the situation at the time, it would not have been difficult to stop that brat even if little junior brother had not done that. It was proven that he retained a shred of his consciousness from the beginning to the end. Lanin looked like she was about to argue further, but Dan Chongzi raised his hand to stop her from speaking and looked up at Wu Fenghua. You're right. He retained a shred of consciousness from beginning to end. That's why he did not kill anybody in Profound Pill Sect. That's also the reason why Profound Pill Sect only recorded countless wounded, but not a single casualty in the battle yesterday. With that in mind, how should we have dealt with the incident even if we did manage to stop him? That brat is so strong that nobody in Profound Pill Sect can stop him. Do we just let him go? He has been comprehending the mysteries of the Medicine King Furnace for several years now. Not to mention that he also turned over many pill recipes and alchemy techniques. Will you feel at ease if we let him go free just like that, Great Elder? Wu Fenghua considered the question carefully before he slowly shook his head in response. It was just as Dan Chongzi had mentioned. Yang Kai had comprehended so many mysteries of the Medicine King Furnace. Who could allow him to leave so easily? We can neither keep him here nor let him leave. In that case, we can only use this master-disciple relationship to tie him down. It doesn't matter whether it is real or fake. As long as he calls me honored master, even the fake relationship will become real. Bailey Yunsang looked pensive. Little junior brother, did you recognize the master-disciple relationship yesterday with this consideration in mind? Oh. Dan Chongzi cupped his fist. Things were too urgent at the time, so I had no time to discuss this matter with you, Sect Master. Bailey Yunsang waved his hand dismissively. You have always been quick-witted. None of us can compare to you in this regard. You did the right thing. With this master-disciple relationship to bind him, that boy will be forced to act with more consideration in the future. Regrettably, that does not solve the problem at hand. Dan Chongzi said, what the sect master and the others are worried about is simply whether he has any other intentions towards Profound Pill Sect, or whether he is a spy sent by another sect to spy on the secrets of the Medicine King Furnace. That's right. Bailey Yunsang nodded. Dan Chongzi slowly shook his head. In my opinion, these are not problems at all. Everybody looked towards him and he continued, it has not been long since I returned to Profound Pill Sect, and the understanding I have of my disciple is also based only on what you've told me. But it's precisely for this reason that I can look at the problem from an outside perspective, unfettered by certain constraints. Let me ask you this, Sect Master. Has he ever done anything malicious to the sect in all the years since he entered the sect? Never. Have you ever seen him in close contact with any other sects? Aside from Void Spirit Sword Sect, we have never noticed anything of the sort. But Void Spirit Sword Sect is where he was born, so it is understandable that he has frequent contact with them. He has comprehended various pill recipes from the Medicine King Furnace. There have been over a dozen so far. If he had any malicious intentions towards the sect, he could have selected only a few to contribute to the sect and kept more of them secret. However, I don't believe he did that. Bailey Yunsang nodded lightly. There had been more than a dozen brand new pill recipes over the years, which was a huge contribution to the sect. Another point is the battle yesterday. There were no casualties in the sect, only countless wounded. It can be seen that he cares for the sect. Besides, if he was a spy sent by another sect, would they allow him to attack this place all on his own? Wouldn't they be afraid that an unforeseen accident might occur? Bailey Yunsang pondered for a moment and asked, Junior brother, are you saying that he was not instructed by a third party to join Profound Pill Sect? Dan Chongzi shook his head. He joined Profound Pill Sect completely by accident. What do you mean by that? Everybody looked at him in curiosity. He asked in return, Do you remember how he joined Profound Pill Sect? Yu Bo-yang considered the question. Little Gao encountered him in Heavenly Martial City during a trip there, and they ended up competing with each other in alchemy. The result was that he refined a 10 revolutions clear heart pill using our Profound Pill Sect's recipe. That's why Little Gao suspected that he obtained the pill recipe from here. After making some inquiries, Little Gao determined that you were the one who taught him in the past, little junior brother. If you had not returned to the sect without warning the other day, we probably would never have known that it was all a lie. Dan Chongzi gave a wry smile. I've always considered my talents to be above all others in the alchemic Tao, with few who are qualified to be my equal. However, after a brief chat with the brat last night, I finally discovered what it means for there to always be mountains beyond mountains. Everybody looked at Dan Chongzi in astonishment. His arrogance was well known. If not for that, he would not have left the sect in anger over the sect master's position back then. Therefore, it was their first time hearing him say something so humbling. Bailey Yun Sang asked, little junior brother, what did you talk about last night? We talked about how he joined Profound Pill Sect. Dan Chongzi breathed out a long breath. He is now my disciple, so it's only natural for me to show concern for him as his honored master. Pausing for a moment, he finally explained himself. Little Gao was correct. The pill recipe that Brat used to refine the 10 revolutions clear heart pill back then did indeed belong to Profound Pill Sect. I'm sure you all verified that fact yourselves when he first joined Profound Pill Sect, senior brothers. Wu Fenghua nodded, that's right. We verified that the pill recipe he used does indeed belong to Profound Pill Sect. It's precisely because of this that we had no doubts about his origins. After all, there's no way for him to fake the pill recipe. We were convinced that you took in a disciple while traveling abroad. There is nothing wrong with the pill recipe. What Little Gao misunderstood was that he learned the pill recipe from me. On the contrary, the pill recipe was taught to him by Little Gao himself. The crowd was absolutely dumbfounded by Dan Chongzi's words. Dan Chongzi said, Little Gao is outside right now. Go ahead and summon him to tell us about what happened back then. I'm sure you'll understand soon. While saying so, Dan Chongzi clapped his hands lightly. Gao Xianpeng walked in a short while later and bowed to the people in the room before he stood there obediently with his back straight. Dan Chongzi said, Little Gao, tell us about the details of your alchemy competition with Yang Kai back then. Don't skip over even the smallest of details. Gao Xianpeng did not understand the reason behind Dan Chongzi's order, but he still answered earnestly. The incident might have taken place several years before, but the memory remained fresh in his mind. Under his narration, the scene at the time seemed to be reenacted before everyone's eyes. During this period, Dan Chongzi would also ask some key questions from time to time. A short while later, Gao Xianpeng left in confusion. Meanwhile, the entire main hall was so silent that one could have heard the sound of a pin dropping. After a long time, Yu Bo-yang finally gulped nervously before positing. Little Gao claimed that Yang Kai was always one step slower than him during their competition, from the first step of organizing the herbs to the final step of condensing the pills. Could it be that that boy was learning on the spot? A series of gasps filled the air and everyone's eyes contained a light of disbelief. Alchemy was an extremely sophisticated process. From condensing medicinal liquids to the timing of adding herbs, to the control of the alchemy flame, each step required extensive experience and long-term accumulation. Even with a pill recipe, an alchemist might not be able to successfully refine a pill in such a short time. They would often experience countless failures just to accumulate enough experience before they succeeded. Learning a recipe on the spot was simply impossible, much less succeeding in the refinement. Dan Chongzi said, I didn't believe it either, but it is the truth. I deliberately used a pill recipe I created myself to test him last night, and the result was similar to the time when Little Gao competed with him. He would always be one step behind me throughout the entire process, but he succeeded in the refinement nonetheless. All of the higher-ups in Profound Pill Sect were shocked to their core. Martial Peak Chapter 4533 Bargaining. What? How can anybody in this world be so talented in the alchemic Tao? Wu Fenghua was so shocked that he was a little incoherent. Dan Chongzi had used a pill recipe he created himself to test Yang Kai. In other words, the pill recipe was not known to anybody except for Dan Chongzi himself, but even so, Yang Kai had managed to replicate the pill recipe in its entirety on the spot. Something like that was too scary to even imagine. Dan Chongzi sighed. Without such aptitude, he would never have heard the Grand Tao divine tone or comprehended the mysteries of the Medicine King furnace so easily. Don't even get me started on the pill recipes that he contributed to the sect over the years. Bailey Yun Sang was stunned. If that's the case, then it was little Gao who misunderstood the situation back then. Dan Chongzi nodded. The brat was in the 9th step Earth realm at the time, so he was in urgent need of a 10 revolutions clear heart pill to advance into the heaven realm. Unfortunately, his outstanding talents in alchemy were wasted without a pill recipe. He coincidentally heard that little Gao would be heading to Heavenly Martial City, so he tried various means to approach little Gao. On the grounds of competing in alchemy, he successfully learned the pill recipe for the 10 revolutions clear heart pill. You know what happened next? He was young and weak at the time, so when little Gao asked questions and pushed for answers, he simply went with the flow and things somehow ended with him being recognized as my disciple through a series of twists and coincidences. Bailey Yun Sang and the elders looked at each other with speechless expressions on their faces. Under those circumstances, who could have imagined that the pill recipe Yang Kai mastered had been learned on the spot? The only reasonable explanation was that a senior expert from Profound Pill Sect had secretly taught the pill recipe to him in the past. And this senior expert could only be Dan Chongzi, who was wandering outside the sect at the time. Bailey Yun Sang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. No wonder he claimed that entering the sect had been an accident. It turned out to be true. Yu Bo Yang pondered in silence for a moment. If that's the case, then it's a good thing for the sect. We were simply worried that he might be a spy sent here by another sect to gather intelligence on the secrets of the Medicine King furnace. Judging from the current situation, he is unrelated to any other sects. On the contrary, his identity as a Profound Pill Sect disciple can no longer be denied. Wu Fenghua nodded. What third elder said is correct. Besides, he has never displayed his martial strength in all the years that he joined the sect. If not for the circumstances forcing his hand, nobody would have known how strong he was. It can be seen that he is equally talented in both the martial and alchemic Tao. Dan Chongzi said, that's why the Medicine King furnace is so attractive to him, and why he made such a request yesterday. Turning to look at Bailey Yun Sang, he cupped his fist. Sect Master, I think it will be fine to agree with his request, but he has to promise us something. Bailey Yun Sang looked up at Dan Chongzi. What are you thinking, little junior brother? Dan Chongzi said, over the years, he has comprehended more than a dozen pill recipes from the Grand Tao divine tone of the Medicine King furnace. If he is willing to continue contributing to the sect, then it is a good thing for Profound Pill Sect. We can let him stay in the restricted area for 10 years, but if he learns something new again, he must share all his findings with Profound Pill Sect. Since ancient times, the Divine Armament Tournament has been held once every 100 years. But how many people have actually comprehended the mysteries of the divine armaments throughout history? How is this not a huge opportunity for Profound Pill Sect? After all, nobody else has been able to comprehend anything of significance from the Medicine King furnace aside from him. Bailey Yun Sang did not answer. He was silent for a long time before he said solemnly, this is an important matter that needs to be further discussed carefully. Dan Chongzi did not rush Bailey Yun Sang when he heard the other party's answer. That was because he knew that Profound Pill Sect had no other choice aside from this option, unless they could overcome Yang Kai through force and suppress him. While the meeting was ongoing, Yang Kai went to visit the people of Void Spirit Sword Sect in Profound Pill City. Su Chong Fa had not changed in the slightest. He was still in the 3rd step Earth realm, though after such a long time he seemed to have gotten older. On the other hand, Hong Xiao and Gu Kongning's cultivation had increased substantially. They were now in the 6th step and 7th step Earth realm respectively. They had not known what was going on when Profound Pill Sect brought them to Profound Pill City, but they could vaguely sense that something was wrong. Unfortunately, Profound Pill Sect was much stronger than them, so they were powerless to resist in any way. Now that they met Yang Kai again, it was only natural for them to get to the bottom of the matter. Yang Kai did not explain in great detail. He simply claimed that he asked the sect to bring them here. Seeing as Profound Pill City was a city born from Profound Pill sect, it was naturally a much better environment than the Backwater Mountains Void Spirit Sword sect used to occupy. Su Chong Fa and the others were naturally skeptical of his explanation. Over the next few days, Yang Kai accompanied Su Chong Fa and the others sightseeing in Profound Pill City. The hustle and bustle of the large city was very dazzling to the group of people who came from the rural countryside, so everything was new and interesting to them. 5 days after the battle inside Profound Pill sect, Dan Chengzi personally came to Yang Kai's cave mansion on Fixed Moon Peak. Disciple greets honored master. Yang Kai came out to greet Dan Chengzi, bowing politely. Both of them knew that this master-disciple relationship was a farce. Even so, Yang Kai did not neglect to maintain the necessary etiquette. His actions made Dan Chengzi very satisfied. Nodding lightly, Dan Chengzi said, "Let's go inside and talk." "This way please, honored master." Yang Kai gestured with his hand, welcoming Dan Chengzi into his secluded home. Then, he instructed Wan Ying to brew a pot of tea. He had sent a messenger to Heavenly Martial City 3 days earlier to fetch Hua Rong, Yang Huai, and Wan Ying who had remained behind previously. Everybody took their seats and savored the fragrance of the tea. Then Yang Kai asked, "Honored master, did you come because the sect has decided on that matter?" Dan Chengzi raised his eyes to look at Yang Kai and put his teacup down. "A few days ago, you caused a huge commotion and injured countless sect members. Although your contributions have been significant, exempting you from punishment will not quell the public outrage. On account of your remorse and your sincerity to ask for punishment after the fact, the sect has decided to accept your previous suggestion. Your punishment is to reflect on your mistakes in the restricted area for the next 10 years. Are you satisfied?" Yang Kai hurriedly poured the tea for Dan Chengzi with a chuckle. "I'm very satisfied." Putting down his teacup, he cupped his fist in the direction of the mountain peak where Bailey Yun Sang lived. "The sect master is wise indeed." The corners of Dan Chengzi's mouth couldn't help twitching at the sight of Yang Kai's excitement. In this world, he is probably the only person to be so happy to be punished to reflect on his mistakes for 10 years. Cough, Dan Chengzi lightly coughed. "But there is one more thing you need to guarantee." Yang Kai said, "Honored master, please speak." "If you learn anything from the Medicine King furnace, you need to report your findings to the sect immediately." Of course, this disciple has always done that. Yang Kai readily agreed. Having said that, it was true that one could indeed comprehend some alchemy-related knowledge from the Medicine King furnace. However, Yang Kai had no interest in such knowledge. Besides, the findings he turned over to Profound Pill sect were knowledge that he had already mastered long ago. During his time in the restricted area, Yang Kai would only need to provide a pill recipe or alchemic Tao teaching that did not exist in this world to the sect every now and then. That would be enough to keep them happy. Good. Yang Kai poured tea for Dan Chengzi again. "Honored master, this disciple has one other thing that I need your help with." Dan Chengzi immediately looked at Yang Kai vigilantly. "What is this matter?" It was not strange for Dan Chengzi to be so wary. Even having lived for so many years, he had never met a freak like Yang Kai. How could he possibly resolve a matter that even this small monster could not? That was why he asked that question so cautiously. "It is a trivial matter for the sect." Yang Kai smiled. "As you know, I was born in Void Spirit Sword sect, honored master. It is a small and declining sect that is not worth mentioning in front of a behemoth like Profound Pill sect. Due to some misunderstandings previously, the people of Void Spirit Sword sect were brought to Profound Pill City and have now settled down there." Dan Chengzi nodded. "I know about this. Do you wish for the sect to escort them back?" Yang Kai grinned. "It is such a long journey. Don't you think that running back and forth is very troublesome? Besides, there's nothing to miss about those backwater mountains." This disciple was thinking, since they are already here, they might as well remain. Profound Pill City is so large, so taking care of the entire Void Spirit Sword sect should not be a problem, right? Dan Chengzi glanced sideways at Yang Kai, a deep sense of vigilance in his eyes. Yang Kai continued, "Several years have passed since this disciple joined the sect. I've noticed that there is no unified planning in Profound Pill City. There is no city lord's mansion either, much less somebody to manage its day-to-day affairs. Why don't you assign Void Spirit Sword Sect to manage the city? Dan Changzi immediately fumed angrily. What a large appetite you have. Aren't you afraid that you might not be able to digest what you eat? Yang Kai smilingly replied, one won't know until they actually try, but regardless it's still better than to starve. Dan Changzi was about to speak again, but Yang Kai raised a hand to interrupt, a 50-50 split. Void Spirit Sword Sect will submit to Profound Pill Sect, and help Profound Pill Sect manage Profound Pill City. The profits will be split equally between both parties. The words that Dan Changzi wanted to speak were forced back into his mouth. He was silent for a long time before he spoke again. Profound Pill City is a large city that can generate profits every single day. It is not as if the sect is unaware of that fact. But, do you know why the sect never bothered to assign somebody to manage the city? Please enlighten me, honored master. Dan Changzi replied, Profound Pill City started out as a gathering place for the people who came to request pills. Rather than a city, it was more like a temporary camp back then. Over the years, more and more people came to request pills, and with the increasing popularity, the foot of the mountain slowly developed into a village, then a town, then a city. Although Profound Pill Sect could be considered quite well developed back then as well, it was far from what we have achieved today. Not to mention, most alchemists are addicted to alchemy and were consumed by it all day long. How could they have the heart to manage a city? By the time the sect developed and prospered, the situation in Profound Pill City had already stabilized. It is a huge piece of fat just waiting to be eaten, and for that reason, various great forces from all sides have gathered here. The situation is very messy and not so simple to intervene in. After a short pause, he added, of course, the main reason is that the sect is not lacking in wealth. Not only is there no desire to manage the city, but there is no good excuse either. Yang Kai nodded repeatedly. That's exactly why it is best for Void Spirit Sword Sect to step into this position. Void Spirit Sword Sect has submitted to Profound Pill Sect. Moreover, they left their hometown behind. They need the means to make a living. Otherwise, they would starve to death. Dan Changzi stared at Yang Kai seriously, and a long while passed before he said, 30-70. The sect will take 70% and Void Spirit Sword Sect will take 30%. Yang Kai nearly jumped out of his seat when he heard those words. What a large appetite, honored master. Didn't you say that the sect is not lacking in wealth? Why must you make things difficult for Void Spirit Sword Sect? Dan Changzi replied angrily, Void Spirit Sword Sect doesn't even have a single spirit realm master. How will they manage the situation in the Profound Pill City? The sect will have to step forward in this aspect. Isn't it reasonable for us to take 70%? If we actually do this, the sect will simply be borrowing Void Spirit Sword Sect's name to take control of Profound Pill City. It can be Void Spirit Sword Sect, but it can also be any random great force. 30% is a lot already. Brat, don't be too greedy. Don't forget your place. Yang Kai responded solemnly, this disciple might be part of Profound Pill Sect, but I am also the sect master of Void Spirit Sword Sect. I am responsible for its interests. Martial Peak Chapter 45-34, 10-Year Retreat. An hour later, Dan Changzi finally left. A 40-60 split was the final outcome of their negotiation after a long back-and-forth argument. Yang Kai was very satisfied with the results. Although Void Spirit Sword Sect would only receive 40% of the income, that was still an unimaginable amount of wealth. It was enough to benefit Void Spirit Sword Sect endlessly. In fact, he was originally prepared to accept the 30-70 suggestion as a last resort. Thankfully, Dan Changzi had no wish to disturb the peace that had finally managed to create. That was why he eventually backed down and agreed to the solution of a 40-60 split after arguing with Yang Kai for a while. With his assurance and facilitation, this plan would most likely be implemented without a hitch. Naturally, Profound Pill Sect would not wish to offend Yang Kai over something like this either. Not long after that, Yang Kai went down the mountain to where Su Chong Fa and the others were living to inform them about this matter. When they heard the news, they were absolutely astonished and delighted. They never even dreamt that such a blessing would happen to them in this world. Having gone sightseeing in Profound Pill City for the last few days, how could they not know the prosperity of the city? It just never occurred to them that they would be managing this place one day. In addition to their happiness, they also felt a certain level of worry about the current strength of Void Spirit Sword sect. After all, a place like this was simply beyond what a small great force like Void Spirit Sword sect could manage. Fortunately, Yongkai himself had mentioned that they would be relying on Profound Pill sect to back Void Spirit Sword sect in this matter. One of the reasons was that they would give Profound Pill sect a reason to take control of Profound Pill City. The other reason was that Profound Pill sect themselves did not have the time or the energy to manage this city. Even so, Su Changfa was a worldly man, so how could he not know that the biggest reason for this outcome was thanks to Yongkai's mediation? In comparison, submitting to Profound Pill sect was not that difficult to accept. For the next half-month, the entire Profound Pill city underwent a drastic change. A large number of Heaven Realm Masters and Spirit Realm Masters from Profound Pill sect frequently went in and out of the city. A small sect called Void Spirit Sword sect also emerged out of nowhere. With the cooperation of Profound Pill sect's higher-ups, Void Spirit Sword sect quickly took control over the entire city. Needless to say, there were some obstacles along the way, but these obstacles seemed almost comical in the face of overwhelming power. Yongkai did not participate in this endeavor, and simply watched from the shadows. Once all the dust had settled, he finally entered the restricted area to reflect on his mistakes. From that day onward, nobody else saw him again aside from his two personal blood warriors and the higher-ups of Profound Pill sect with the qualifications to enter the restricted area freely. During the first 2 years in the restricted area, Yongkai did absolutely nothing. He simply focused all his strength on removing the drawbacks and hidden dangers brought about by cultivating the heaven-devouring battle law. His advancement into the spirit realm had been too sudden, and he had not been fully prepared at the time. Consequently, the hidden dangers of the heaven-devouring battle law erupted without warning after he devoured a large amount of red jade, negatively affecting his mental state. That was why he showed signs of cultivation dissonance during the battle in Profound Pill sect. Following the 2 years of meditative cultivation, his dragon vein became increasingly powerful, and most of the drawbacks that emerged during his advancement into the spirit realm were resolved as a result. Although it had been an extremely dull 2 years, it was equally rewarding. Yongkai's gains were definitely worth the effort he put in. On the other hand, the higher-ups of Profound Pill sect were growing rather anxious. That was because Bailey Yun sang and the elders would see Yongkai in the same posture where he just sat there without moving whenever they went to the restricted area. For a whole 2 years, he just sat there without comprehending the mysteries of the Medicine King furnace. Therefore, Profound Pill sect gained nothing at all. Fortunately, the situation improved after 2 years. Hua Rong and Yang Huai constantly brought in large amounts of cultivation resources into the restricted area. And as Yongkai's cultivation increased at a steady and safe pace, several extraordinary and powerful pill recipes were also delivered to the higher-ups of Profound Pill sect. Bailey Yun sang and the elders were absolutely jubilant. They ecstatically began researching the various pill recipes and alchemy techniques, thanks to which the level of the alchemic Tao in Profound Pill sect soared. In addition to cultivating, Yongkai was also refining the Medicine King furnace. This object was the manifestation of the divine armament world's source strength, so refining it was extremely difficult. Despite having entered the spirit realm now, there was no way for Yongkai to refine the Medicine King furnace completely in a short period of time. Time flew by. A period of 10 years was neither too long nor too short. 10 years was just the blink of an eye to the divine armament world, while in the eyes of Profound Pill sect, this past decade was a period of vigorous development for the sect. Originally, there were several sects known for their achievements in the alchemic Tao in the divine armament world that could compete with Profound Pill sect. During the previous divine armament tournament, Profound Pill sect had fought against these sects for the Medicine King furnace, and even though Profound Pill sect came out the winner in the end, the advantage they held was not very obvious. Now, however, the level of the alchemic Tao in Profound Pill sect was far more advanced than those sects. All the greatest alchemy sects had jointly organized an alchemic Tao conference 1 year ago. However, Profound Pill sect came out on top in both the competitions between the Earth-grade alchemists and the Heaven-grade alchemists. In particular, 7 out of the top 10 contestants among the Heaven-grade alchemists were Profound Pill sect disciples. Moreover, all top 5 spots had been monopolized by Profound Pill sect. Something like this had never happened before. The whole world was shaken when this news spread out. The other alchemy sects were reluctant to admit their loss, but they could only be resigned to their fate. Meanwhile, Profound Pill sect cheered when this news reached it. Everyone, from the sect master to the common workers, every one of them was filled with great pride. In terms of the alchemic Tao, this was the era of Profound Pill sect. When drinking, one should never forget the one who dug the well and provided the water. Needless to say, Profound Pill sect did not forget about the biggest contributor behind the scenes. The sect master and the elders gathered outside the restricted area to wait quietly. Likewise, Yang Huai and Huarong stood nearby with expectant looks on their faces. During the past decade, Huarong had advanced from the first step spirit realm to the fourth step. Her cultivation was not slow. In fact, it could even be said that she progressed extremely rapidly. Yang Huai's progress was even more astonishing. He had gone from the ninth step heaven realm to the fifth step spirit realm in this period. His cultivation speed was even faster than Huarong. After all, he was only in the heaven realm back when she first advanced into the spirit realm. The extreme compatibility of the secret art, his long-standing accumulation, and the endless supply of resources were the main reasons for Yang Huai's success. Of course, the primary reason for their success today was all thanks to Yang Kai. Leaving aside everything else, it would have been impossible for them to obtain so many cultivation resources without him. Void Spirit Sword sect was presently in charge of Profound Pill City, so they took in a large income every month. Even though they only received 40% of the total, that wealth was enough for a small sect to grow and develop rapidly. Aware of Huarong and Yang Huai's identities, Void Spirit Sword sect was generous towards these two, and would share whatever good things they came across with them. Furthermore, Yang Kai had accumulated countless contribution points which Huarong and Yang Huai could use to exchange for large amounts of resources from Profound Pill sect. Not to mention they also had the pills that Yang Kai personally refined for them. With such an immense supply of resources, even those with the worst aptitudes in the world could shine. What more, Huarong and Yang Huai, whose aptitudes were fairly outstanding in the first place. Everybody waited for over an hour outside the restricted area, but there was no noticeable movement from the inside. Little junior brother, is Marshal Nephew aware that his punishment ends today and he is allowed to leave? Bailey Yunsang turned to glance at Dan Changzi. Dan Changzi frowned. I mentioned this to him when I visited him several days ago. Logically speaking, he should be aware of this matter. Judging by the time, he should be emerging soon. Yu Boyang asked, could he be comprehending something again? I seem to hear the Grand Tao divine tone, but it is too mysterious for me to understand. Wu Fenghua stroked his beard. He might also be performing alchemy. Didn't he ask for many precious herbs to be delivered a few days ago? Bailey Yunsang nodded. If that's the case, then we cannot disturb him. It doesn't matter. Let us wait here a little longer. Sooner or later he will. Before he could finish his sentence, he abruptly raised his head and stared blankly at the sky above the restricted area. For some reason, an unpredictable and ever-changing seven-colored light had appeared in the sky. The light had appeared too suddenly. Moreover, it was extremely obvious. Seeing as none of them were blind, it was only natural for them to notice it immediately. Like Bailey Yunsang, the others all stared up into the sky blankly. Nobody knew what that light was. Lanin shouted, this light is coming from the restricted area. Everybody was slightly shaken by her words. Bailey Yunsang hesitated for a short while before he spoke through gritted teeth. Let's go in and have a look. Originally, he had decided not to disturb Yang Kai out of consideration that the latter might be comprehending the mysteries of the Medicine King furnace or performing alchemy. However, he could not help but investigate the situation now that the strange light had emerged from the restricted area all of a sudden. The Medicine King furnace was far too important after all. As soon as the sect master spoke up, the rest no longer hesitated and single-mindedly rushed into the restricted area. Upon stepping into the restricted area, they looked up only for every one of them to stare forward in complete shock. The entire restricted area was completely enshrouded in that seven-colored light. The source of the light was none other than the Medicine King furnace located in the center of the restricted area. Meanwhile, Yang Kai stood in front of the Medicine King furnace, facing the crowd. The white alchemy flame danced inside the Medicine King furnace as he was throwing extremely precious herbs into the Medicine King furnace in an orderly manner, causing a faint medicinal fragrance to permeate the air. Yu Bo-young was dumbstruck. Is he using the Medicine King furnace to perform alchemy? Dan Chengzi nearly bit off his own tongue in shock. The Medicine King furnace was the divine armament of the alchemic Tao. It contained the truth of the alchemic Tao and the ultimate mysteries of alchemy. Since ancient times, regardless of their identity, all the people who obtained the divine armament would treat it like a precious treasure and take meticulous care of it, for fear of breaking it by accident. The same went for Profound Pill sect. The Medicine King furnace had been placed inside the restricted area to keep it safe after they obtained it. Aside from the sect master and several elders, nobody else was even allowed to approach the Medicine King furnace. Trespassers would be killed without hesitation. Such a precious object. How could there come a day when somebody would use this divine armament to perform alchemy? Everybody was dumbfounded. The sight in front of them was something they never even dared to imagine in their dreams. There was no denying that the Medicine King furnace was indeed a furnace, but be that as it may, who would think to ever actually use it for alchemy? That was something nobody ever dared to consider. And yet that very scene was happening right in front of their eyes now. That's just crazy. Dan Chengzi was about to stop Yang Kai when a wave of great curiosity stopped him in his tracks. What will happen if he performed alchemy using the Medicine King furnace? What will the pill he refined be like? As soon as the thought appeared in his mind, he couldn't help looking forward to the results instead. Everybody else seemed to have had the same idea. After overcoming their initial shock, they simply stood there silently and paid close attention to Yang Kai's movements and the reaction of the Medicine King furnace. A short while later, they revealed odd expressions on their faces. They had always known that Yang Kai's aptitude in the alchemic Tao was outstanding, and several elders had even seen him refining pills in the past. Nevertheless, comparing his skills back then and his skills now was like comparing clouds and mud. The difference was simply enormous. Martial Peak Chapter 45-35 One Step Away. Yang Kai displayed all sorts of peculiar alchemy skills and exquisite control over the temperature of the flame. Even the spirit-grade alchemists who had immersed themselves in the alchemic Tao throughout their entire lives had to admit that they could not match up to him. Every single movement seemed to contain the secrets of the alchemic Tao. It was almost as though the person standing in front of the Medicine King furnace was personally interpreting the truth of the alchemic Tao. Not long afterwards, traces of aura appeared in their minds. Even the Grand Tao divine tone that usually sounded extremely vague suddenly became clear at this moment. The mysterious Grand Tao divine tone echoed in their heads and cleansed their souls, causing the ambiguity and the chaos to become clear and recognizable in an instant. Therefore, they became incredibly excited. All of them were spirit-grade alchemists. In other words, they had basically reached their respective peaks in the alchemic Tao of the divine armament world. There was no means for them to progress any further. Be that as it may, their encounter today had given them a glimpse of further possibilities, and they couldn't wait to return to their secluded homes to enter retreat. A loud rumbling sound pulled them out of that mysterious state. They returned to their senses. Whilst bemoaning the loss, they suddenly saw something even more shocking. Yang Kai was rhythmically slapping the sides of the Medicine King furnace with both hands. Every blow caused a ripple that was visible to the naked eye to spread out from the Medicine King furnace. Following the rhythmic patting, the medicinal fragrance in the restricted area became stronger and stronger. The pills were about to form. The spirit-grade alchemist stared at Yang Kai's movements without blinking, overflowing with curiosity. Nobody had ever used the Medicine King furnace to refine pills before, so just what would a pill produced by the divine armament be like? Every single person in the restricted area held their breath in anticipation, lest the air they exhaled disturb Yang Kai's alchemy processes. After the last blow was struck, Yang Kai used his pill condensing technique. A string of 7 colored lights suddenly flew out from within the Medicine King furnace. Everybody took a closer look in that direction, and only then did they notice that what flew out of the Medicine King furnace were not lights but spirit-grade pills glowing with a 7-colored light. These spirit-grade pills had rapidly shot out of the furnace in quick succession to form a straight line, thereby creating the illusion that they were a string of lights. 9 pills! Bailey Yun Sang exclaimed, staring blankly at something in midair. In his field of vision, there were a total of 9 spirit-grade pills, each one perfectly round, flawless, and overflowing with spirituality. The elders were shaken to the core. 9 was the limit. In theory, each furnace of pills could produce 9 pills. Therefore, producing 9 pills in one furnace was a sign of perfection. In reality, even the most skilled alchemists rarely managed to produce 9 pills. That was because the process would require an alchemist to fully utilize every bit of the medical efficacy of the herbs during the alchemy process. Moreover, not even the slightest mistake could be made throughout the refinement. There was no doubt that these requirements were extremely difficult to achieve, and only when one's luck was extremely good could they occasionally produce such a result. Ever since Bailey Yun Sang started cultivating alchemy until now, he had only produced 2 furnaces of 9 pills. Not to mention those were heaven-grade pills. As for spirit-grade pills, even an experienced spirit-grade alchemist like himself was unable to produce 9 pills in one go. If even he was unable to do that, what more needed to be said about other spirit-grade alchemists? Looking at the pills that Yang Kai had refined just now, it was obvious that they were spirit-grade. Even so, he managed to produce 9 at once. The Medicine King furnace might have contributed to the situation. Nevertheless, the ability to perform to this extent undoubtedly showed that Yang Kai's alchemy skills had surpassed everybody here. Bailey Yun Sang couldn't help feeling old. All of a sudden he realized something odd. He observed strange patterns on the surface of these pills. Those patterns resembled the meridians in the human body. It was a mysterious sight to see. More so since he had never seen such patterns before. Under the guidance of his spirit chi, the 9 spirit-grade pills were collected by Yang Kai. Even though he had clearly refined a furnace of extraordinary spirit-grade pills, he scowled fiercely and stood there lost in thought. Nobody dared to recklessly disturb him, so they simply waited there quietly. 10 years was not a short time for Yang Kai. He had spent the first 2 years resolving the hidden dangers of the heaven-devouring battle law. Afterwards, he spent the remaining 8 years cultivating while refining the Medicine King furnace. At present, he was in the 8th-step spirit realm. That was not the most important thing though. The critical point was that he had nearly finished refining the Medicine King furnace. All that was left were the finishing touches. It was not due to a lack of time that he hadn't finished, however, nor was it due to some difficulties in refining the divine armament. Rather, Yang Kai was certain that he could finish refining the Medicine King furnace in the next moment if he so wished. It was just that he had a vague feeling that he would immediately be rejected by this world as soon as he took that step. At that time, he would be forced to leave this place. Thinking about it, that was only to be expected. The reason he came to the divine armament world was to refine part of the source strength of this world. Once he achieved his goal, he would no longer be allowed to remain here. That was also part of the rules in this world. However, Yang Kai was not willing to leave just like this. It could even be said that he never imagined that such a situation would occur in the first place. When he first entered the divine armament world, he had assumed that he would need to wait 100 years until the next divine armament tournament to snatch the divine armaments. It could now be seen that his assumption had been wrong. Joining Profound Pill Sect and coming into contact with the Medicine King furnace had given him the chance to refine it in advance. It was not easy for Yang Kai to enter this small source world though. So how could he return without getting as many benefits as possible? A vague plan suddenly formed in his mind. It was just that he would need careful planning to determine how he could implement it. Gathering his thoughts, Yang Kai suddenly noticed that everybody was staring at him eagerly. So he gently nodded and cupped his fist. Greetings, Sect Master, Honored Master, and Elders. Bailey Yun Sang couldn't care for pleasantries, so with a mixture of agitation and anxiety, he asked Martial Nephew, what kind of spirit-grade pills did you refine earlier? Can you let me see them? They are spirit yuan pills, which have the effect of aiding spirit realm masters in their cultivation. Didn't I already hand the pill recipe to the sect? While speaking, Yang Kai took out one of the spirit yuan pills and handed it to Bailey Yun Sang. Everybody immediately crowded around Bailey Yun Sang, as they couldn't wait to lay their eyes on the pill to take a good look. Dan Chongzi observed and emulated for a while before he frowned and said, "We are familiar with the pill recipe of the spirit yuan pill, but why does your refining process seem a little different?" Yang Kai explained, "It's an alchemy technique that I created myself. I will prepare a copy for the contribution hall later." Dan Chengzi was satisfied. Good disciple. Bailey Yun Sang held the spirit yuan pill between his fingers and looked at Yang Kai in puzzlement. "Martial nephew, what are these patterns on the pill? Why do I get the feeling that these patterns contain something extremely mysterious?" "These are pill veins." Yang Kai took the spirit-grade pill from Bailey Yun Sang's hands and tossed the pill into his mouth. Crunching noisily on the pill, he finally swallowed and added, "With these pill veins, the medicinal efficacies of this spirit yuan pill is double that of a normal spirit yuan pill." "What?" Yu Bo Yang exclaimed in astonishment. "Double?" Even Wu Fenghua was shocked. Bailey Yun Sang was heartbroken. How can you eat such a precious thing?" Looking at his expression, Bailey Yun Sang seemed like he was tempted to rush over to Yang Kai and dig it out from his mouth with his bare hands. Yang Kai laughed. "Pills are meant to be eaten. But only I can eat these. Nobody else can eat them. This is the reason." While speaking, a humming sound suddenly came from within his body. Immediately after that, Yang Kai's entire body abruptly swelled. Following the expansion of his body, it seemed to transform into a bottomless pit. An enormous wave of world energy rushed towards his body, kicking up a gust of wind along the way. Even the red jades piled beside the Medicine King furnace turned into dust in an instant. Hong hong hong. Following several consecutive rumblings, Yang Kai's body expanded and contracted several times before he suddenly went back to normal. Everybody was dumbfounded by the sight. Bailey Yun Sang stared at something by the side with a lifeless gaze. In just 10 breaths of time, at least 300,000 red jades had been drained of energy and turned into dust. Those red jades had been consumed and devoured by Yang Kai in that time. That speed was simply appalling. But in this way, the elders finally understood why Yang Kai claimed that only he could eat these pills. Ever since Yang Kai contributed the pill recipe for the spirit yuan pills, Profound Pill Sect had refined many of these pills for the spirit realm masters in the sect to consume as an auxiliary to their cultivation. The effects were remarkable, and all those who ate these pills claimed that the effects were amazing. A normal spirit yuan pill already had such powerful effects. On the other hand, a spirit yuan pill with pill veins had double the effects. It was certainly not something normal spirit realm masters could bear. These pill veins, how do you refine them? Dan Chengzi stared at Yang Kai excitedly, his eyes gleaming brightly. Although it was his first time hearing about pill veins, he had witnessed their terrifying strength with his own eyes. If this knowledge could be promoted in Profound Pill Sect, then no other alchemy sects would have a future in the world. It is not easy to form pill veins. It is one part talent and one part effort. Of course, the most important factor is luck. Yang Kai pondered for a moment and continued, "I'm sure everybody is tired today. Why don't you all come to Fixed Moon Peak tomorrow? I will teach you about pill veins in detail then." Dan Chengzi nodded lightly. "Good." Bailey Yun Sang looked at Yang Kai eagerly. "Martial nephew, can I have another spirit yuan pill? This old master wishes to go back and study it." "I want one too." Wu Fenghua immediately chimed in. "Cough. This old master would like one too." Yu Bo Yang stepped forward. Seeing that the other elders were about to speak, Yang Kai hurriedly raised his hand to stop them. "I don't have many in the first place. Why don't you all go to the sect master's place to discuss and research the pill together?" They exchanged glances with each other. Then Bailey Yun Sang nodded. "Good." Yang Kai immediately handed another spirit yuan pill to Bailey Yun Sang. Bailey Yun Sang took the pill as though he was accepting a great treasure. Taking out a jade bottle, he stored the pill carefully. After obtaining the spirit yuan pill, he eagerly said, "Martial nephew, your 10-year retreat ends today. You should go back and get some rest." After saying that, he hurried away while the rest of the elders followed closely behind him. Yang Kai called out to Dan Chengzi, "Please wait, honored master. This disciple has a question." Dan Chengzi glanced in the direction where the others were leaving and said impatiently, "What is it? Hurry up." Yang Kai secretly stuffed a jade bottle into Dan Chengzi's hand and smilingly replied, "It's nothing important. Maybe it's because it's been so long since I've seen you, honored master. I missed you very much." Dan Chongzi lowered his head to look at the object in his hands and smiled. It's good that you are filial. He looked up again. Glancing at the Medicine King furnace, he asked, You use the Medicine King furnace for alchemy. Will there be any issues? Yang Kai laughed. The Medicine King furnace is a divine armament. How can there be any issues? Besides, it was born for the sake of alchemy. It is only because the Medicine King furnace is too precious that nobody dared to do something like this before. Dan Chongzi nodded. That's good then. You should go back and rest now. You still have much to do tomorrow. I will see you off, honored master, Yang Kai said. Martial Peak Chapter 45-36, Worldwide Celebration. The sky was slowly brightening on the horizon. Dan Chongzi's sleeves fluttered as he landed halfway up the mountain of Fixed Moon Peak and looked in the direction of Yang Kai's cave mansion with a strange expression. He had been so shocked by Yang Kai's alchemy skills yesterday that he failed to notice an issue based on seniority. The brat was one whole generation lower than the elders, so how could he be so arrogant as to invite everybody over to his secluded home to listen to him preach the Tao about these new pill veins? Logically speaking, he should have reported this matter to the elders instead. Although it was said that the one who discovered the truth of the Grand Tao first was supreme, proper etiquette should not have been neglected. For that reason, Dan Chongzi had rushed over early in the morning. He wanted to advise Yang Kai to head towards the Spirit Peak where the sect master was staying instead. Going by Yang Kai's behavior yesterday, he seemed to recognize the master-disciple relationship between them. Since he considered Dan Chongzi as his honored master, then Dan Chongzi was the best person to step forward and speak to him about this breach of etiquette. Outside the cave mansion, Yang Huai and Hua Rong stood on both sides of the door and cupped their fists in greeting when they saw Dan Chongzi approaching them. Dan Chongzi looked lightly at them before walking into the cave mansion under Hua Rong's guidance. When he looked up though, he couldn't help being terrified for a moment. It turned out that Bailey Yun Sang and the others had arrived before him. Not only were all the elders of the sect gathered in this place, but they were also sitting upright with thin cushions beneath them. Dan Chongzi's face twitched slightly. The scene in front of him looked very familiar. Upon a closer look, he couldn't help recalling a scene from when he was still a young boy. It was a scene from the past where he had listened to the teachings of his honored master with many of his fellow brothers. So many years had passed that this old memory had almost been forgotten. However, thoughts of those times came surging back today. The young men from back then had now become world-famous spirit-grade alchemists. Even so, the scene in front of him was almost identical to that memory from the past. The only difference was that those handsome young men were now old men with gray beards. He couldn't help feeling a little emotional. You're here, little junior brother? Bailey Yun Sang turned back and nodded at Dan Chongzi in greeting. Dan Chongzi was taken aback. Sect master, why is your appearance so haggard? At this moment, Bailey Yun Sang's eyes were completely bloodshot. He looked like he had not rested for weeks on end. Even his hair, which was usually kept neat and tidy, was completely disheveled, as though he had run his hands through it countless times. Why are you all so haggard? Dan Chongzi swept his gaze over the others only to discover that the condition of every single person in the room was no different from Bailey Yun Sang. It was just that their bloodshot eyes were shining with excitement even though they looked a little tired. That was the natural reaction they got after seeing something that was extremely stimulating to them. Bailey Yun Sang gave a wry smile. The pill veins that Martial Nephew showed us yesterday are truly profound and mysterious. We couldn't learn anything at all after studying the pill for the entire night. Since you're here, little junior brother, you should hurry up and take a seat. Martial Nephew will probably wake up soon. Dan Chongzi no longer knew how to bring up what he wanted to say earlier. The initial reason he arrived so early was to advise Yang Kai to head to the Spirit Peak where the sect master lived so as to prevent any discourtesy. Who could have known that the sect master himself was already here? Judging from how everybody else was also waiting in this place, there seemed to be no complaint at all. In this world, who could make so many spirit-grade alchemists wait with such patience? In terms of status, there was nobody in the divine armament world who had this qualification. Only their yearning for the alchemic Tao could make these arrogant spirit-grade alchemists put aside their dignity. Therefore, Dan Chongzi said nothing else and sat down cross-legged with the rest of them. Approximately an incense stick later, Yang Kai walked out from the inner room and bowed in greetings, sect master, honored master, elders. To his surprise, everybody stood up and returned the bow. Taken aback for a moment, Yang Kai raised his hand and said, "You are all my seniors. Please take a seat." After ordering somebody to serve tea, Yang Kai wasted no time and immediately began explaining pill veins. The alchemic Tao that he mastered far exceeded the scope of what the alchemists in the divine armament world could understand, so he only taught them about certain aspects that they could accept and comprehend. The higher-ups of Profound Pill sect listened fascinatedly. From time to time, somebody would ask a question and Yang Kai would answer them one by one. The lecture went on for 3 whole days. The group of old men sitting below were not young anymore, and although they had strong cultivation, it was very exhausting for them to remain in such an excited state over such a long period. That was especially true when Yang Kai noticed that their spirits were incredibly high even though they were obviously very tired. He was worried that something bad might happen to them, so he ended the lesson abruptly. Naturally, none of these eager alchemists was willing to let this opportunity end, but they knew that what they learned over the past 3 days was enough for them to take another step further in the alchemic Tao. Before leaving, Bailey Yun Sang suddenly asked Marshall Nephew, "Do the pill clouds you mentioned at the end really exist?" Yang Kai nodded. Of course they exist. Pill clouds are another level above pill veins. It's just that pill veins can be forged through hard work and effort, but pill clouds can only occur serendipitously. Bailey Yun Sang frowned. "Even with your talents, Marshall Nephew, do you have no confidence in refining the pill clouds?" Yang Kai shook his head in response. Bailey Yun Sang sighed softly. "I really want to see how a pill with pill clouds looks. If I could see that, I would be able to die without regrets." Yang Kai smiled. "I'm sure you'll get the chance. Who knows? Maybe you or the elders will be favored by the heavens one day, and successfully refine the pill clouds as a result." Bailey Yun Sang waved his hand dismissively. "This old master knows the abilities of himself and these old fogies well. We may not even be able to fully comprehend the mysteries of pill veins, let alone pill clouds. On the other hand, your alchemy skills are superb, Marshall Nephew. If you manage to refine a pill that forms pill clouds one day, you must show it to this old master." "Of course, sect master." Yang Kai nodded respectfully. "In addition, you are now a spirit-grade alchemist. Not only do your alchemy skills far exceed old folks like us, but you also contributed greatly to Profound Pill sect. You are more than qualified to become one of the elders in Profound Pill sect. What do you think, Marshall Nephew?" Yang Kai was stunned. He never imagined that Bailey Yun Sang would propose something like that. It didn't matter to him whether he became an elder or not, so he simply nodded. "I will leave the arrangements to you, sect master." "Good. After so many years, Profound Pill sect will finally have another elder among our ranks. The whole world will celebrate with us." Smiling, Bailey Yun Sang stroked his beard and left. Dan Chongzi looked in the direction that Bailey Yun Sang left and patted Yang Kai on the shoulder. "It looks like the sect master has high hopes for you. He probably plans to let you take over as the next sect master." Yang Kai was shocked. Does sect master have such intentions? Dan Chongzi smiled. "Why else would he be so anxious for you to become an elder? We are old and might not have many years left to live. Be it in alchemy or the martial Tao, your aptitude is the highest in Profound Pill sect. Handing the sect over to you is the best choice." Yang Kai didn't know what to say. 10 years ago, he had caused a huge commotion in Profound Pill sect and nearly burned all his bridges with them. It was difficult to imagine that he was now being trained as its successor. When Bailey Yun Sang said, "The whole world will celebrate with us," Yang Kai thought that he had only said those words out of happiness. In reality, news of his elder promotion ceremony was actually spread across the world. Profound Pill sect widely distributed invitations, inviting all the sects in the divine armament world to witness the ceremony. As one of the 10 great sects, and a great force overseen by alchemists, it was only natural for everybody to show their respect to Profound Pill sect. 2 months later, the entire Profound Pill sect was overflowing with festivities. They had countless guests in attendance, and almost all the sects in the divine armament world with some influence had sent representatives. Profound Pill City was overcrowded at one point, so much so that even the outskirts of the city were not spared. Throughout history, this was the first time an elder promotion ceremony had ever become a grand event that practically involved the entire divine armament world. Representatives of the various great forces became aware of how remarkable the new elder of Profound Pill sect was at this time. If Profound Pill sect did not cherish this elder, they would not have held such a grand event. Therefore, Yang Kai's name became known across the world in a single night. Countless people were filled with curiosity about Yang Kai. Unfortunately, not much information could be inquired about him since he had been in retreat for the past 10 years. The rumor spreading among the people claimed that this new elder was the reason for Profound Pill sect's rapid development over the years. Moreover, this elder could arouse the resonance of the Medicine King Furnace and comprehend the mysteries of the Grand Tao Divine Tone. He alone had contributed dozens of pill recipes that never existed before to Profound Pill sect. His contributions had elevated the alchemic Tao of the entire Profound Pill sect by a large margin. Even the sect master of Profound Pill sect, Bailey Yun Sang, sighed at his incompetence when it came to his own attainments in the alchemic Tao. Yang Kai was worthy of being known as the greatest alchemist in the divine armament world. Needless to say, the other alchemy sects refused to recognize this title. During the elder promotion ceremony, they even went so far as to send out several spirit-grade alchemists to compete against Yang Kai in alchemy, on the grounds of learning. Nobody knew the outcome of the competition, but the spirit-grade alchemists of those great forces immediately entered retreat after returning to their respective sects, and there was no further news from them afterwards. The biggest advantage of becoming an elder of Profound Pill sect was that Yang Kai could become the master of a spirit peak, owning one all to himself. He used to live on Fixed Moon Peak, but several other heaven-grade alchemists also lived on Fixed Moon Peak. Gao Xian Peng was one of them. Now that he was an elder of Profound Pill sect, Yang Kai moved to live on Limitless Peak instead. After the ceremony, Limitless Peak remained very lively. Several storehouses on Limitless Peak were filled to the brim with gifts from countless sects. There were so many precious treasures that the very sight would dazzle a person. It took Yang Huai and Huarong many days to organize and categorize the gifts with a group of servants. Inside a quiet room, Yang Kai played with a stone the size of a melon. Both his spirit chi and the space principles surged as he refined the object in his hand. Everything in the divine armament world was wonderful. However, the greatest inconvenience Yang Kai faced was that there were no storage tools like universe bags or space rings. Whenever he cultivated nowadays, he would consume an extremely large number of resources, and it was very troublesome to move these resources around without something like a space ring. More importantly, he could not bring much with him if he were to travel outside. He could only carry some pills with him at most. He had been searching for an opportunity to refine a space ring the entire time he had been here. Unfortunately, even the cleverest woman could not cook a meal without rice. There were no space spirit crystals in this world, so he was unable to refine a space ring. Unexpectedly, he found a strange ore among the gifts sent by one of the great forces. This strange ore had some similar properties to space spirit crystal, which might allow him to use it to refine a space ring. The white alchemy flame danced. Since this alchemy flame could be used for alchemy, it was only natural that it could also be used for artifact refining. It was just that Yang Kai did not know much about artifact refining. That was why refining this object was very challenging. Fortunately, his attainments in the Tao of space were quite profound, so refining a simple space ring should not be a problem. He was only one step away from completion. Once he took that last step, he would definitely obtain a portion of the divine armament world's source strength. At the same time, this world would also produce a strong rejection force to expel him out of the divine armament world. At that time, he would be forced to leave even if he didn't want to. It was not easy for him to come here, so it was only natural for Yang Kai to want to acquire more benefits. The divine armament world source had been divided into 10 pieces, and the 10 great divine armaments were the physical embodiments of these pieces. If Yang Kai wanted to acquire more benefits, then he would need to refine more of the divine armaments. For that reason, Vanishing Sword Mountain was his first target. That was because the divine armament True Void Sword was here. Yang Kai was very curious as to what would happen if he refined all of the 10 great divine armaments. Would he be able to devour the entire world force of the divine armament world, and expand his small universe enormously as a result? If that were the case, he figured he would immediately advance into the seventh-step open heaven realm. As for whether he would be discovered, Yongkai was not worried. His strength had reached a point where he was now unrivaled in the divine armament world. There was no need for him to continue living if he was discovered despite moving about so sneakily. What's more, the divine armament was not owned by anybody. Even if he stole the true Void Sword, Vanishing Sword Mountain would have no way of determining the culprit. The fact that the divine armaments had no owners was something he deliberately inquired about from Dan Changzi. That was because he had found the situation very strange when he previously refined the Medicine King furnace. Logically speaking, the Medicine King furnace should have an owner when it was already in profound pill sect. In reality though, Yongkai had not felt anybody's aura in the Medicine King furnace. Lanin also mentioned in the past that there was nobody in profound pill sect who could refine the Medicine King furnace. If that was the case for the Medicine King furnace, then it would surely be the same for the rest of the divine armaments. The so-called armament masters were simply people who had obtained the divine armaments. However, the divine armaments were nothing more than weapons that were slightly sharper than spirit armaments in their hands. They were completely incapable of bringing out the true power of the divine armaments. Throughout the ages, many heroes had tried to become the true masters of the divine armaments. Unfortunately, nobody had ever succeeded. There was even a precedent of being killed by the backlash from trying to refine a divine armament. From the standpoint of an outsider, the divine armaments were the manifestations of this world's source strength. If people in this world wanted to refine the source strength, they would need to have the vision and the strength to escape the shackles of this world. Otherwise, their attempts would only lead to their destruction. It was just that each divine armament also represented various grand Taos of this world, so the benefits that these divine armaments could bring were immeasurable even if they were just placed in a hall and studied. Take the Vanishing Sword Mountain's true Void Sword for example. If a person could comprehend the mysteries of the true Void Sword, they could significantly improve their attainments in the Sword Taos. Everybody in Vanishing Sword Mountain was trained in the sword. Not to mention they had obtained the true Void Sword multiple times over the past 1,000 or so years. That was why there were countless sword masters in Vanishing Sword Mountain. The true Void Sword on Yongkai's waist continued to hum. The sound was soft, but the hearing of the masters in Vanishing Sword Mountain was sharp and keen. Nobody noticed his arrival, but they definitely noticed his presence now. A shout rang out from the shadows, "Who is sneaking around?" Numerous sword waves blasted out towards Yongkai from all directions as soon as those words rang out. In an instant, the place where he had been standing was covered in an inescapable barrage of attacks. When the sword lights subsided, more than a dozen silhouettes had already leapt onto the building's roof. They searched the surrounding area. But there was nothing there. "Where is he?" One of them was puzzled and bewildered. "Could it be that we were mistaken?" "Impossible. I saw it clearly. There was definitely somebody standing here just now." A person who can escape from beneath our noses must be a high-rank spirit realm master. Who knows why he is sneaking around? Hurry up and inform the mountain lord about this. With a few simple words, somebody quickly rushed off to make a report. The remaining people summoned more of their comrades to search their surroundings for anything suspicious. The entire Vanishing Sword Mountain was thrown into turmoil in a short time. Figures weaved about in the dark of the night and each one surged with spirit chi. This display highlighted the immense heritage of this sect. At the same time, Yongkai suddenly appeared in a quiet place. The true Void Sword at his waist had already been stuffed into his space ring. The momentary connection formed from the resonance between the replica and the genuine object was enough for him to confirm the location of the actual divine armament. So at this point, leaving his true Void Sword out in the open would only invite more trouble. Yongkai stood at the entrance to a certain mountain valley. He turned to look around and saw a stone monument by the side of the stone valley. The characters "Sword Pedestal" were carved on the stone monument. He raised his brow slightly at the sight. The Sword Pedestal of Vanishing Sword Mountain was famous all over the world. It was also the restricted area located in the deepest parts of Vanishing Sword Mountain. It was reasonable for the true Void Sword to be placed here. Yongkai stepped inside, his figure flitting about with no fixed pattern. Under the night sky he looked like a ghost. Muffled groans and the thudding sounds of something heavy dropping to the ground would come from the shadows from time to time. These were the sounds of the secret guards stationed outside the restricted area being knocked unconscious. It didn't take long before Yang Kai arrived in the deepest part of the restricted area. There was a sword inserted straight into the middle of a stone cistern on top of a round platform. In terms of shape and appearance, the sword was identical to Void Spirit Sword Sect's true Void Sword, and under the moonlight, the blade of the sword reflected the moonlight with a cold brilliance. Yang Kai stared at the sword calmly, seeming to hear a vague and mysterious voice in his ear. However, the voice was indistinct and incomprehensible. The Medicine King Furnace had a grand Tao divine tone. Naturally, so did the true Void Sword. While the Medicine King Furnace contained the truth of the alchemic Tao, the true Void Sword contained the truth of the Sword Tao. If one could comprehend the grand Tao divine tone in this place, one would surely reach the greatest heights of the Sword Tao possible in the divine armament world. There were 4 men with white hair and white beards sitting at 4 points around the round platform where the true Void Sword was located. The 4 of them looked extremely old. The beard of the one with the longest beard was so long that it actually dragged on the ground. One of them wore green robes, another red, another yellow, and the last one wore white. Their respective colors were very distinct. Yang Kai might have traveled soundlessly when he walked in from the outside, but his movements had not escaped the eyes and ears of these 4 people. That was why all 4 of them opened their eyes at the same time and stared at him fixedly as soon as he arrived here. It was just that Yang Kai had searched his space principles, so the space surrounding him fluctuated constantly. Even though the strength of these 4 old men was horrifying, they were unable to discern his true appearance. All they could see was a humanoid shadow which they couldn't even tell was male or female. The 4 elders had neither seen nor heard of such strange methods before, so their expressions instantly became solemn. The green-robed old man asked, "Who are you?" Yang Kai shifted his gaze from the true Void Sword and swept a glance over them. Then he gently nodded and said, "I've long heard that Vanishing Sword Mountain had 4 elders of the 4 seasons. Each one has strength that has reached the peak of the world. Now that I see you today, you truly are worthy of your reputation." Although none of them had made a move, Yang Kai could feel the mighty aura of the spirit chi coming from the bodies of these 4 old men. Their spirit chi was practically at the limits of this world. The red-robed summer elder quickly said, "We old men have not involved ourselves in the world for a long time, so we were unaware that people like you exist in this world. It seems that great talents are born in every generation." The yellow-robed autumn elder asked, "Why did you come here?" Yang Kai grinned, "I came to borrow the true Void Sword." The 4 elders exchanged glances with each other, but there was no anger in their eyes. The white-robed winter elder said, "We have been instructed to guard this place and watch over the true Void Sword. If you wish to take the true Void Sword, you will have to kill us first. Otherwise, you will never take the true Void Sword away." Yang Kai smiled slightly. "Respecting the elderly and cherishing the young are the virtues of my generation. You are not young anymore, so you really shouldn't be acting so violent. I will leave after taking the true Void Sword." While saying so, he boldly strode forward. The expressions of the 4 elders changed drastically. Although they did not seem to have moved, a sword suddenly appeared in each of their hands. Then flashing sword lights attacked Yang Kai from all directions. None of them had used any fancy moves when attacking him. On the contrary, each move they made was only the simplest of forms. It was just that the terrifying spirit chi in their bodies was controlled so that every attack contained immense power. All 4 of them were among the strongest masters of this world, so it could be said that their combined strength was invincible. However, a scene that shocked them to the core appeared before them today. The hazy figure was completely unaffected by their attacks. Step by step, he slowly approached the true Void Sword. The space around him became distorted and warped. At the same time, all the attacks aimed at him were inexplicably extinguished. Martial Peak Chapter 4538 Probing. An incense stick later, a burly figure rushed towards the depths of the sword pedestal. This person was the Mountain Lord of Vanishing Sword Mountain, Tung. Somebody had quietly infiltrated Vanishing Sword Mountain, but a search of the surroundings came up empty. That was when Yi Cheng abruptly thought about the restricted area and hurried over to investigate the situation. As he passed along the path, the secret guards who should have been standing watch over the area from the shadows remained silent. His heart involuntarily sank. When he arrived at the restricted area, he raised his head to look in that direction and his expression changed drastically. The true void sword was gone. The Four Seasons elders stood surrounding the round platform, each facing a different direction and motionlessly maintaining a stance with their swords drawn, as though somebody had placed a binding secret technique on them. The expressions on their faces were a mixture of shock and rage. Traces of a battle remained fluctuating wildly around them. Yi Cheng's arrival seemed to have triggered some sort of hidden switch. Following a series of rustling sounds from all directions, each of the four elders spewed out a stream of fresh blood and fell to their knees on the ground in unison. Shocked, Yi Cheng quickly stepped forward. Elders, what happened here? Where is the true void sword? An unusual red flush crept up the spring elder's face. He forcefully suppressed his churning vitality and answered the question with a look of shame. We have failed you, Mountain Lord. The true void sword was stolen by someone. Yi Cheng was horrified. Who would have the ability to steal the true void sword from under the noses of the four elders? One could not fault him for feeling so horrified. The strength of the four old men standing in front of him had reached the peak. Any one of them could be considered an invincible existence in the world, let alone the combined forces of these four. Summer Elder shook his head. We don't know. The infiltrator's appearance was unclear. Judging from the voice, he was probably a man. However, his methods are unpredictable and strange. We are not his opponent. Yi Cheng felt all the hairs on his body stand up in horror when he heard those words. According to the Summer Elder, the infiltrator had injured them and then stolen the true void sword. Not only that, but they couldn't even get a clear glimpse of their enemy's true appearance. If not for his trust in the four old men, Yi Cheng would have wondered whether they carried out the robbery themselves. That person who stole the true void sword should not have gone far. Mountain Lord, please dispatch the troops to pursue him immediately. Be sure to find out the whereabouts of the true void sword. The divine armament cannot be allowed to fall into the hands of outsiders. We will take some time to adjust our breathing and catch up with the rest of you soon. Winter Elder waved his hand impatiently. Hurry up and go. Yi Cheng nodded heavily, yes. Then he turned around and strode away in large strides. At the same time, 1,000 kilometers away, Yang Kai flew through the air with the true void sword in his hand, quietly circulating his spirit chi to refine it. Thinking back to the battle earlier, he couldn't help feeling a sense of admiration towards the Four Seasons elders. Those four elders had reached the limits of this world, and there was nobody who could stand up against their combined strength. Even with the help of his space principles, Yang Kai had nearly been injured by those four, forcing him to fight back. Fortunately, the true void sword was now in his possession. He had originally planned to store the sword in his space ring, but who could have known that the space ring was unable to accommodate this object? Thinking about it again though, it made sense. This sword was the manifestation of 10% of the divine armament world's source strength after all. How could a mere space ring possibly contain something like that? In the end, Yang Kai could only carry the sword around in his hand. A short while later, Yang Kai slowly shook his head. He was currently in the 8-step spirit realm, so his cultivation was no longer the same as back then. Even so, the process of refining the true void sword remained extremely slow. His brief attempt just now had given him the vague feeling that he would need to spend several years in order to completely refine the sword. Returning to Profound Pill Sect on that same night, he quietly returned to Limitless Peak and entered a secret room to focus on refining the true void sword. Even though Vanishing Sword Mountain immediately suppressed the information, news of the Divine Armament True Void Sword being stolen spread across the Divine Armament world in an extremely short time. Everybody who heard the news could barely believe their ears. Vanishing Sword Mountain had a long and powerful inheritance. Not to mention, there were as many masters in the sect as there were clouds in the sky. It was also said that the True Void Sword was guarded by the Four Seasons elders, who had not shown themselves to the world in a very long time. The strength of each elder was absolutely staggering. How could anybody in the world manage to steal the true void sword from such a force? Be that as it may, paper could not contain fire forever. Vanishing Sword Mountain refuted the rumors as usual, But disciples of the sect were constantly dispatched to search the surrounding areas over the next few months. Their actions revealed clues to the people who were interested in the matter. Nevertheless, it took half a year after the news first came out before the public finally confirmed the truth. The true Void Sword had really been stolen. The entire world flew into an uproar. Everybody was shocked that a single person could slip through the defenses of a top-tier great force like Vanishing Sword Mountain and steal the true Void Sword. At the same time, they were also extremely curious about the identity of the thief. Just who had the ability and the courage to pull this off? It was a pity that the thief never revealed himself, so nobody could figure out anything. Dan Changzi and Yang Kai sat opposite each other on Limitless Peak located in Profound Pill Sect. There was a tea set placed between them, emitting a delicate fragrance. The purpose of Dan Changzi's visit today was to learn some alchemy techniques from Yang Kai. Yang Kai was now one of the elders in Profound Pill Sect, so although he was one step lower than Dan Changzi in terms of seniority, they were on equal footing in regard to their respective statuses. Even so, the older generation of spirit-grade alchemists in the sect hungered for the alchemic Tao. They were not bothered by matters related to pride or reputation, so they would visit him to ask questions from time to time. Likewise, Yang Kai taught them attentively. Wan Ying knelt by the side, pouring tea for the two of them. More than 10 years had passed, and the little junior sister of Void Spirit Sword Sect was now a Heaven Realm Master herself. In addition, her progress in the alchemic Tao had improved by leaps and bounds under Yang Kai's personal tutelage. She had thus become an accomplished heaven-grade alchemist. On the other hand, the other two junior brothers who followed Yang Kai to Profound Pill Sect were not quite as successful. Even so, they were both earth-grade alchemists. So, you're saying that this master has understood the hidden dragon art wrong? After listening to Yang Kai's explanation, Dan Changzi revealed a look of understanding. Yang Kai smiled. It's not a complete misunderstanding. It's just a slight deviation. You only need to make some slight adjustments, honored master. You will surely have twice the result with half the effort when you condense pills after making these changes. Dan Changzi nodded, and I understand now. Pausing for a moment, he put down his teacup and nonchalantly asked, You've been secluding yourself in Limitless Peak recently. Have you heard about the huge incident that occurred outside? Yang Kai looked up at Dan Changzi. What are you referring to, honored master? Dan Changzi stared back with a burning gaze. Vanishing Sword Mountain's true Void Sword has been stolen. What? Yang Kai exclaimed in surprise. Is that true? I heard the sword thief has mysterious methods, and that even the combined strength of the Four Seasons Elders could not stop him. That's unbelievable. The true Void Sword was stolen. I'm sure Vanishing Sword Mountain won't rest until they find the culprit. Dan Changzi nodded. That's right. There is a huge uproar over this incident. At the beginning, Vanishing Sword Mountain refused to admit the truth and remained very secretive about it. It's just that nothing can be kept secret forever. They have now begun to search for the whereabouts of the true Void Sword with great fanfare. Yang Kai smiled. The sword thief is so strong that even the Four Seasons Elders are not his opponent. What can Vanishing Sword Mountain do even if they found the thief? Don't tell me they plan to snatch the sword back from him? Dan Changzi slowly shook his head. The strength of the sword thief is frightening indeed. But what about his friends and family? Since he is alive in this world, it is impossible for him to be all alone. Vanishing Sword Mountain might not be able to defeat him directly, but they can target him from other aspects. And that's true. Yang Kai nodded lightly. Dan Changzi said sternly, Vanishing Sword Mountain is extremely powerful. They obtained the divine armament multiple times over the past 1,000 years. If they discover the sword thief, a huge battle will be inevitable. Many people will die if that happens. Yang Kai nodded seriously, indicating his agreement. The corners of Dan Changzi's brow twitched. Brat, do you have anything you want to tell this master? Yang Kai blinked innocently. Is there something you don't understand, honored master? Dan Changzi slammed his palms against the table in a rage, causing Wan Ying to jump in fright. Yang Kai exclaimed in surprise, Why are you so angry, honored master? Taking a deep breath, Dan Changzi glanced at Yang Kai impatiently. Seeing as the Medicine King Furnace has the Grand Tao Divine Tone, It is only natural for the same to hold true for the true void sword. Anybody within a certain level of ability, and in close enough proximity to the divine armament can hear the Grand Tao divine tone if they have the opportunity, just like how you heard the Medicine King Furnace's Grand Tao divine tone even though you lived on Fixed Moon Peak at the time. Several Vanishing Sword Mountain disciples are currently in Profound Pill City. One of them is Vanishing Sword Mountain's most outstanding sword child of this generation. He heard the True Void Sword's Grand Tao divine tone countless times when the True Void Sword was still at Vanishing Sword Mountain. If he is in close proximity with the True Void Sword, he will surely be able to sense the presence of the sword. Yang Kai looked amazed. That sword child's aptitude is amazing indeed. With him in action, the True Void Sword will surely be found soon. Dan Changzi observed Yang Kai deeply with a suspicious expression on his face. After some time he finally nodded and said, "It doesn't matter whether you really don't know or are just feigning ignorance. This master will not say any more. Figure it out yourself." After saying that, he stood up. Yang Kai stood up to see Dan Changzi off. "Have a safe journey, honored master." Dan Changzi waved his hand dismissively. Walking out of Limitless Peak, he soared into the sky. Bailey Yun Sang and the other elders were waiting on Purple Sun Peak, and quickly focused on Dan Changzi as soon as he returned. Bailey Yun Sang asked anxiously, "How is it? Is it him?" Dan Changzi slowly shook his head. "I can't be certain." Then, he gave a brief recount of his probing conversation with Yang Kai earlier. Wu Fenghua was solemn. According to the information from Vanishing Sword Mountain, the strength of the sword thief is absolutely terrifying. Moreover, the sword thief has peculiar and ghostly movement skills. It sounds exactly like what that brat did back then. Aside from him, I can't think of anybody else in this world who could win against the Four Seasons elders. Likewise, Yu Boyang nodded. That's right. Although he had only just advanced into the spirit realm at the time, he still managed to turn the entire Profound Pill sect upside down, leaving us virtually powerless against him. Now that more than 10 years have passed, his strength has only become even more terrifying. It makes sense for the Four Seasons elders to be defeated. Lanin frowned. But what can we do if he won't admit to the crime? We can only pray that the sword thief is not him. Otherwise, a huge war will surely break out between Profound Pill Sect and Vanishing Sword Mountain. As one of Profound Pill Sect's elders, everything he does represents the entire sect. The entire group of people was gloomy, and they sighed heavily. Dan Changzi pondered quietly. "I don't think we need to worry too much. That brat is a man who knows what is important. Naturally, it will be great if this is not his doing, but if it is him, he probably has a plan. After all, he dared to attack Profound Pill Sect alone for the sake of the people of Void Spirit Sword Sect. It can be seen that he values relationships deeply. I'm sure he won't fool around with the lives of his friends and family. It would be the best if that's the case. I'm just worried that the sword child might hear the sword's voice. There will be no good explanation for that." Martial Peak Chapter 4539, Divine Armament Bandit. What the higher-ups of Profound Pill Sect were concerned about did not happen. The sword child of Vanishing Sword Mountain only stayed in Profound Pill City for 2 or 3 days before leaving. When the news was relayed back, the elders who had been extremely nervous all this while finally breathed a sigh of relief. They vaguely wondered if they had misunderstood Yang Kai. It seemed that the thief who stole the True Void Sword was not him. Nevertheless, who else in this world could achieve such a feat right under the noses of the Four Seasons elders if it was not him? Vanishing Sword Mountain went all out and pursued this matter for 6 whole years. They practically searched the entire divine armament world, but there was no sight of the True Void Sword. In the end, they could only give up on this endeavor. They withdrew most of their troops and left only a small group of people to continue the search. Be that as it may, they knew that too much time had passed since the initial disappearance. It was probably impossible to locate the True Void Sword after so long. Therefore, theft of the True Void Sword became an unsolved mystery. This incident supported the livelihoods of many storytellers in the tea houses and inns. A mysterious man had infiltrated Vanishing Sword Mountain during the night, challenged the Four Seasons elders alone, and stole the True Void Sword. This story was retold countless times, the description so detailed that it was almost as if they witnessed the incident with their own eyes. Less than 2 years after the incident with Vanishing Sword Mountain finally subsided, another shocking news spread out across the world once more. The Azure Dragon Saber of the Tyrant Saber sect had been stolen. It was an eerily familiar tale. One of the 10 great sects was attacked and one of the 10 great divine armaments stolen. 8 years later, theft of the Tyrant Saber sect's Azure Dragon Saber was practically identical to theft of Vanishing Sword Mountain's True Void Sword. Similarly, a mysterious person suddenly infiltrated the Tyrant Saber sect headquarters. His figure was ghostly and his methods were unpredictable. 10 of the Tyrant Saber sect's top masters had joined forces to stop him, but they failed and the mysterious thief disappeared without a trace. In front of everybody's eyes, both man and saber simply vanished out of sight. The entire world was in an uproar again. Due to the precedent of the True Void Sword being stolen, the Tyrant Saber sect did not conceal any information about the incident. They immediately released the news about theft of the Azure Dragon Saber several days after it occurred, and at the same time, they asked the other 10 great sects in the divine armament world to help in the search. The incident this time caused a bigger commotion than the last. The theft of the True Void Sword could be explained away by claiming that the mysterious man had deliberately retaliated against Vanishing Sword Mountain due to personal grievances. However, the Tyrant Saber sect's Azure Dragon Saber had also been stolen now. That was enough to arouse the vigilance of the other 10 great sects. This sneaky thief seemed to be targeting the divine armaments. Thanks to precious experience, the other 10 great sects did not dare to take this matter lightly. After all, there was no saying whether the next one to suffer might be themselves. For a time, the entire divine armament world became turbulent. Almost everybody was searching the whereabouts of the thief. Even Profound Pill sect was no different. Bailey Yun Sang summoned the elders for a secret meeting and strengthened the protection around the Medicine King furnace. Intentionally or not, many of the elders would repeatedly glance towards Yang Kai throughout their discussion, their actions annoying him greatly. Despite several years of turmoil, the Azure Dragon Saber remained missing. Hence, the Tyrant Saber sect had no choice but to give up on their search. Such a large-scale search required extreme amounts of manpower and resources that even the Tyrant Saber sect could not afford forever. In the end, they had no choice but to accept the loss of the Azure Dragon Saber. It was the same decision that Vanishing Sword Mountain made last time. A few years later, the Rui Parasol of Flower Rain Palace was stolen. After another 9 years, the 10 Facets Demonic Shadow Spear of Cloud Moon Island was stolen. Following another 8 years, the Thunderbolt Staff of Azure Sea Pavilion was stolen. For the entire divine armament world, these were turbulent and tumultuous times. The name Divine Armament Bandit spread across the world. There was nobody who did not know the name. Moreover, the horrors associated with the name were so frightening that they were enough to make children cry at night. According to the rumors, this person was 10 meters tall. Not only was he a brutal and vicious man who employed extremely cruel methods, but his strength was also absolutely horrifying. Moreover, he only stole divine armaments. He came and went without a trace. No matter how many masters were there or where the divine armaments were hidden, he would be able to locate the items and effortlessly steal them. Vanishing Sword Mountain's True Void Sword was the first to be pilfered. The Tyrant Saber sect's Azure Dragon Saber was the second. After those incidents, the other 8 sects with divine armaments became on guard. When the Thunderbolt Staff of Azure Sea Pavilion was stolen, almost all the Spirit Realm Masters in Azure Sea Pavilion had gathered in their restricted area. It could be said they could not stop the Divine Armament Bandit despite giving their best efforts. In front of everybody's eyes, the Thunderbolt Staff was stolen just like that. Not to mention many people had been injured in the battle. The incident was regarded as a great humiliation for Azure Sea Pavilion. Before the 10 Facets Demonic Shadow Spear was stolen, Cloud Moon Island had forged replicas of the divine armament. They spent enormous resources to forge 3 spirit armaments that were placed in 3 different restricted areas on Cloud Moon Island. Meanwhile, the divine armament 10 Facets Demonic Shadow Spear was secretly stored in a safe area and guarded by the 3 strongest masters of the sect. However, the end result was that the 3 fake spirit armaments had been ignored. On the other hand, the genuine divine armament was stolen without anyone being wiser. In a short span of several decades, 5 out of 10 divine armaments had gone missing. The 5 great sects with the remaining 5 divine armaments were now in great danger. Seeing as nobody knew who the divine armament bandit was going to target next, each of the 5 great sects couldn't help feeling anxious. Be that as it may, there was something that anybody with a discerning eye would have noticed over the years. The divine armament bandit might have extraordinary means, but he had never killed before. All the masters guarding the divine armaments had only been injured at most. Based on this alone, it could be seen that the divine armament bandit was not as cruel as the rumors claimed. In addition, there was a fixed pattern to the timing of this person's appearance. He would appear once every 7 to 9 years, and the intervals never stretched for more than 10 years. Nobody knew the reason behind this peculiarity. Nevertheless, this pattern could be confirmed by looking at the timing when the 5 divine armaments were previously stolen. At present, 7 years have passed since the Thunderbolt staff was stolen. A quick calculation indicated that it was almost time for the divine armament bandit to appear again. Thus, the 5 great sects still in possession of their divine armaments immediately entered a state of anxiety. Even the 5 great sects that had their divine armaments stolen also dispatched their elites. Their troops were divided and sent to the other 5 sects. The first reason was that they were asked by the 5 sects to help protect the divine armaments. The other reason was that they wanted to use this chance to capture the elusive bastard who had stolen from them. Be that as it may, those who had seen the strength of the thief knew that his means were far too mysterious. It was basically impossible for them to capture him. Their only wish was to figure out his identity. At the very least, they wanted to catch a glimpse of his true appearance. Inside the secret room on Profound Pilsek's limitless peak, Yang Kai sat down cross-legged with his palms facing upward. He was holding a long staff with intricate patterns that was as tall as a person in his hands. The staff would flash with lightning from time to time. This was one of the 10 great divine armaments, the Thunderbolt staff, which he obtained from Azure Sea Pavilion 7 years ago. It had taken many years, but he finally refined the Thunderbolt staff. There was only one step left to completion. Breathing out lightly, Yang Kai opened his eyes and looked around him. This was a secret room that he created himself. There were more than a dozen layers of barriers and seals inside. Moreover, he was the only person allowed to enter this place. Even Yang Huai and Hua Rong, who had served him for so many years, or his little junior sister Wan Ying, had no idea what was inside the secret room. If any outsider were to enter this place, they would surely scream in shock. That was because the 5 divine armaments that had been missing from the divine armament world for many years were stored in this room. They were the True Void Sword, the Azure Dragon Saber, the Rui Parasol, the 10 Facets Demonic Shadow Spear, and the Thunderbolt Staff. Each of the 5 divine armaments was wrapped in layers of barriers. There was no helping it. The divine armament naturally radiated the Grand Tao divine tone. Anybody with the opportunity could hear and comprehend the mysteries of the Grand Tao from these divine armaments if they were close enough and had the appropriate aptitude. Over the years, countless masters from other sects visited both Profound Pill City and Profound Pill Sect. Somebody would have noticed something a long time ago if Yang Kai had not taken any precautions. A good example would be the Sword Child who wandered around in Profound Pill City. With the protection of so many barriers, even if Yang Kai could not isolate the Grand Tao divine tone completely, he could dampen it significantly. There would be no problems as long as nobody came too close to the divine armaments. Yang Kai was not afraid of these so-called masters, as his current strength had already exceeded the limits of this world. With the power of his dragon vein and his comprehension of the Tao of space, he could come and go freely even if he was facing the strongest enemies in the world. It was just that Profound Pill Sect would surely be in trouble if news were to spread. Even Void Spirit Sword Sect that was under Profound Pill Sect would be unable to survive safely. For the sake of Profound Pill Sect and Void Spirit Sword Sect, certain precautions had to be taken. More than 50 years had passed since Yang Kai first arrived in the divine armament world. During this period he refined 6 different divine armaments, but he never completed the final step to finish the refinement. He originally planned to gather all 10 great divine armaments. Unfortunately, he had no choice but to give up on his plan after refining the Thunderbolt staff. That was because he could clearly sense the rejection force of the world during the process of refining the divine armaments over the years. As the number of divine armaments that he refined increased, The rejection force grew stronger in turn. At this moment he was about to hit the limit. If he went out to search for another divine armament to refine, the rejection force would immediately repel him out of the divine armament world. That was why he could no longer refine another divine armament. It could even be said that he could no longer guarantee whether he could finish refining the 6 divine armaments he already had at this rate. After spending so many years, it was time for him to harvest his gains and depart this world. At the time, how many benefits he could gain would depend solely on luck. At that thought, Yang Kai immediately stood up and left the secret room. Summoning Huarong over, he asked her about Profound Pill Sect's current situation. Huarong spoke truthfully. The deadline for the Divine Armament Bandits' appearance was quickly approaching, so the 5 sects that lost their divine armaments previously had dispatched their elite members to help guard the divine armaments of the remaining 5 sects. Not only were the Spirit Realm Masters of Profound Pill Sect inside the restricted area of Profound Pill Sect, but the people from Vanishing Sword Mountain, Tyrant Saber Sect, and several others were also present. It could be said that both inside and outside the restricted area were guarded so tightly that not a drop of water could pass through. Yang Kai pondered quietly for a moment. Under the current circumstances, it was practically impossible to enter the restricted area without being noticed. After thinking for some time though, he waved his hand to dismiss Huarong. At the same time, he asked her to summon Yang Huai over. A short while later, Yang Huai stood in front of Yang Kai, cupped his fist, and spoke in a rumbling voice, "Sir." Yang Kai looked Yang Huai up and down. "Big guy, how long have you served me?" Yang Huai quickly said, "It has been 52 years since you took me out of the Blood Warrior Hall, sir." Yang Kai nodded. 52 years. You're already reached the 9th step spirit realm in that time. It's all thanks to you, sir. I have a task for you. It might be dangerous, but it shouldn't be too difficult as long as you are careful. Just like 52 years ago when Yang Kai took Yang Huai out of the Blood Warrior Hall, Yang Huai cupped his fist and shouted, "I'm willing to die for you, sir." Martial Peak, Chapter 4540 Catastrophe. Having obtained the Divine Armament Sun-chasing Bao in the Divine Armament Tournament several decades ago, Grand Heaven's religion became one of the 10 great sects. The sect had many talents and as many masters as there were clouds in the sky. However, there were spirit realm masters from the sect and helpers from the other 5 great sects stationed both inside and outside the restricted area of Grand Heaven's religion at this moment. The defenses were so tight that nothing could get past them. 7 years had passed since the theft of the Thunderbolt staff. A quick count of the years indicated that it would not be long before the elusive Divine Armament Bandit struck again. That was why none of the Spirit Realm Masters guarding the restricted area dared to slack off in the slightest. Every one of them had their vigilance raised to the maximum. In addition, they kept their eyes open wide to monitor the surroundings for any suspicious movement. In the deepest part of the restricted area, the religion master of Grand Heaven's religion, Chao Kong, patrolled the area with the left and right protectors. His gaze would land on the Divine Armament Sun-chasing Bao placed here from time to time. There was a faint anxiety burning away deep in his heart, as if he could sense that something big was about to occur. Xiao. The sharp sound of something slicing through the air suddenly came from the periphery of the restricted area. Chao Kong abruptly turned and looked in that direction. When he recognized the sound as a warning arrow released by the masters in the sect, his expression couldn't help changing. What is happening outside? I'll go and take a look. The left protector shouted before speeding off in that direction with a flicker of his body. A short while later, he reported back with a mixture of horror and excitement, "Religion Master, that person has appeared." Chao Kong's eyes narrowed at those words. The Divine Armament Bandit. Yes. Left protector nodded heavily. He came after all. Chao Kong drew in a sharp breath. Although he had expected this outcome, he couldn't help feeling resentful. There are 5 sects that still have their divine armaments. Why did the Divine Armament Bandit have to target Grand Heaven's religion? Does he think Grand Heaven's religion is easy prey? Pushing aside the distracting thoughts in his head, he anxiously asked, "How is the situation?" The left protector revealed a hint of fear in his expression. "This person is very strong. His reputation is well deserved. Our sect members are currently joining forces with the masters from the other sects to besiege him, but he has already incapacitated many of them. Chao Kong gasped. The only ones who could be stationed outside the restricted area were Spirit Realm Masters. The forces sent by the other 5 sects were also outstanding masters. Despite facing such a powerful lineup, the Divine Armament Bandit had taken out many of them in such a short time. It would seem that the strength of the Divine Armament Bandit was truly unfathomable. The Left Protector added, Sect Master, I'm afraid the forces outside will not be able to stop this person. He will slip past them sooner or later. Should we provide assistance? Chao Kong pondered for a while before he muttered to himself a little suspiciously. It is rumored that this person has ghostly movement skills. He can come and go without a trace. When he stole the divine armaments in the past, he never fought an extensive battle with the others. He basically left as soon as he obtained the divine armament. Why is he engaging in a big fight this time? In the middle of his monologue to himself, the realization hit him all of a sudden and he shouted, a trap to lure the tiger from the mountain. He is trying to lure us away from this place to steal the divine armament. Relay the order. Nobody is allowed to move recklessly inside the restricted area. Guard the place strictly. Don't even let a fly in. The Left Protector cupped his fists. Yes. Right Protector. Chao Kong glanced at another person. This subordinate is here. Hurry up and inform the other sects. Inform them of the situation here and tell them that this is their only chance to capture the Divine Armament Bandit. If they fail to grasp this chance, it will be difficult for them to get another. The Right Protector immediately understood the Religion Master's intentions and quickly replied, This subordinate obeys. Turning around, he pushed his spirit chi and soared into the air. Profound Pill Sect was not far from Grand Heaven's religion, only about an hour away if a Spirit Realm Master flew at full speed. When the Grand Heaven's religion's Right Protector personally entered Profound Pill Sect's restricted area to report on the situation, the expressions of the masters from the 5 great sects guarding the Medicine King furnace stiffened in shock at the news. Sect Master Ba Dao's gaze burned brightly. That thief has appeared at Grand Heaven's religion? The Right Protector nodded, yes. The elites of each sect are besieging him right now. The Religion Master ordered me to come and inform you of the situation. Sect Master Ba Dao shouted through gritted teeth. Good. Very good. This old master has finally caught you by the tail. Turning around, he shouted at the top of his voice, Tyrant Saber Sect, hear my command. Come with me to aid Grand Heaven's religion. We're going to capture that little thief who stole our divine armament. The other 4 sects also rolled up their sleeves, wishing they could fly over to Grand Heaven's religion to teach that elusive bastard a lesson right this very moment. The higher-ups at Profound Pill Sect glanced at each other before Bailey Yun Sang declared, Profound Pill Sect is also willing to help. Sect Master Ba Dao raised a hand to interrupt. It's best if Profound Pill Sect's forces remain here. That thief has strange movement skills, so he might wheel around and come here when he sees that the situation at Grand Heaven's religion is disadvantageous for him. It's best for this place to remain on guard. Fortunately, Grand Heaven's religion is not far from here. If anything happens, we will bring reinforcements as soon as possible. Bailey Yun Sang nodded when he heard those words. That's true. In that case, I wish you all success and victory. Sect Master Ba Dao shouted, We can't afford to delay. We set off immediately. As soon as the words left his mouth, a large group of people soared into the sky and vanished out of sight in the blink of an eye. Hua Rong stood on top of Limitless Peak and gazed in the direction where a large group of people was currently leaving. After they departed, she turned around and entered the hall. Bowing, she reported, They left, sir. Yang Kai was sitting in the main seat, and when he heard those words, he gently nodded and stood up. Got it. As he strolled out of the hall, he turned to look in the direction of Profound Pill City. Void Spirit Sword Sect had been developing steadily under the protection of Profound Pill Sect over the past few decades. Not only were there many Spirit Realm Masters in the sect, but the sect could also be considered a fairly powerful one in the Divine Armament world nowadays. He had already made preparations for Void Spirit Sword Sect's future, before he sent Yang Huai into action. Void Spirit Sword Sect would continue to survive in this world even without his presence. With nothing to worry about, he moved swiftly. Eldest senior brother. Wan Ying was waiting outside. For some reason, she had the feeling that she would never meet Yang Kai again after today. Although he was clearly so close at hand, he felt so distant for some reason. Yang Kai raised a hand to rub her head and smiled. Cultivate well, and take good care of honored master and the other. She opened her mouth. Are you going somewhere, eldest senior brother? He nodded. I'm going on a long journey. When will you return, eldest senior brother? I haven't decided. He shook his head and continued with a smile. Perhaps you'll see me again as soon as you wake up. Wake. Before she could finish her sentence, her vision went dark and she limply fell unconscious. Yang Kai handed her over to Huarong. Take good care of her. Huarong took Wan Ying and turned around to enter the hall. The wind howled, causing Yang Kai's clothes to flap around him. He looked in the direction of profound Pilsek's restricted area and sighed softly to himself. It's time to end this. He pushed his spirit chi, and a humming sound suddenly came from somewhere on Limitless Peak. Immediately after that, 5 streams of light swept through the air and came to float behind him. These 5 objects that came in different shapes and sizes were a sword, a knife, an umbrella, a spear, and a staff. The divine armaments were crude and simple in terms of appearance. Their brilliance was not obvious. Without knowing the truth, nobody would have believed that these 5 plain objects were divine armaments. There were only a total of 10 great divine armaments in the divine armament world. Any sect that could obtain one of them would receive great blessings from the heavens. However, there were 5 divine armaments gathered around one person at this moment. Such a sight was bound to cause anybody's eyes to pop out of their sockets in shock if they witnessed it. That was also the case in reality. When Yang Kai activated his space principles and appeared in the restricted area of Profound Pill Sect, Bailey Yun sang and the elders guarding the depths of the restricted area were dumbstruck by the sight. Every one of them was staring fixedly at Yang Kai, and the 5 divine armaments behind him in shock. They couldn't help feeling as though they were inside a dream. Greetings, Sect Master. Honored Master Elders. Yang Kai cupped his fist in greeting. Bailey Yun sang murmured in shock, Martial Nephew. These objects behind you. On the other hand, Dan Changzi jumped to his feet and scolded through gritted teeth. I knew it was you, you damned brat. How dare you feign ignorance all these years? Yang Kai apologized. I'm sorry, honored master. It was an important matter, and I couldn't tell you. Wu Fenghua's gaze slowly became horrified, and he swallowed nervously. Elder Yang, are those objects behind you the divine armaments that went missing several years ago? Why ask when you have guessed the truth, great elder? The color immediately drained from his face at those words. Meanwhile, Yu Bo Yang slumped to the ground. Disaster. This is a complete disaster. After hiding for decades, the divine armament bandit who stirred up the entire divine armament world turned out to be one of their sect's elders. The consequences would be horrifying if this information was spread to the public. The entire divine armament world would rally together to retaliate against them. Even Profound Pill Sect's status as the top alchemy sect would not save them from destruction. This was truly a catastrophe. Bailey Yun sang suddenly frowned and asked, that can't be. If the divine armaments are here with you, then the person at Grand Heaven's religion. It's Yang Huai. Yang Kai replied. Yang Huai. The group of people were dumbfounded once more. Dan Changzi was horrified. Yang Huai is that powerful? When the right protector of Grand Heaven's religion came to explain the situation, they had all been listening attentively. The divine armament bandit at Grand Heaven's religion had appeared and fought off countless spirit realm masters alone. Not only did he not succumb to a disadvantageous situation, but he also injured many people in the confrontation. Otherwise, Grand Heaven's religion would not have come to ask for support. With such strength, everybody immediately assumed that he was the real divine armament bandit. Who could have known that it was just Yang Huai? What are you trying to do? Bailey Yun sang looked at Yang Kai suspiciously. You will know what I'm trying to do soon. Yang Kai smiled slightly. While speaking, he flashed over to stand in front of the Medicine King furnace. None of them managed to see how he moved, and by the time they recovered from their shock, he was already standing there. 6 divine armaments had been gathered in one place. An unprecedented sight never seen before in history. Even though they were filled with doubts and questions, the scene in front of them had rendered them speechless with shock. Yang Kai took a light breath. Pushing his spirit chi to the maximum, he reached out to grab the Medicine King furnace with his hands and quickly poured his spirit chi into it. The Medicine King furnace was the first divine armament Yang Kai refined in the divine armament world. Moreover, it was a divine armament that was related to the alchemic Tao. It was just that he did not dare to take the last step to fully refine the Medicine King furnace during his 10-year retreat back then. After so many decades, it was no time to finish what he started. Following the influx of his spirit chi, the Medicine King furnace began to hum and flash with inexplicable brilliance. It only took a moment before the Medicine King furnace was completely refined. An inexplicable and indescribable connection suddenly flooded Yang Kai's mind, giving him the illusion that he was resonating with the world itself. Under this perception, it felt as though the entire world was laid out in front of him, and his perception expanded infinitely in an instant. The Medicine King furnace was part of the divine armament world's source strength, so it was only natural for such bizarre reactions to occur now that it had been refined. Marshall Peak. Chapter 45-41. Aren't you worried your stomach might explode? The Medicine King furnace was completely refined. Before Yang Kai could even begin to rejoice, a powerful rejection force suddenly came at him from all directions. The force was so strong that the space around him rumbled loudly. At the same time, his figure abruptly became hazy and indistinct. It was almost as though his very existence was now incompatible with the world. This situation was within Yang Kai's expectations, however, as he had noticed this phenomenon back when he first reached the final stages of refining the Medicine King furnace. If not for that, he would not have stopped at such a critical moment to target the other divine armaments instead. Now that he had stolen the world's source strength, the world could no longer accommodate his existence. If this were to happen to a living creature of this world, they would definitely be punished by the world. They would either be extinguished on the spot or survive the catastrophe and escape this world. However, Yang Kai was a sixth-order open heaven realm master. The divine armament world could not do anything to him, except kick him out of this world using its world principles. The higher-ups of Profound Pill sect were stunned by the sight before them. Although nobody knew what Yang Kai had done, as what they saw had long exceeded the scope of their understanding, they could vaguely feel an enormous and overpowering will descending and staring down on this small restricted area. The phenomenon left them trembling in fear, incapable of speech. A shout reverberated across the room. Yang Kai desperately drew upon his spirit chi. His flesh wriggled when the power of his dragon vein was activated. Over the years, his dragon vein had been stimulated greatly. It was mainly used to remove the drawbacks brought by cultivating the heaven-devouring battle law. Activating the dragon transformation secret art might not transform him into a 4,500 meters long behemoth now, but the dragon pressure permeated the air and lingered around his body to resist the rejection force of the world at this moment. His slightly ethereal figure became more solid immediately after. Not daring to delay, Yang Kai hurriedly grabbed the true void sword and continued the refining process. In the blink of an eye, the true void sword was also completely refined by him. Now that two divine armaments had been refined, the rejection force increased by several times. The force caused the skin all over his body to crack open. Drenched in blood, Yang Kai looked extremely terrifying. His figure that had solidified considerably became hazy once more. A sign that he was about to be kicked out of the world. I'm running out of time. Gritting his teeth, Yang Kai grabbed the 10 facets demonic shadow spear and repeated the process. The worlds will seem to be enraged by his insatiable greed, and lightning appeared out of nowhere, striking his body without warning. A series of explosions rang out as Yang Kai's skin split open and his flesh was torn apart. Soon a strong smell of burnt flesh filled the air. When these strange occurrences took place, the higher-ups of Profound Pill sect perceived that the situation was not looking good. Thus, they quickly left the restricted area and monitored the situation with apprehensive concern. Lightning flashed and thunder boomed inside the restricted area. The rage of the world made millions of living creatures frightened and uneasy. The situation in the sky was constantly changing as heavy dark clouds filled the air like a thick quilt, making the people feel suffocated. The 10 facets demonic shadow spear was completely refined. When Yang Kai tried to reach out and grab another divine armament, however, his hand came up empty. His palm had become ethereal and disordered, almost as though he had no substance. The rejection force coming from all sides was so strong that he could no longer resist. "I'm at my limit," Yang Kai sighed in his heart. It had taken so many years for him to steal the 5 divine armaments and slowly refine them, including the Medicine King furnace. There were a total of 6 divine armaments. He never imagined that he could only refine 3 of them in the end, powerless to refine the other 3. In this way, he had wasted some 20 to 30 years' worth of effort. Nevertheless, this was not a big deal. The flow of time in the small source world was different from the outside world. For his actual body, the time he wasted was not much. He turned around to look at the world one last time, then his vision went hazy. The dizzying feeling of the world turning upside down washed over him, and a series of unpredictable lights flashed across his vision. His consciousness was pulled out of the small source world at that moment. By the time he recovered, Yang Kai found himself standing in the void with a strange vortex spinning slowly in front of him. He couldn't help shaking his head. The memories of living in the divine armament world for several decades surged in his head, giving him a wonderful sense of reincarnation. At the same time, the memories of the past slowly emerged. After some time, he finally recalled that this place was a restricted area in Inyang Cave Heaven, while the vortex in front of him was the entrance to the divine armament world. Back then, he had entered the divine armament world through this portal. There was no time for Yang Kai to think about anything else as his expression suddenly became serious and he quickly sat down cross-legged. A powerful force poured into his small universe, one that enriched its heritage and foundation, allowing his small universe to expand and improve upon itself. This force had no source and was seemingly born out of nothing. Nevertheless, Yang Kai knew that the force came from the divine armament world. He had refined 3 divine armaments, which was equivalent to obtaining 30% of the divine armament world source. In other words, up to 30% of the divine armament world's world force had been injected into his small universe. As this was a training experience, it was as if Yang Kai had obtained this force through diligent cultivation. There were no dangers or discomfort, and the force could perfectly integrate with his own small universe. The influx of the mighty force made his small universe tremble uncontrollably, and even his soul was shaken as a result. A short while later, the situation gradually stabilized. An examination of his body revealed that his cultivation in the 6th order open heaven realm had increased by a large margin. Although he had yet to reach the 7th order open heaven realm, the improvement was more than what he would obtain through many years of intense cultivation. Su Linggong once mentioned that there were several shortcuts when cultivating in the open heaven realm. Undergoing a training experience in a small source world was one of them. It would now seem that those claims were true. Entering the divine armament world had given Yang Kai such rewarding results. If he could enter several more times, it would be easy for him to advance into the 7th order open heaven realm. Becoming a Inyang Cave Heaven son-in-law sure is beneficial. Yang Kai joyfully opened his eyes only to see a topless old man covered in scars standing in front of him, staring fixedly at him. Yang Kai did not know whether it was his imagination, but he sensed that the old man seemed to be slightly displeased with him and his expression was rather gloomy. "Greetings, ancestor." He quickly bowed. The person in front of him was an 8th-order Inyang Cave Heaven Master, and the ancestor who watched over the entrance of the divine armament world. Even Su Linggong had to behave respectfully in front of this man. Yang Kai was no more than a 6th-order open heaven realm master, so naturally he did not dare to act arrogantly in front of an 8th-order open heaven realm master. "Quite a big harvest you got, brat." The Supreme Elder spoke without emotion. Not understanding the reason for the old man's displeasure, Yang Kai simply answered truthfully, "It's all thanks to you and Martial Uncle Su, ancestor." During their conversation, a stream of light rushed over from not far away and arrived nearby in the blink of an eye. It turned out to be Su Linggong, who probably received a message from the ancestor. "You're out." Su Linggong observed Yang Kai with a measuring gaze. "How was your harvest?" "Many thanks for your concern, Martial Uncle Su. My harvest was not bad," Yang Kai replied with a smile. The Supreme Elder coldly snorted. It's far better than not bad. The divine armament world lost 30% of its world force in one go. I've never seen something like this before. Su Linggong was absolutely shocked by the news. 30%? Are you mistaken, ancestor? The Supreme Elder's expression was so dark that he was practically dripping with gloom. This old master has managed and watched over the divine armament world for millennia. How can I be mistaken about something like this? If you don't believe me, you can check for yourself. Cold sweat oozed out of Su Linggong's forehead, and he gave a flattering smile. Please calm yourself, ancestor. This junior simply spoke without thinking. There is no way you can be mistaken. Then, he turned to glare at Yang Kai. Smelly brat, did you refine 3 divine armaments? Yang Kai immediately became guilty. Maybe. Although he did not understand the situation, he could sense that stealing 30% of the divine armament world's world force had displeased the Supreme Elder to a certain extent. Su Linggong slapped his forehead. What? How bold and reckless. Are you not worried that your stomach might explode? Yang Kai sniffed. I've already refined them. You didn't say I couldn't refine 3 of them, Martial Uncle Su. He did not dare to mention that he initially planned to refine 6 of the divine armaments as he was afraid that he would be killed on the spot. Su Linggong was a little speechless. I never imagined that you would refine 3 of them. Most people would be sent back after refining one of the divine armaments. How did you do it? Yang Kai replied. I obtained one of the divine armaments and refined it until only the very last step. Then I collected a few more divine armaments and repeated the process. Lastly, I refined them all at the same time. That's possible? Su Linggong was dumbfounded. The Supreme Elder snorted softly. Not just anybody can do something like that. Do you know how strong the rejection force of the world is? Even if your method works, you won't be able to refine many if you fail to resist the rejection force. To be able to refine 3 divine armaments is a testimony to your capabilities. Many thanks for your praise, ancestor. Yang Kai humbly responded. Su Linggong asked with a frown, Ancestor, does that mean that nobody can enter the divine armament world in the near future? The Supreme Elder shook his head. I'm afraid not. Losing 30% of the world force in one go is unprecedented. The divine armament world has suffered a heavy blow, so it will take at least 100 years for it to recover. Su Linggong's expression was stern. 100 years in the outside world is the same as 10,000 years inside the divine armament world. He smacked his hand against the back of Yang Kai's head, nearly sending him flying as he angrily scolded. Look at the good deed you've done, brat. Yang Kai was silent, but he thought to himself, how is it my fault? I didn't know anything about the divine armament world before I entered. Only after entering the divine armament world did I slowly figure out what to do. In any case, it was true that he had enjoyed a huge harvest, so he could not refute anything, lest Su Linggong became angry out of shame. Ancestor, this disciple has a question. Yang Kai cupped his fist. Although the Supreme Elder was sullen, he knew that it was not Yang Kai's fault. After all, nobody told Yang Kai that he could not refine several divine armaments. Upon hearing those words though, the Supreme Elder asked back, are you curious about what is happening inside the divine armament world after your departure? Yang Kai was astonished. How did you know, ancestor? The Supreme Elder snorted. Every single person asks this question when they come out. It's only natural to form some attachment to the world after living there for decades and even centuries. It is human nature. Pausing for a moment, he finally continued. Instead of hearing it from this old master, you should witness the situation yourself. While saying so, he waved his arm lightly and the vortex in front of him suddenly displayed an image. Yang Kai looked closely and saw that the image was of the scene of profound pill sex restricted area. A figure was sitting down cross-legged inside the restricted area with a solemn expression. Upon a closer look, Yang Kai became shocked and exclaimed, Isn't that me? The person in the restricted area was identical to him in terms of body shape, appearance, and temperament. There was no difference whatsoever. Why am I still there? Yang Kai was filled with doubts. Su Linggong explained. That's because he is someone that existed in that world in the first place. Marshall Peak. Chapter 45-42 It is a blessing, not a curse. Existed in that world in the first place? Frowning slightly, Yang Kai vaguely understood Su Linggong's meaning. When he first entered the divine armament world, he had become the eldest senior brother of Void Spirit Sword sect in the blink of an eye. He was around 17 or 18 years old at that point. It was naturally impossible for someone like him to come out of nowhere. He must have truly existed. After all, the entire Void Spirit Sword sect had memories relating to him. But even so, why does that man resemble me completely in appearance and name? Yang Kai was a bit confused. Su Linggong explained he may have had a different name and appearance before this. But since you have entered the divine armament world for training, the divine armament world naturally adjusted itself to you and prepared all kinds of information belonging to you. It is a fundamental adjustment so that anyone who knew him would not find you unusual. Yang Kai pondered, in that case, does that mean that I have been inside of this person's body all these years in the divine armament world? Su Linggong nodded. That is one way to see it, but it is not exactly like that. In any case, small source worlds are strange and unique places. You will get used to it when you come to train a few more times. Yang Kai nodded in understanding. Then he turned his gaze to the scene in the vortex. The Yang Kai over there was a pre-existing being, so he would naturally stay behind once he left. Thanks to him worrying over how Void Spirit Sword sect would fare once he left the divine armament world, Yang Kai had prepared many fallback plans. But now, it seems like his worries had all been unnecessary. Time flowed differently in the divine armament world than in the outside world, and the difference was huge. Yang Kai had only been thinking for a moment, but much had happened in that time. Profound Pill sect's higher-ups had poured into the restricted area, but there was no sign of any divine armaments. Not only the 5 divine armaments that Yang Kai brought in disappeared, but even the Medicine King furnace that was originally placed there was gone. Naturally, everyone was shocked. But soon, the Grand Heavens religion and several other sects that possessed divine armaments sent news that the divine armaments in their control had all disappeared at almost the same time. Half a day later, a heavenly phenomenon appeared. 10 streams of light fell across the world, each one emitting the aura of a divine armament. It was then that the inhabitants of the divine armament world realized that a new divine armament tournament was about to begin. This was something that had never happened before. The divine armament tournament occurred once every 100 years, and it had only been around 50 years since the last one. Despite not understanding why such changes would come about, every divine armament tournament was a sweeping event that affected the course of the entire world. Every sect that was strong enough to join the fight would come out to fight for the blessings of their sect's next 100 years of progression. Naturally, the same was true for Profound Pill sect. Yang Kai saw the group of spirit-grade alchemists and spirit realm masters from Profound Pill sect that he led fly out in the swirling image to compete with the other great alchemy sects. Uniting their power, they fought against the other great sects and eventually took back the Medicine King furnace. After that, they fought to snatch up the divine armament 10 facets demonic shadow spear without even a pause in between. They were not targeting this particular divine armament for any particular reason. Rather, it was just in close proximity to them. This move seemed to have stirred up the hornet's nest. Profound Pill sect had always been a sect that was focused on alchemy, so even if they fought in the divine armament tournament, they were only there to compete for the Medicine King furnace. After all, it contained the secrets of the alchemic Tao, so it was not very useful for the other sects even if they got their hands on it. However, this time, Profound Pill sect's accomplishments in the alchemic Tao had greatly improved, so the result of the fight for the Medicine King furnace was decided early, leaving it with enough time to participate in the other ongoing battles. The many other great forces who were fighting for the 10 facets demonic shadow spear could not tolerate such behavior, so practically all of them joined hands to attack Profound Pill sect in an effort to get them to back off. However, Profound Pill sect's achievements in the alchemic Tao were not all that had improved markedly under Yang Kai's guidance. Their overall strength had risen by several levels too, especially the 2 guards who had been by Yang Kai's side all these years. Yang Huai and Hua Rong, who had strength on par with 100 masters all on their own, not to mention the fact that there was also Yang Kai there to show his face personally. A fierce battle went on until the sky turned murky and the earth turned dark, and until both the sun and moon had lost their light. Finally, the 10 Facets demonic shadow spear was seized by Profound Pill Sect. Naturally, Profound Pill Sect were the greatest winners of this tournament. Not only did they regain the Medicine King Furnace, they were also able to take home the 10 Facets demonic shadow spear. Throughout history, this was the first time that a single great force was able to make away with two different divine armaments. The power of Profound Pill Sect shocked the world, even more so the powers of Yang Kai and his two subordinates. They never imagined that a sect that was supposedly only known for their alchemy would be so strong, and Yang Kai himself was revered as the strongest under the heavens. Just like leaving a soul clone behind in the divine armament world, it can exert as much power as you have cultivated in the divine armament world, Su Linggong explained while pointing to Yang Kai's figure that was reflected in the vortex. Yang Kai grinned. In that case, I can rest assured. He did notice this fact when he was watching the fight earlier, as it was just like watching his soul clone exert the same powers he had cultivated in the divine armament world. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to be so invincible. The lifespan of the beings in the divine armament world is not great, and even the most outstanding ones live only a few hundred years. Naturally, as a native of the divine armament world, your soul clone is also not free from these shackles. In a few hundred years, no matter his cultivation, he will eventually die. Su Linggong sighed, seemingly filled with some emotion. Several hundred is enough. Yang Kai nodded his head. If he could protect Void Spirit Sword Sect and Profound Pill Sect for several centuries, then his efforts would not have been in vain. There were no sects that remained prosperous forever, and there was no need for him to think about how Profound Pill Sect and Void Spirit Sword Sect would fare in a few hundred or thousand years. Let's go, Su Linggong called out to him. You will eventually come upon the opportunity to enter another small source world, so you can take this as a learning experience. After bidding the Supreme Elder goodbye, the pair sped off on their way. Yang Kai followed by Su Linggong's side and asked, Martial Uncle Su, didn't you say before that there were 3 small source worlds in Yin Yang Heaven? Don't even think about it. Su Linggong glared at him. You took away 30% of the divine armament world's world force after entering it once. Are those benefits still not enough for you? Do you want to ruin the other 2 as well? Yang Kai scratched his nose embarrassedly. I was just asking. Martial Uncle Su need not be so angry. Su Linggong coldly snorted and remembered that Yang Kai was still Yin Yang Heaven's son-in-law and the future husband of his treasured disciple, so he could not help but say, it is not that this king does not wish to let you enter the other 2 small source worlds, but they are not as high level as the divine armament world. Small source worlds are also separated into different ranks. You can get a lot of benefits by entering and training in the divine armament world, but the other small source worlds won't give you much no matter how hard you train. Instead, you will be taking up the places of other Yin Yang Heaven disciples. For Yin Yang Cave Heaven, the losses are not worth the gains. Yang Kai nodded in understanding. Are the small source world also separated into high, mid, and low ranks, just like world fruits? Yes, you can say that, so you better know how to be grateful. Su Linggong nodded. Yang Kai cupped his fist. No matter what, I must give my thanks to Martial Uncle Su for granting me this opportunity. If not for Su Linggong, then he might not have been able to enter the divine armament world and gain such great benefits. He was also a little apologetic to have severely damaged the foundation of the divine armament world. You are Chuer's future husband, so it is only natural that I would treat you well. Otherwise, Chuer will become condemned to the life of a widow if you were to be killed off outside. Su Linggong waved his hand generously. How is senior sister Chu doing now? Su Linggong coldly snorted. She has only been confined so that she may cultivate in a quiet environment, so what do you think? It is for her benefit too. Her foundation is not stable since she has just advanced into the 6th order open heaven realm. Even if she were not punished in this way, she would still need time to stabilize her foundation. In any case, it is only 100 years. For open heaven realm cultivators like us, it is no more than the snap of one's fingers, so don't worry about it. What's more, her senior brother Qing and senior sister Su will take good care of her. Then I can rest assured. Yang Kai nodded. Now that this is over, I should also be returning. I will come again to visit senior sister in a century. Why are you in such a hurry to leave? Su Linggong stopped him. Have you forgotten what mess you caused on the prison star? You will surely die if you leave like this. Yang Kai blinked. Even though it had only been just a short month in the outside world, he had spent many decades training in the divine armament world. Many of the memories he had were just like those of a past life. Pondering for a moment, Yang Kai finally recalled, Thousand Cranes Paradise. Su Linggong grunted. Do you really think that Thousand Cranes Paradise will let you go after you beat Zhaoxing to death on the prison star? Yang Kai sighed. Naturally I do not. But it is a blessing, not a curse, and even if it were a curse, it cannot be avoided. It is for the best that you understand that. After all, Zhaoxing was a core disciple of Thousand Cranes Paradise. He was expected to advance into the 8th Order Open Heaven realm in the future, and he had only broken through to the 6th Order less than 100 years before dying at your hands. One could say that Thousand Cranes Paradise has become incensed after this situation. You must know that anyone who can advance into the 6th Order directly is a rare talent, even for the cave heavens and paradises. Only one appears maybe every 1,000 years or so. Yes, I am aware. If it were any ordinary disciple, then it would not have mattered for them. The rules of my Yin-Yang Heaven's Tao Theory Assembly were public knowledge, and Thousand Cranes Paradise is more or less still concerned about their face. Right now, the reason that Thousand Cranes Paradise is enduring this grudge is because they do not wish to sour relations with my Yin-Yang Cave Heaven. However, if you leave by yourself, Thousand Cranes Paradise will definitely make a move. With their abilities, it will not be a difficult matter for them to get rid of you without anyone knowing. When that happens, there is nothing our Yin-Yang Cave Heaven can say either. But this junior cannot hide in Yin-Yang Heaven forever. Wait a few days. I will arrange for someone to send you out. Yang Kai pondered about it but did not refuse his good intentions and just cupped his fist. Then I shall trouble you, Martial Uncle Su. After Yang Kai returned to his temporary residence, Huigu immediately came up to greet him. Sir? Yang Kai was slightly taken aback. Only then did he remember how he had subordinated Huigu using the loyalty list during the Tao Theory Assembly on the prison star, and also used his power to kill many prisoners. The several dozen years of training that he went through in the divine armament world felt as though he had lived another lifetime, leaving him disoriented about events that took place only days ago in the outside world. So much had happened that everything now seemed a bit surreal. Martial Peak, Chapter 45-43, Zuoquan Hui. Qing Kuei had specially come to congratulate him when he learned of Yang Kai's return from the divine armament world, and even brought a lot of good wine with him. The two of them chatted up a storm over drinks, having a good time. Qing Kuei was envious that Yang Kai was able to refine 30% of the divine armament world's world force. He had also entered the divine armament world a long time ago, so he naturally knew about the situation inside the small source world. However, like all the other Yin-Yang Cave Heaven disciples over the ages, he was only able to refine 10% of its source strength. It was not that he did not wish to refine 30% of its power, but rather he could not. The 10 great divine armaments were manifestations of the world's source. Once refined, one would be repelled from the world, and forcibly staying was a difficult task. While you were in the divine armament world, Honored Master personally visited Thousand Cranes Paradise to talk about Zhaoxing's matter. However, Thousand Cranes Paradise kept an ambiguous attitude, and it seems like they will not be letting the matter go so simply. You should be wary in the future. Qing Kuei warned Yang Kai lightly while draining the wine in his cup. I know. Martial Uncle Su has already told me about this. Qing Kuei sighed. In fact, you shouldn't be blamed for this matter. It was Zhaoxing who first picked a fight with you on the prison star. He intended to kill you for glory, so as far as I'm concerned, he inflicted this misfortune upon himself. Regardless, he's dead, and Thousand Cranes Paradise will surely argue for an explanation. Fortunately, my Yin-Yang Cave Heaven is no pushover, so Thousand Cranes Paradise won't be able to take any overt actions. Remember though, a spear in the light is easily avoided, but an arrow in the dark may not be so. Nothing so far has indicated they won't use hidden means to attack you. These old foxes have lived for countless years after all, so none of them are easy to deal with. Many thanks, Senior Brother Qing, for worrying about me. I will definitely be careful in the future. Yang Kai nodded. A few days later, a great ship slowly sailed out from Inyang Cave Heaven. 2 flags flew high, carrying the characters Yin and Yang, the signboard of Inyang Cave Heaven. Other than the cultivators atop the great ship, there were Yang Kai and Hui Gu, the master and servant duo. At the bow of the ship, Yang Kai cupped his fist. "Marshal Uncle Su, I will be off now." Su Linggong stood with his hands behind his back and nodded lightly. "Go. Cultivate well when you return to the Void Land. Avoid going out without reason and do your best to advance into the 7th Order as soon as possible. If you encounter any troubles, then you can get someone to send a message over, and this monarch will help you." "Many thanks, Marshal Uncle Su." Yang Kai also turned to Qing Kuei and Suing Yu. "Senior brother Qing, senior brother Su, I leave senior sister Chu under your care." Qing Kuei grinned. "Rest assured, we will not let Chu suffer any grievances. The Green Mountains will remain. Hurry up and shut up. Shoo shoo." Su Linggong waved his hands impatiently. Yang Kai coughed. "Farewell." The great ship set out slowly, but in a moment it sped up, sailing as swiftly as the wind. It was so quick that in just several hours, they had already arrived at Inyang Territory's territory gate. A dazzling layer of light enveloped the great ship, resisting the shock and vibrations from the warping of space as they passed through the gate. When Yang Kai regained his senses, the great ship had already left the Inyang Territory. Of course, there were other cultivators on the ship to operate it, so Yang Kai did not need to worry about anything. He just stood on the deck, silently cultivating. Entering his consciousness, he checked on the benefits he gained from the divine armament world. In the small universe that existed within each open heaven realm master, was one's Tao essence that had been accumulated throughout their lives. In the process of advancing into the open heaven realm, a cultivator's Tao seal would disintegrate and dissolve into their small universe, and the Tao seal was the condensed existence of a cultivator's own grand Tao. It could be said that a cultivator's grand Tao had completely merged into their small universe through this process. The most fundamental part of Yang Kai's small universe was the Tao of space. Other than that, there was the alchemic Tao, spear Tao, sword Tao, and so on. Right now, he was very conscious of the fact that something extra had appeared in his small universe. The Tao essence of the alchemic Tao and the spear Tao was much more condensed, but the most significant change was to his sword Tao essence. This was obviously a result he gained from his time in the divine armament world. He was able to refine the Medicine King Furnace, the 10 Facets Demonic Shadow Spear, and the True Void Sword. 3 great divine armaments which represented separate grand Tao had naturally been integrated into his small universe. Not only had the heritage of his small universe been strengthened, but even his Tao essence had been condensed. If there were living beings existing within his small universe, then they would have the opportunity to explore the mysteries of the grand Tao through the perception and study of these Tao essences, which would allow them to gain speedy developments in the alchemic Tao, sword Tao, and spear Tao. However, though Yang Kai's small universe had been brought from ethereal to corporeal, no different from a true high-rank open heaven realm masters, he did not intend to place any living beings inside. Even though his cultivation was not bad, there were still differences between him and a true high-rank open heaven realm master. If he encountered a strong enemy, his small universe could be shaken. If disturbed to a certain extent, the beings living inside of that small universe would definitely be affected as well, and in that situation it would be no less than a natural disaster for them. And it was because of this consideration that even true high-rank open heaven realm cultivators seldom placed living beings in their small universes, even though they knew that the existence of such living beings inside of their small universe would help to strengthen its heritage and enhance the world force. Only those high-rank open heaven realm masters who had great confidence in their own strength, or those who do not care about the lives of ordinary beings, would recklessly choose to raise beings in their small universes. While investigating, Yang Kai suddenly frowned and raised his eyes in a certain direction. What he saw was a ship floating silently in the void. On the deck were 2 figures, one behind the other, looking in his direction with sharp, piercing gazes. Even from a great distance, Yang Kai could feel the deep-seated hatred engraved in their eyes. Yang Kai's pupils shrank slightly. "Sir." Hui Gu had also noticed the unusual situation and quickly moved over. "We have no idea who they are, but they seem to be very hostile towards us." Yang Kai was indifferent. "That man is an inner elder of Thousand Cranes Paradise, Suoquan Hui." Hui Gu was shocked. An inner elder of Thousand Cranes Paradise? Any inner elder from a paradise or cave heaven was a high-rank open heaven realm master. Coming to his senses, Huigu asked, "Sir, is this the same man who brought Zhao Xing, the one whom Sir killed on the prison star?" Yang Kai nodded. Because of Yang Kai's interference, each cave heaven and paradise was forced to send their sixth-order open heaven realm disciples into the Tao Theory Assembly, and Zhao Xing was the representative from Thousand Cranes Paradise. In the end, he was killed on the prison star by Yang Kai. Zuoquan Hui was Zhao Xing's honored master, so how could he rest easy knowing that his disciple died a miserable death at the hands of another? Once the Tao Theory Assembly ended, he wanted to attack Yang Kai to take revenge for his disciple's death, but was stopped by Su Linggong. Helpless, he had no choice but simply to leave with Zhao Xing's corpse. According to Qing Kuei, Su Linggong had specially taken a trip to Thousand Cranes Paradise for that matter, but Thousand Cranes Paradise showed an ambiguous stance. However, Yang Kai did not expect Zuoquan Hui to actually be waiting here. As a high-rank open heaven realm master, Zuoquan Hui was not an opponent Yang Kai could defeat, though escaping should be no problem. As such, he did not panic even after seeing Zuoquan Hui. What's more, this great ship flew Yinyang Cave Heaven's banner, so if Zuoquan Hui dared to attack him, it would be the same as smashing Yinyang Cave Heaven's signboard, which would trigger Yinyang Cave Heaven's people to try to settle accounts with him. Obviously, as an inner elder of Thousand Cranes Paradise, this point was still clear to him. Facts proved that Zuoquan Hui was not a reckless man. Though he had been waiting here, even after seeing Yang Kai, he showed no intention to attack. Only, the murderous look in his eyes was exceptionally intense. He was staring so intently at Yang Kai that he almost seemed to want to stare him to death. A few moments later, they each disappeared from each other's view. Huigu heaved a sigh of relief. On Thousand Cranes Paradise's ship, Zuoquan Hui shut his eyes, and his face twisted into a somewhat grim look. "Honored master, are we just letting him go?" The woman who had been standing behind him this whole time asked. This woman did not show up at the Tao Theory Assembly, but her aura, which she had unconsciously been releasing, indicated she was a sixth-order open heaven realm master. "If I do not let him go, do you expect me to force him to stay?" Zuoquan Hui took a deep breath and barked through gritted teeth. "Su Linggong, that old fart is too much." He must have suspected that this monarch would be waiting here for that brat, so he sent him off on a damn Yinyang Cave Heaven ship. "If I make a move here, then I will be waging war against Yinyang Cave Heaven. Does that mean that we can never get vengeance for junior brother Zhao?" The woman was reluctant to accept this result. Zuoquan Hui coldly snorted. "This grudge is absolutely irreconcilable, so there is no way I will let it be just like that. Su Linggong can protect him now, but he will not be able to do so forever. Come, let us return to the sect." Turning around, he walked into the cabin. The woman stood on the deck, looking in the direction where Yinyang Cave Heaven's ship left with hatred in her eyes. Only after a long time did she finally stomp away. After ordering Huigu to stay and keep watch on deck, Yang Kai returned to his cabin to cultivate and refine some open heaven pills. Despite knowing that Zuoquan Hui would not be so reckless as to dare make a move against Yinyang Cave Heaven's ship, Yang Kai couldn't afford to be careless. Who knew whether that old man would become overwhelmed with hatred and do something rash? Fortunately, as a Thousand Cranes Paradise inner elder, Zuoquan Hui was also bound by all sorts of rules, and would not take the risk to provoke an existence as great as Yinyang Cave Heaven alone. So, he did not take any action at all, and had long disappeared out of sight. Cultivation in the open heaven realm was a matter of perseverance. Even though Yang Kai had gained huge benefits in the divine armament world and increased his strength greatly, he did not simply rest on his laurels and continued to refine many open heaven pills on the journey back. After a short period of time, he finally returned to Void Territory. When they received news of his return, everyone in Void Territory came to greet him. Yinyang Cave Heaven's ship did not linger for long, leaving as soon as it sent Yang Kai safely back to Void Land. Even though Yang Kai tried to get them to stay, they were under orders from Yinyang Cave Heaven to not remain a moment longer than necessary. Yang Kai had no choice but to prepare some gifts for them and then see them off. Half a day later, in the main conference hall, everyone was gathered. Yang Kai sat boldly and uninhibitedly in the head position, looking out at the masses before him with a gratified look on his face. When he thought back to the time when he first took over Voidland, there were only a handful of Open Heaven Realm Masters around him, but now just 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were plentiful. The proprietress Lan Yuru Yuhi Mo Mei, the 3 mountain lords from Profound Yang Mountain that he recruited from Shadowless Cave Heaven, Maozha Gengqing and Zhouya. There were also the 2 island masters who submitted to him on Twin Spirit Island, the couple Hua Yong and Shu Mu Dan, and now there was the new Hui Gu. There were a total of 9. And that was without counting Yang Kai himself. If he were counted among them, then there would be 10 of them. There were some 20 cultivators in the 5th Order Open Heaven realm as well. Lu Shui Peng Duo Gongyang Shi Mu Qian Xian Jin Yuan Lang, Fan Wu Xian, as well as others who came from Abundant City and the Shadowless Cave Heaven. The ones in the 4th Order were even more difficult to count. Right now, the Voidland could be said to be full of talents. Martial Peak Chapter 45-44 Lu Jing visits. Compared to other great forces, the ratio of Open Heaven Realm Masters present in each order was quite abnormal. A heritage of 10 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters was not considered weak, even considering the entire 3,000 worlds. In fact, excluding the Cave Heavens and Paradises, Voidland could be said to be a top great force now. However, if a great force had 9 6th Order Masters, then there would generally be at least 100 5th Order Masters, or even more. However, Voidland only had around 20 or 30. The root of all this is that all of the Open Heaven Realm members had entered Voidland halfway through, and were not cultivated by Voidland itself, which threw the ratio out of balance. However, this was not a big deal. The cultivators who could sit here, regardless of their origins and previous state of cultivation, were loyal to Voidland. News of Yang Kai's travel to Inyang Cave Heaven to participate in the Tao Theory Assembly and subsequently becoming its champion had long spread to the 3,000 worlds, so Voidland had naturally heard about it too. At the moment, Yang Kai had no idea whether to laugh or cry, as he was surrounded by congratulations from all directions. Before going to Inyang Cave Heaven, he never expected things to come to this either. However, what happened happened, and no matter what, he was now a Inyang Cave Heaven son-in-law. Yang Kai also introduced Hui Gu to everyone, and they all welcomed him warmly. Hui Gu felt a little flattered, as to be honest, he never thought that Voidland would have such a strong heritage before he arrived here. He was especially surprised by the number of 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters like him, without even mentioning the many 5th Order and 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters sitting in the main hall. Hui Gu could vaguely feel an aura coming from somewhere deep in Voidland that made his heart clench tight. The aura was certainly hidden and obscure, but its occasional fluctuation made it impossible to ignore. This Voidland had to be much more than what he could perceive. There may be more powerful forces hidden inside. However, now was not the time to be asking questions. Since he had already come to Voidland with Yang Kai, he could slowly figure it out in the future. He suddenly felt as if he had found an amazing boss. This time I won the Tao Theory Assembly, but I also got into a bit of trouble. Yang Kai looked at the crowd below. During the Tao Theory Assembly, I beat one of Thousand Crane's Paradise's disciples to death. Everyone was shocked to hear that. They had already known that Yang Kai was able to win the competition, but they did not learn much else besides that. It was only now that they realized what explosive things had happened during the events of the Tao Theory Assembly. The corner of Old Bai's eye twitched as he asked, what order was that man's cultivation, and what was his position in Thousand Crane's Paradise? Yang Kai glanced at him and scratched his nose awkwardly. 6th Order Open Heaven. In terms of position, similar to Chu Hua Shang from Inyang Cave Heaven. Old Bai sucked in a breath of cold air. Yuhi also frowned. That sounds like big trouble. Suddenly thinking of something, she looked up at Yang Kai. Is it because of this reason that Inyang Cave Heaven escorted young master home? Yang Kai nodded sincerely. During my return, we bumped into a Thousand Crane's Paradise elder. If not for Inyang Cave Heaven's signboard, then I'm afraid he would have made his move right then and there. Yuhi was thoughtful. Since that man is an elder of Thousand Crane's Paradise, then he would not dare to take the risk of offending Inyang Cave Heaven openly, which was why he held back. However, according to this situation, that man will surely not give up there. Mo Mei chimed in. Did Yin Cave Heaven not say anything? The Tao Theory Assembly was held by them after all. They would be held responsible if anything were to happen. Senior Sister Chu's honored master, Su Linggong, personally went to Thousand Cranes Paradise to negotiate, but the latter did not give their clear opinion on the matter. In any case, it would be best if Thousand Cranes Paradise is willing to let the matter go. Otherwise, there are troops for the enemy and earth for floods. Yang Kai waved his hand. I'm merely telling you this so that you may all be more careful in the future. Don't be taken advantage of by some unscrupulous people. With the current power of Voidland, there was little need for them to worry. They had 2 mature divine spirits to watch over them, and they were also protected by the 9 heavenly layers grand array. Unless Thousand Cranes Paradise was willing to mobilize several 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, it would be impossible for them to do anything to Voidland directly. Heavenly Sword Union that led the 100 Sex Alliance was proof of that. Everyone cupped their fists, yes. Yang Kai then turned his head to Old Bai. How is Proprietress doing now? Have you heard anything? Old Bai shook his head. She is still in retreat. Advancing to the 7th Order cannot be achieved overnight. Yang Kai nodded. Pay close attention to any changes in her situation. If there is news, contact me immediately. Old Bai grinned, will do. Good, everyone disperse. Go and attend to your own matters. Second manager, arrange Huigu's accommodations. Bian Yuqing immediately stood up and answered yes. Voidland was not small now, but Yang Kai still had little to manage as Bian Yuqing was taking care of everything. However, this delayed her cultivation efforts a lot. Among those who came here from the star boundary, many of the Peak Emperor Realm Masters had already condensed their Dao seals and begun refining resources of the various orders to make preparations for advancing to the Open Heaven Realm. However, Bian Yuqing had not even been able to condense her Dao seal yet. She had sacrificed a lot for the sake of Voidland. However, Yang Kai had his own arrangements for her, and he would naturally not neglect her. With the Divine Dao Water, ensuring her future of advancing directly into the mid-rank Open Heaven Realm would be no problem. After returning to Voidland, Yang Kai had been living a comfortable and peaceful life, besides refining Open Heaven pills and some other cultivation resources each day. He would either play chess with Bai Shi or walk around the Star City. Void Territory's Star City was now famous all over the 3,000 worlds, and the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill was always in high demand. After all, this pill could raise the success rate of a cultivator advancing into the Open Heaven Realm. Any cultivator with a bit of wealth would want to acquire such a pill. However, the only ones who could refine the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill in this world was Voidland. The other great forces could not refine this pill even if they got the pill recipe, but this couldn't be helped as its primary ingredient, world source liquid, was too rare. This was something that was created only at the birth of a new world, and in the 3,000 worlds which universe world was newly formed. The Star City brought great wealth to Voidland, which was enough to supply the cultivation needs of its many disciples. The only problem faced by Voidland was the difficulty in finding Yin and Yang element treasures for advancing into the 6th Order. These 2 items were rare resources even for the major cave heavens and paradises, so finding them was extremely difficult. Even though Voidland was not short of money, it had not been able to buy many of these resources over the years. However, the great emperors who came from the star boundary, as well as Yang Kai's wives, all needed these 6th Order Yin and Yang element treasures in order to advance into the Open Heaven Realm. Without these, they could not advance. Currently, the Star City's top priority was to acquire these 6th Order Yin and Yang element treasures in order to ensure a smooth advancement for the great emperors. While Yang Kai was having a headache over this matter, thinking about where he was going to find these resources, he received a piece of good news. Gathering Yuan Union's Lu Jing had come to visit. According to their deal, Lu Jing followed Yang Kai during the Tao Theory Assembly for protection, which allowed him to return safely from the prison star. Otherwise, with Lu Jing's 4th Order Open Heaven Realm cultivation, it was uncertain whether or not he would have survived in that harsh environment. Before entering the prison star, Lu Jing had agreed to pay Yang Kai with a 6th Order Yang element treasure as a reward for keeping him safe. After the Tao Theory Assembly, Lu Jing returned alongside his elders to Gathering Yuan Union's great territory, and after much time had passed, He received no news from him. Yang Kai even thought that this guy was going to go back on his word. Yang Kai never expected Lu Jing to visit in person on this day. It seemed like even though this guy's cultivation was not very high, he was still a man of integrity. But upon further thought, Yang Kai realized that this was not strange. Gathering Yuan Union was a mercantile alliance, with merchant ships that did business with many forces across the 3,000 worlds. As merchants, trust was their greatest commodity, so they would never renege on their debts. Lu Jing was flattered that Yang Kai received him personally. In the reception hall, Lu Jing handed over a jade box. "Senior brother Yang, here is the purple Yang jade, a 6th order Yang elements treasure. Please accept it as this little brother's thanks to senior brother for the care he received on the prison star." Yang Kai did not stand on ceremony and reached out to accept it with a smile. "Brother Lu is too polite. What I did on the prison star was just a simple thing." Lu Jing responded, "To senior brother Yang it may just be a small effort, but to me it is a life-saving grace. The masters on the prison star were as plentiful as the clouds. A petty 4th order open heaven realm master like me would hardly have survived without senior brother Yang's care." Yang Kai laughed. Brother Lu does not have to be so modest. Even though the prison star was dangerous, it was not so perilous that a 4th order open heaven realm master could not survive. Brother Lu is so generous, so obviously Brother Lu has a high status in Gathering Yuan Union, right? Lu Jing smiled proudly. "Currently, the Union Master of Gathering Yuan Union is my father." Yang Kai nodded lightly. "I had guessed as much. But why has Brother Lu only achieved a trivial 4th order with such a background?" Lu Jing laughed bitterly. "Financial power is not everything. My aptitude was not high, so even reaching the 4th order now has taken my father a lot of energy and resources. Otherwise, with my aptitude, we would be thanking the heavens even if I could reach the 3rd order." With some thought, it did seem to be so. The most important part that decided one's initial order in the open heaven realm was aptitude. Without a strong enough Dao seal, it was simply impossible for one to bear too strong of an impact, and with that there was naturally no way of achieving a higher order. However, Lu Jing's status was also not low. His father was the Union Master of Gathering Yuan Union, which made him the young Union Master, which was not far from what Yang Kai had guessed before. "Brother Lu, I have a business deal I want to propose to Gathering Yuan Union. I wonder whether Gathering Yuan Union is interested?" Yang Kai looked eagerly at him with a smile. Lu Jing laughed in response. "Our Gathering Yuan Union's doors are always open to new opportunities. As long as there is business to do, we are naturally interested." Young Union Master. The 2 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, who had been standing by Lu Jing's side all this while, suddenly called out to him before going down to a whisper, "Union Master has asked you to return immediately after delivering the item. He says he wishes to make arrangements for your betrothal." Lu Jing's face turned dark. "I have my own plans for marriage. What is he concerned about?" The man responded, "That is what the Union Master ordered. Young Union Master, please do not make things difficult for this humble one." Lu Jing now had an awkward look on his face. Yang Kai glanced at the 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, who was speaking with interest. There was no way that he would not know that he was merely speaking like this because Gathering Yuan Union was unwilling to have too many entanglements with Void Land. Marshall Peak. Chapter 45-45. Lure the snake from its hole. Since Gathering Yuan Union mainly focused on trade, they were indeed open to all in terms of business. However, Yang Kai had killed Zhao Xing in the Dao Theory Assembly, which was an insult to Thousand Cranes Paradise. Thus, Gathering Yuan Union was not willing to draw heat onto itself. When Lu Jing came here, it was likely that his father had warned him about this beforehand. Otherwise, it was unlikely for these 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Guards to overstep their boundaries. "There is no place for you to interfere when I'm speaking to senior brother Yang. Get out!" Lu Jing scolded. Yang Kai raised his hand. "Since Brother Lu's father is thinking of arranging Brother Lu's betrothal, then I will not keep you here. However, I will be troubling Brother Lu to pass on a message to your father when you return." Lu Jing responded earnestly, "Please speak, senior brother Yang." Please report to your father that my Voidland would like to make developments in the dealing of our heavenly yuan stabilizing pill. If he is willing, then I will allow the Gathering Yuan Union to represent us in auctioning them. Lu Jing could not help but feel moved by the offer, and even the Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Guard who spoke earlier had a surprised look on his face. The Heavenly Yuan Seal Stabilizing Pill was famous across the 3,000 worlds. There was no one who had not heard of it. Many people had their eyes on this spirit pill, but Voidland was the only producer of it. Others were simply unable to refine it. Voidland Star City was able to reach such a scale solely because of the Heavenly Yuan Seal Stabilizing Pill. It can be said that this spirit pill was practically the foundation of Voidland's development. If they were able to get a share in this business, then that would be a big deal for Gathering Yuan Union. They may be able to rise to even greater heights with help from this arrangement. If Voidland was willing to be generous, then what they want must not be small either. Lu Jing understood that, so he asked, "May I know what senior brother Yang wishes to gain from my Gathering Yuan Union?" Yang Kai smiled. Gathering Yuan Union's merchant ships are spread across the 3,000 worlds. With such a wide range of trade routes and so many eyes and ears available, finding Sixth Order Yin and Yang element treasures should be no problem, right? Lu Jing laughed bitterly at that. Senior brother Yang has given me a difficult task. Such resources are very scarce, and that is true no matter where you look. After a pause, he added, "How many is senior brother Yang looking for?" Yang Kai answered, "Naturally, as many as you can find." Lu Jing laughed and pondered for a moment. "This is a big deal, so I am unable to make the decision. Indeed, this matter has to be referred to my father. So as to not delay matters, I will take my leave now so that I may return to senior brother Yang with news as soon as possible." Yang Kai did not keep him any longer and stood up. "Let me see you off." The two left the hall side by side, and having suddenly thought of something, Lu Jing suddenly went into a whisper. "Has senior brother Yang heard something recently?" Yang Kai glanced at him. "What does brother Lu mean?" "About Thousand Cranes Paradise." "Thousand Cranes Paradise?" Yang Kai raised a brow and shook his head. "Nothing. What do you know, brother Lu?" Lu Jing told him. Thousand Cranes Paradise's elder, Zuoquan Hui, has rebelled from the sect alongside those from his lineage. Yang Kai stopped in his tracks and stared straight at him. Lu Jing shrugged. "I'm not joking. When it happened, one of Gathering Yuan Union's vice-union masters just happened to be doing some work at Thousand Cranes Paradise. That is when he came upon that situation. When he returned and reported the matter to my father, I happened to hear a thing or two." "When did this happen?" Yang Kai frowned. Lu Jing responded, counting back. "It should have happened around 2 or 3 months ago." 2 or 3 months, that was around the same time as when he returned to Voidland. Why was there no news in the outside world about such a huge event? Yang Kai was confused. There is no way that Thousand Cranes Paradise would want to make a loud announcement of such an embarrassing situation. Zuoquan Hui is a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, and an inner elder of Thousand Cranes Paradise. If he rebels from his sect, then it would mean the loss of face for Thousand Cranes Paradise. However, such a matter obviously cannot be hidden for long. Just watch, everyone will know about it within half a year. While chatting, they had already arrived at where Gathering Yuan Union ship was docked. Lu Jing cupped his fist. "Senior brother Yang, please wait. I will report to my father about your proposal, and I will come again if there is any news." "Many thanks, brother Lu." Yang Kai nodded. After watching Gathering Yuan Union ship depart, Yang Kai's brow wrinkled as he could vaguely sense an impending storm. Zuoquan Hui was a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, and an inner elder of Thousand Cranes Paradise, so how could he have turned against his sect so simply? He was not the only 7th Order Master in Thousand Cranes Paradise, and as one of the 72 Paradises, they would surely have some 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters keeping watch. If Zuoquan Hui really did turn against his sect, then he would have been apprehended almost immediately. From that fact alone, Yang Kai could guess that Zuoquan Hui's rebellion was just a show they had put on for the outside world. Yinyang Cave Heaven's Tao Theory Assembly was presided over by Su Linggong, who said before it began that this was not a children's game. It was a competition to choose a suitor for Chu Huashang, and no reprisals were to be pursued regardless of the lives lost during its course. Even though these words were spoken by Su Linggong, he was representing Inyang Cave Heaven. If someone really did try and get revenge afterwards, that would be slapping Su Linggong in the face and smashing Inyang Cave Heaven's signboard. Inyang Cave Heaven would not let the matter rest after such an insult, and even without anyone else to stand up to the matter, Inyang Cave Heaven themselves would put an end to it. Thousand Cranes Paradise did not wish to make the situation too stiff either and provoke Inyang Cave Heaven's reputation for the sake of a lost disciple. However, Zhao Xing was still a core disciple, and he could not die in vain. Thousand Cranes Paradise's reputation was still important to them. Zuoquan Hui's rebellion from Thousand Cranes Paradise meant he had cut off his relationship with them, and as the deceased's honored master, he could rightfully avenge his dead disciple. This matter would have nothing to do with Thousand Cranes Paradise in that case. If Inyang Cave Heaven wished to blame anyone, then the only one they could blame was the rebel, Zuoquan Hui. Furthermore, Inyang Cave Heaven may not necessarily come out to say anything about the matter. One was a cave heaven and the other was a paradise. Surpassing Thousand Cranes Paradise to the point where they made such a choice was already Inyang Cave Heaven's limit, and Thousand Cranes Paradise had already taken a step back on the matter. Naturally, Inyang Cave Heaven would take a step back as well. And this step was most likely their refusal to interfere in the feud between Yang Kai and Zuoquan Hui. After some thought, Yang Kai quickly worked out the relationships in this matter, and he could not help but sneer. Zuoquan Hui was blinded by hatred, and he was most likely not going to be letting him go. Yang Kai was just about to contact Bian Yuqing when he saw two streams of light coming from the distance as soon as he looked up, and one of them happened to be her sect master. Bian Yuqing saluted after landing, a troubled look on her face. However, the person next to her fell to their knees and wailed, "Heavenly Monarch, please do something." Yang Kai frowned at them, quickly recognizing their identity. "You are Three Brilliances World's World Lord, Peng Xiaoyuan." Voidland was not the only great force in Void territory. There existed 7 third-class great forces, and a dozen or so universe worlds, all of them with histories far longer than Yang Kai's reign in this place. Back then, when Yang Kai established Voidland, these third-class great forces and universe worlds sent their representatives over to congratulate him and even helped a lot to rebuild Voidland. So, the 7 third-class great forces can all be considered subordinate forces of Voidland, and they were considered allies. The dozen universe worlds were essentially considered subjects of Voidland who were able to send over some talents to join Voidland once in a while. Among the dozen or so universe worlds, one of them was Three Brilliances World, and the strongest master of that world was the man in front of Yang Kai now, Peng Xiaoyuan. However, even though this man aspired to achieve the 4th order, or even 5th order open heaven realm, he was still merely in the Emperor realm right now. "Please, Heavenly Monarch, save the people of my Three Brilliances world." Peng Xiaoyuan kowtowed to him, bashing his forehead to the ground in loud thuds. "Stand up and speak." Yang Kai reached out to pick him up. Confused, what happened? Bian Yuqing hurriedly explained. Someone stormed into Three Brilliances world and began slaughtering people indiscriminately. Three Brilliances world has sustained heavy damage. When he realized that things were beyond his ability to handle, World Lord Peng decided to come and seek help. Yang Kai's pupils shrank. Just earlier, Lu Jing had just warned him that Zuoquan Hui had rebelled from Thousand Cranes Paradise, and now Three Brilliances world had fallen into danger. He could not help but think of something. Luring a snake out of its hole. Yang Kai's face turned grim. Voidland was guarded by 2 mature divine spirits, which was a well-known fact. There was also the 9 heavenly layers grand array. To break through such defensive power, several 8th order open heaven realm masters would have to join hands. Even if Zuoquan Hui wanted to avenge his disciple, he would not be foolish enough to come directly to Voidland. He would have to lure Yang Kai out instead. Three Brilliances world was just caught in the crossfire. Otherwise, how could Peng Xiaoyuan, a trivial Emperor Realm Master, be able to escape? Since Zuoquan Hui wished to lure the snake out of the hole, it was only natural that he needed someone to pass on the news. However, Zuoquan Hui was still a man from a paradise, and also a 7th order open heaven realm master, so how could he be so merciless as to lay his hands on a universe world? It had to be known that universe worlds were the foundation of the entire 3,000 worlds. Was he not afraid of damaging his reputation with such rash actions? Bian Yuqing had no idea what Yang Kai meant by that assessment, but she could vaguely tell that something was not right. Void Land possessed extraordinary strength these days, and Three Brilliance's world was a subject of Void Land. How could anyone be so brave as to cause trouble under Void Land's eyes? They were clearly doing this on purpose. Heavenly Monarch, we must hurry. Lives are at stake. If we delay any further, then it will be too late. These vile people are strong, and I have no idea what order of the open heaven realm they are in, but even a single move can cause devastating damage. I'm afraid it would not take too long for them to tear apart the entire Three Brilliance's world. Pang Xiaoyan begged anxiously. Yang Kai nodded. I know. I will go immediately. With that said, he rushed to the sky while urgently telling Bian Yuqing to pass on his orders. After watching Yang Kai disappear into the distance, Pang Xiaoyuan fell powerlessly to the ground. Bian Yuqing reassured him. World Lord Peng need not worry. Sect Master will naturally deal with the enemy. You should go and rest. I still have things to attend to, so I will not be accompanying you. After calling over a Void Land disciple to bring Pang Xiaoyuan to a guest room, Bian Yuqing took out her communication bead and sent out a series of messages. In the blink of an eye, the 6th Order and 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters scattered all over gathered together. Three Brilliance's world was an Azure Universe world, which was slightly larger than the star boundary. Whether it be in world energy or world principles, it was slightly better than the star boundary, so cultivating in Three Brilliance's world was much easier. Yang Kai transformed into a ray of light and kept on pushing his space principles as he closed in on his destination in merely a cup of tea's time. When he looked down from the void, Yang Kai felt so furious that his eyes could pop. The universe world which used to be azure was now covered in pits and wounds. Even from the void, he could see the large cracks that spanned across the land. Black smoke was rising in the air and hot magma was erupting. Even the seawater was rolling black. Clearly, the world's vitality had been damaged greatly. Marshall Peak. Chapter 45-46, Wolf in front, Tiger behind. Back then, a single Mo Shang could stir up a huge mess in the star boundary, which almost led to the extinction of all life, so there was no need to mention what an even stronger Open Heaven Realm Master could do if they ran amok in the Three Brilliance's world. For the one behind this, all the living that exist within the Three Brilliance's world were merely ants to them, easily slaughtering them without any resistance, which showed how heartless this person was. Somewhere in Three Brilliance's world, a violent energy fluctuation emerged. Yang Kai looked over in that direction. Across a distance of several tens of thousands of kilometers, his gaze pierced through the void and could vaguely see a person wielding their power recklessly, leaving a reign of terror wherever they passed. A city inhabited by tens of thousands was flipped over in just a single blow, annihilating everyone in a mere instant. Courting death, Yang Kai was seeing red and his murderous intent surged. Grabbing the air, the Azure Dragon Spear entered his hand. With a thrust of his spear, space principles warped and he disappeared. Above the rubble was a figure hovering with fluttering sleeves. There seemed to be wrong spirits lingering about his ears, but the man smiled as if he was enjoying the pleasure of his wanton slaughter. Under his divine senses perception, there was another city just 1,000 kilometers away where many living beings were gathered. As he was about to make for the city, a powerful aura suddenly rushed over in his direction that sent a shiver up his spine. Turning his head back, he saw a lightning flash in the clouds. Then came a raging murderous intent, erupting out for all to feel. Feeling the terror of the incoming blow, the man dared not be careless. With a great roar, sound waves visible to the naked eye rippled towards Yang Kai through the air. At the same time, the figure backed away speedily. Yang Kai continued to give chase with his spear, his strikes flowing in an unrestrained manner, covering the sky in a flurry of spear shadows that rained down on his enemy. That man, who was in the 6th Order Open Heaven realm, was obviously very confident in his own strength, and at first, he was able to block Yang Kai's attacks. But as he continued to clash, both his body and soul were repeatedly shocked. Eventually, he was forced to cry out for help, "Divine Monarch, save me!" Yellow Spring Heavenly Monarch? Yongkai also finally had a look at this guy's face. He originally thought that it was someone from Thousand Cranes Paradise who was attacking this place, and there was even the possibility that he might see Zuoquan Hui himself. Unexpectedly, the one slaughtering the inhabitants of Three Brilliance's world actually turned out to be Prison League's League Master, Yellow Spring Heavenly Monarch. It was too late to wonder why Yellow Spring Heavenly Monarch was here though, as after he shouted, powerful auras hidden in all directions quickly emerged, one of which made Yongkai's heart jump. Turning around, he saw Zuoquan Hui appear with a grim look on his face, and the sword in his hand was pointed his way, quickly approaching. His thrust may have seemed simple, but it was able to break through Yongkai's spear shadow blockade perfectly and head straight for the spot between his brow. A feeling of imminent death washed over Yongkai as he drew in a breath of cold air and manipulated space principles, executing his near-distant horizon secret technique, infinitely stretching the space between him and Zuoquan Hui. Break! Zuoquan Hui shouted, shattering the stretched space. Then the cold glint of his sword tip quickly enlarged before Yongkai's eyes. Near-distant horizon was broken. Yongkai's heart was shaken. Sure enough, the power of a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master was truly extraordinary, even being capable of breaking through his space secret technique with ease, which was something that had never happened before. Yongkai was caught off guard and could only block the blow with his spear. Hong hong hong. Following a loud series of explosions, a tidal wave of energy spread out in all directions, instantly turning the destroyed city below to ashes, leaving no trace of it behind. Even the ground was cracked open with lines like that of a canyon appearing out of nowhere. Between those cracks, magma gushed out in a spectacular display. In an instant, the two had exchanged dozens of blows. Yongkai spat out a mouthful of golden blood and could not stop himself from flying backwards. He crashed headlong into a mountain 100 kilometers away and disappeared from sight. Zuoquan Hui frowned, looking surprised. He was stunned that he was unable to execute Yongkai instantly despite personally making a move. Judging by the blows they exchanged just now, the heritage of Yongkai's small universe was extremely powerful, not inferior to a master at the very peak of the 6th Order Open Heaven realm. After a brief pause, Zuoquan Hui came back to his senses. Is this the might of Yinyang Cave Heaven's small source world? Even so, you will die here today. He did not hesitate to break away from Thousand Cranes Paradise and even took in someone like Yellow Spring Heavenly Monarch, instructing him to cause carnage in Three Brilliance's world. Also, he could lure Yongkai out. Now that Yongkai was here, if he did not win this fight, then he might not have such a good opportunity again in the future. With a flick of his sword, Zuoquan Hui's entire figure was wrapped in the sword light before he shot off like a flash of lightning. But before Zuoquan Hui could arrive, the mountain suddenly split apart and Yongkai's figure rose to the sky and headed straight for the void. Even though he was now in the 6th Order Open Heaven realm, and his strength had improved greatly thanks to the many opportunities he encountered, the difference between the high-rank and mid-rank Open Heaven realms was like the difference between the heavens and earth. If it were any ordinary 6th Order Open Heaven realm master, then they would probably have been killed by Zuoquan Hui in the first exchange of blows. Yongkai was able to escape from death thanks to all the hard work he put in back in the small source world. If not for his previous gains in the divine armament world, his situation now would be even worse. Even so, Yongkai was in a dizzy state at this moment, and his small universe was in turmoil. Before coming here, he had a hunch that Zuoquan Hui would be waiting in ambush. Just as Pang Xiao Yuan said, however, saving lives was like putting out a fire. If Three Brilliance's world was in danger, then he did not dare to delay things, so he had no choice but to come over and stop the carnage immediately. But now, after their exchange, Yongkai was certain that he was no match for Zuoquan Hui, so how could he stay here any longer? What was more, if he continued to fight in this place, then Three Brilliance's world would really be done for. After all, there were still countless living beings inhabiting this place. And if Three Brilliance's world was shattered from their fight, all the living beings in this world would die without a burial. Where are you trying to run? A figure rushed over from the side. A woman in imperial robes. The woman's face was scrunched up with murderous intent and her aura flared madly. She was also a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, and with a wave of her hand, a colorful belt stretched out across the void, releasing an endless river of stars. Crashing straight into this river, It was as if Yang Kai had entered a starry sky. In an instant, north, south, east, and west had become indistinguishable. He knew that this artifact had a heaven-sealing earth-locking effect, almost like a self-contained world. If he did not break out of this trap quickly, then things will not be good. Once Quan Hui caught up to him, not daring to hesitate, Yang Kai let out a fierce roar. Golden crow casts the sun. A loud and clear caw broke through the air and a great sun rose up. Within the great sun, a three-legged exotic bird could be seen frolicking about. Yang Kai raised his spear to the great sun before, stabbing fiercely towards the void. The great sun exploded, and in an instant, the starry sky around him grew dim. Terrifying golden crow's true fire swept out in all directions as Yang Kai's body flew up. When he recovered, he found himself outside of the endless river of stars, and not far ahead was a woman's figure. With her artifact broken, the woman's face was slightly pale, and there was a trail of blood trickling down the corner of her mouth. With fierce determination, Yang Kai raised his spear, preparing to impale the woman with its tip, but it was then that a heavy murderous intent emerged from behind him. Quan Hui had caught up, forcing him to have to fight back. World force collided as Yang Kai's figure tumbled through the air and endless sword chi cut his clothes into pieces. No matter how strong his body was, it was instantly covered in blood from fresh wounds. The terrifying sword intent even lingered in his wounds like maggots, burrowing into his flesh and his meridians. With a shout, Yang Kai forcefully suppressed his wounds, but when he saw Quan Hui approaching again, he had no choice but to borrow the force of the recoil, turning around and running away. Even if you escape to the ends of the universe, you will surely still die today. Quan Hui's voice came from behind him as he continued to give chase. Yang Kai wanted to escape using space principles, but the might of a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master was so great that each time he had that thought, the strange sword chi haunting his wounds would suddenly erupt, causing him unbearable pain and making it difficult for him to concentrate, which made it even more impossible for him to escape successfully. Quan Hui was obviously on guard against his mastery over the Tao of space. He knew that if he did not contain this ability of Yang Kai's, then he would not be able to kill him. Honored Master, he's fleeing towards Void Land. The woman followed closely behind Quan Hui, looking in the direction in which Yang Kai was running. Quan Hui coldly snorted. I knew this would happen, but he won't be able to escape. As he spoke, 3 figures suddenly appeared before Yang Kai. From a distance, one of the men shouted, "You shall not pass." Then, the 3 of them combined their strength to deliver an attack in his direction. Squinting his eyes, only 2 of the 3 men were recognizable to Yang Kai. One of them was Firm Gold Heavenly Monarch, another was Blue Flame Heavenly Monarch. As for the last one, he was someone Yang Kai had never met before, so he had no idea who he was or where he came from. All the same, Yang Kai cursed in his heart. He knew that these 2 guys would be here. In fact, Yang Kai had been on alert for them ever since he saw Yellow Spring Heavenly Monarch. Yellow Spring Heavenly Monarch founded Prison League on the Prison Star, and Firm Gold Heavenly Monarch and Blue Flame Heavenly Monarch were his Vice League masters. During the Tao Theory Assembly, Prison League captured Yin Xian Zhao and Pei Wenxian. Later, they also captured a core disciple from Azure Nether Paradise as a bargaining chip to negotiate with Yin Yang Cave Heaven after everything ended. The end result of that was that the 3 leaders of Prison League were freed, and they let Yin Xian Zhao and Pei Wenxian go while Yin Xian Zhao and the great force behind him had to pay Yin Yang Cave Heaven a large sum of money. Now it seemed like the 3 from Prison League who were freed were Huang Quan, Jin Gang, and Song Yan. It was only natural for that to be so, as the 3 of them occupied the 3 highest spots in Prison League. If they could obtain freedom, then they would not leave this opportunity for anyone else. Only Yang Kai could not understand how the 3 of them got mixed up with Quan Hui. Whether it be Huang Quan, Jin Gang, or Song Yan, all 3 men were veterans in the 6th Order Open Heaven realm, no worse than Mao Zhe. In a one-on-one fight, they would definitely be no match for Yang Kai. Even if it was 2 against 1, Yang Kai might still come out on top. However, there were currently 3 masters joining hands now. What's more, Yang Kai had already been hurt from the fight with Quan Hui earlier, so he could only dodge when it came to a fight against a combined force like this. However, this delay only allowed Quan Hui to close the gap between them. With a wolf in front and tiger behind, Yang Kai was in a precarious situation. Marshall Peak. Chapter 45-47. Voidland's background. Yang Kai, when you killed my junior brother, did you ever expect to face this day? The man standing between Firm Gold Heavenly Monarch and Blue Flame Heavenly Monarch gritted his teeth and snarled at him. From what he said, it was obvious this man was Zhao Xing's senior brother. Lu Jing had previously told Yang Kai that Zhuo Quan Hui had rebelled from Thousand Cranes Paradise along with his lineage, which meant Zhuo Quan Hui was not alone. He had brought all his subordinates and disciples he could use with him, and this man was one of them. The unfamiliar faces he saw earlier must be the same, including the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm woman. You bastard, you will die here today. The woman's voice also sounded from behind. Looking down, Yang Kai sneered, you wish to kill me? That will depend on whether you have that ability or not. A huge lotus-like ship was rapidly approaching from the void, and before it even arrived, a dense stream of lights shot out from the ship. The woman's alarmed voice sounded through the air. Senior brother Zhou Ti, watch out! Zhou Ti, Jin Gang, and Song Yan, who were obstructing Yang Kai's way, had also realized that danger was approaching, and when they turned around, their vision was filled with a brilliant light. One by one, terrifying attacks rained down on them. The three of them were so shocked that they did not even have time to think how many masters there were. They just turned tail and fled like frightened birds and beasts. The moment they made their move, Yang Kai also stabbed at Zhou Ti with his spear, ignoring the barriers of space, reaching the latter's face as soon as he lifted his hand. A dragon roar erupted from the azure dragon spear as if it had truly transformed into a giant dragon brandishing its claws and baring its fangs, seemingly about to devour Zhou Ti up in one gulp. Sensing imminent danger, Zhou Ti tried hard to circulate the strength of his small universe and formed hand seals to protect his front, chi. Blood spluttered out as Yang Kai and Zhou Ti passed each other. When their eyes met, Zhou Ti's eyes were filled with great terror, while Yang Kai's only showed mockery. Flipping the azure dragon spear back around, he thrust out at Zhou Ti's heart with an unstoppable momentum. As the aura of death enveloped him, Zhou Ti's face became ashen, but at the critical moment, Yang Kai frowned and pulled his spear back. Dang. A sword stopped the azure dragon spear, colliding with it with a terrifying world force. Grunting, blood spilled from Yang Kai's nose and mouth. Behind the long sword, Zhuo Quan Hui faced him with a grim expression. With a shake of his sword, a wave of sword chi formed and flew straight in his direction. Yang Kai was forced backwards while fresh blood constantly spilled from all over his body. Dense cuts covered his skin in a horrifying display. Young master! You, he shouted and dashed over to him together with Profound Yang Mountain's three mountain lords, Maozhe, Gengqing, and Zhouye. When it came to loyalty, none could trump the three of them. The three mountain lords were also powerful, all of them being established Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Back in the Shadowless Cave Heaven, they had been forced to write their names down on the loyalty list and submit to Yang Kai. However, since they had already put down their names, whether they earnestly wished to submit to Yang Kai or were simply forced to, all three have now rushed forward when they saw Yang Kai teeter around the edge of life or death. If Yang Kai died here, then they would be buried with him, so as soon as they saw him in danger, they all rushed over as soon as possible. With the combined power of these five, they were finally able to block Zhuo Quan Hui's strike. Seeing that he would not be able to kill Yang Kai in a short amount of time, Zhuo Quan Hui wisely chose to step back. He pressed forward earlier mainly to save Zhou Ti, but now that his goal had been achieved, there was no need for him to pursue Yang Kai further. The most important thing for him to do now was assess the current situation. The fight that spanned hundreds of kilometers in the void suddenly subsided, but everyone knew that this peace was just an illusion, the calm before the storm. Young master, are you all right? He looked nervously at Yang Kai, feeling heartbroken to see him in such a state. Yang Kai looked miserable. His clothes were in rags and there were numerous wounds littered over his body, both big and small. It was rare for him to show such a vulnerable side. I'm fine. Yang Kai spat out a mouthful of blood. Looking in the distance with a defiant face, he sneered. Zhuo Quan Hui, you want to lure the snake from his cave? Aren't you worried you'll lure a dragon out instead? Hundreds of kilometers away, Zhuo Quan Hui's face was still grim. Eyes sweeping over the people by Yang Kai's side, he spat. This monarch has underestimated your void land. He knew that Voidland's heritage was not bad, and that they had two divine spirits watching over them. Even a master in the Seventh Order Open Heaven realm like him did not dare to act recklessly, which was why he devised a scheme to lure Yongkai out. He thought that it would be easy to kill him as long as he was able to lure Yongkai out, but Yongkai was much stronger than he initially thought. It was surprising that he was not able to kill him off instantly, but knowing Voidland's heritage was even more surprising. They had 9 Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters and more than 20 in the Fifth Order. This lineup was not in line with the information he had received previously. From the intelligence he gathered, Voidland only had 2 Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters at most. Compared to Voidland, his own side only had Zhou Ti, Huang Quan, Jin Gang, Song Yan and his female disciple. There were only a total of 5 Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in his service, but Zhuo Quanhui himself was in the Seventh Order, so he more than made up for the gap in power. Even so, Voidland was growing at a rate that shocked Zhuo Quanhui. How strong were they when Heavenly Sword Union formed the Hundred Sects Alliance to attack them? It had barely been 10 years since then, and they had already collected so many masters. If they let this continue on, then Voidland will definitely become a big problem in the future. But how can you stop this monarch with just the few of you? Boy, this monarch must kill you today. Zhuo Quanhui shouted as he raised his sword. Yongkai grinned. What a coincidence, that was what I was thinking too. He shouted, Mao Zhigangqing, join me in this fight. I've never killed a Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master before, so today we will have a taste. The rest of you, corner the rest of our opponents. Don't let a single one of them escape. All of them answered in unison, yes. Yongkai raised his spear and pointed it at Zhuo Quanhui, bellowing, kill. A distance of hundreds of kilometers was merely a step away for Open Heaven Realm Masters, but in a step, in a shout, Yongkai had already taken the lead and rushed forward. Earlier, Yongkai had practically nowhere to escape to as he was chased up and down by Zhuo Quanhui. Now, the elites of Voidland had all come out to face the enemy in battle. As Yongkai said before, Zhuo Quanhui may have been trying to lure the snake out of its hole, but he had unwittingly lured out a dragon instead. Even if Zhuo Quanhui was not killed in this battle, his side would still be wounded, which should teach him that Void territory was not a place for him to come and go as he pleased. A battle even fiercer than the one before broke out instantly. 6 or 7 battlefields formed in the expansive void. World forces collided with each other endlessly in a heated contest. Mo confronted Zhou Ti, who was instantly pinned down and only able to struggle passively. Under normal circumstances, Mo would not be Zhou Ti's opponent. After all, she had only advanced into the Sixth Order a short while ago. Even if Voidland was there to support her with resources, she still needed time to build up her small universe's heritage. Zhou Ti had undoubtedly reached the Sixth Order much earlier than Mo, so his small universe's heritage should be more powerful. However, Zhou Ti was severely injured by Yongkai's spear when he tried to block his path just now. In fact, if not for Zhuo Quanhui rescuing him at the last moment, Zhou Ti might already be dead. With his injuries, Zhou Ti was unable to exert his full strength to begin with, so it was only natural that he would be overpowered by Mo. Yu He, on the other hand, chose to fight the Sixth Order woman. Both sides were on equal footing, so neither was able to do anything to their opponent. Zhouya was slightly weaker when compared to Song Yan, but her heritage as a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master was still there, so killing her would still be as difficult as ascending to the heavens, unless Zhouya herself courted death. Hua Yong and Shumu Dan, the couple, had always advanced and retreated together, so with their combined skills, they were able to beat Jin Gang into a bitter state. Finally, Huigu rushed up to Huang Quan at the first chance he got with overwhelming killing intent. He was practically fighting with his life on the line without any concern about whether or not he would be injured. His reckless ferocity caused Huang Quan to jump in fright. Yellow Spring Heavenly Monarch should have been slightly stronger than Huigu. Otherwise, Huang Quan would not have been able to serve as Prison League's master. However, he was forced into a disadvantageous position by Huigu in this confrontation. The reason that Huigu was like this was because of his deceased attendant, Bai Mo. On the prison star, he and Bai Mo have been in each other's company for hundreds of years. The master and servant had gone through many ups and downs together, and though Bai Mo's cultivation was not high, only Fourth Order Open Heaven realm, He was extremely loyal to Huigu and was even willing to offer his life for him. It was just a pity that Bai Mo ended up in Prison League's hands and was crushed before Huigu's eyes by Huang Quan. After the Tao Theory Assembly, Yang Kai got Huigu out of the prison star. And from then on, Huigu made a vow to kill Yellow Spring Heavenly Monarch in order to avenge Bai Mo's death. The only issue was, Huang Quan had also escaped from the prison star and disappeared. Who would have thought that Huigu would be able to find Huang Quan here? Naturally, he was seeing red when he saw his hated enemy. Despite knowing that he was not his opponent, Huigu still decided to confront Huang Quan. This fight between the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters raged forth like an inferno, each side having both advantages and disadvantages. On the other hand, the fight between the Fifth Order Masters was completely one-sided. Among Zuoquan Hui's people, there were 4 Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. They had also appeared in Three Brilliance's world, and had followed Zuoquan Hui as his loyal disciples. None of them could have imagined that this would be their burial place. The 20-plus Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters from Voidland all descended on them at once, and the overwhelming gap in numbers was enough to form a lopsided siege that suppressed them in a very short amount of time. One by one, divine abilities and secret techniques were released as world force flared. Even though the 4 Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters fought back desperately, they were still facing a miserable end. In just several dozen breaths of time, Zuoquan Hui's 4 Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm followers fell into a dangerous position. Naturally, this fact did not escape Zhou Ti and the Sixth Order woman's attention. Their disciples and juniors were being suppressed and sent into a life-threatening situation, so it was only natural that they would want to rescue them. However, how could Mo Mei and Yu He allow them to do so? In fact, their distraction allowed Mo Mei and Yu He to gain further advantage over them in their battles. A few moments later, amidst a number of screams, the 4 Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were all killed. Their small universes shattered, and world force poured out all at once. When Zhou Ti and the Sixth Order woman saw this, they were both heartbroken but helpless. After the many Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters finished off their opponents, they flew towards the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm battlefield under Old Bai's lead without even a pause. Splitting up into 4 different groups, they offered support to Yu He, Mo Mei, and the others. Martial Peak Chapter 45-48 Sun and Moon Rise in the Sky. Within the Open Heaven Realm, the gap between each order was immense, and the higher the order, the more obvious the gap became. A Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master could easily deal with the forces of 10 Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters combined, and they even had the strength to fight back. Under normal circumstances, what Voidland's 20 or so Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters could do was quite limited. However, at this moment their existence had become the key to victory or defeat. In the battle of the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, Zhouya was outmatched against Song Yan, Yu He was evenly matched with the Sixth Order woman, and even Huigu was able to suppress Huang Quan for a short amount of time. Zhou Ti and Jin Gang were both at an absolute disadvantage. The addition of the many Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters added pressure to the enemy. They may not be able to face any one of these Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters by themselves, but they could take to the sidelines and launch sneak attacks at the right moments. In a life-or-death fight, the pesky Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were extremely troubling and even deadly for the enemy. Old Bai even had time to check on Yang Kai's situation. He knew that the key to winning or losing today's battle would depend on Yang Kai's side. If Yang Kai could stand up to Zuoquan Hui, then this would be Voidland's win. Otherwise, any advantage on their side would be meaningless. Loud roars filled the void as spear shadows erupted repeatedly. World force was constantly reverberating as Yang Kai felt like he was constantly treading the line between life and death. This was not his first time fighting someone in the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm. Back then, when he returned from Shadowless Cave Heaven, he led his men to destroy the headquarters of Boundless Altar and Golden Rainbow Province in order to relieve the proprietress of her heart demon oath. They did not encounter much resistance at Boundless Altar, with their old ancestor making the wise choice of giving up their headquarters to save his disciples, leaving the Spirit Province for Yang Kai to do with as he pleased. However, Yang Kai had to face off against the old ancestor of Golden Rainbow Province, Li Luo Shui, who was in the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm. The two of them fought, and Yang Kai forced his enemy back, finally razing Golden Rainbow Province to the ground and successfully relieving the proprietress of her heart demon oath so that she could enter retreat in the following days in order to break through to the Seventh Order. Luo Lishui had hastily broken through at the time, and her foundation was not stable, so it was hard to say how much strength she was actually able to exert during that fight. In comparison, Zuoquan Hui was one of Thousand Cranes Paradise's inner elders who had advanced into the Seventh Order who knows how long ago. He had deep roots in that realm and possessed a sturdy foundation, so the power that he could bring forth was far greater than that of Li Luo Shui. At the very least, Yang Kai had grown tremendously recently. His experience in the divine armament world had also greatly enhanced the heritage of his small universe, so he was definitely much stronger than he was before. If he were to bump into Li Luo Shui again, then Yang Kai might be able to deal with her without suffering nearly as much. However, the one he was facing right now was Zuoquan Hui. An indelible sense of crisis was enveloping him at all times like a sharp blade hanging over his head, about to fall on him at any moment. Each time he clashed with Zuoquan Hui, Yang Kai could feel his organs turning inside out and his soul shaking. The world force within a Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master's small universe was so powerful that Yang Kai felt as if he was clashing against the entire world each time their blows met. Even with Mao Zhe and Geng Qing to share in the pressure from the sidelines, Yang Kai still suffered greatly during this fight. Even with the combined strength of the three of them, they could not gain any advantage at all. The fight had only lasted a half cup of tea's time, but Mao Zhe and Geng Qing were already bloody and showing expressions of fear. If it were not for the deaths of the 4 Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters acting as a short distraction, then Yang Kai would not even have had the chance to catch his breath. The only thing that Yang Kai could be thankful for was the fact that Zuoquan Hui did not possess a divine manifestation. Even though his moves were all extremely powerful, as were his divine abilities and secret techniques, he had not shown any signs of having a divine manifestation. If he still has not cast it, that means he is in hiding it. He must be unable to use it. It seemed that this Zuoquan Hui was still slightly worse than Tizheng of Myriad Demons Heaven. At least, Tizheng was able to use a divine manifestation. The rain of swords fell on them like a waterfall with each sword light containing the might of the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm. Yang Kai, Mao Zhe and Geng Qing combined their efforts to resist, but the sounds of flesh being penetrated still rang out. Both Mao Zhe and Geng Qing spat blood and were forced back with faces filled with terror. They had never fought with an established Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master before, so it was only now that they realized how great the disparity between the Sixth and Seventh Order truly was. On the surface, it seemed like the three of them were joining forces to fight Zuoquan Hui, but Mao Zhe and Geng Qing knew full well that Yang Kai alone had already blocked 80% of Zuoquan Hui's assault. The rest of the attacks that they each withstood represented only 10%. Even this 10%, however, was extremely difficult for them to withstand, and they felt as if they could die at any moment. They were shocked by just how strong a master in the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm could be, but were even more shocked at Yang Kai's terrifying heritage, though they were no strangers to Yang Kai's strength. Back then, at Shadowless Cave Heaven's profound Yang Mountain, they were able to experience it deeply, but they did not expect Yang Kai to be this powerful. Though also being in the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm, Mao Zhe had already reached the peak of this realm, and with enough resources and opportunity, he could definitely try to make a breakthrough to the Seventh Order. However, his so-called peak seemed ridiculous when compared to Yang Kai. How long had Yang Kai been in the Sixth Order? If he were given time to reach the peak of the Sixth Order, could it be possible that even an ordinary Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master would be no match for him? How can there be such a monster in this world? Zuoquan Hui was also shocked that a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master was able to last in a fight with him for so long without dying. If he had not seen it for himself, then he would never have believed that it was possible. Any time that he thought he could kill off Yang Kai, the brat would always find a ray of hope during the critical moment to escape from death. This young boy's battle sense was simply beyond words, and the heritage of his small universe was also abnormally powerful. Even at the peak Sixth Order, it should be impossible for anyone to hold off against the bombardment of a Seventh Order Master for such a long time, but Yang Kai was able to do just that. Not only was he able to hold him back, he could even occasionally strike back at him. In shock, Zuoquan Hui attacked with even more ferocity. Yang Kai, Maozhe, and Gengqing could immediately feel the intensity of the attacks being vented out on them becoming even more violent than before. In just a short 10 breaths of time, Maozhe and Gengqing were both sent flying with blood covering their bodies. After knocking back these two, Zhuo Quanhui did not try to take advantage of the momentum he gained to kill them. For him, Yang Kai was his only target, the rest were just extras. As long as he could kill Yang Kai, then it was simply impossible for the others to hold back against his attacks. All of them would eventually face death at his hands. A myriad of sword lights suddenly gathered into a beam that was being launched straight in Yang Kai's direction. In the huge void, the only thing left behind was the light of his sword. Yang Kai's pupils shrank to a needlepoint. The crisis that he was facing now was even more intense than any he faced before. He stood in the space between life and death, but rather than retreat, he advanced with spear in hand. Without a bang, the light exploded into a halo that practically encased half of the void. From the light's midst, Yang Kai's figure emerged. A bloody hole was pierced through his abdomen, but he seemed oblivious of it. There was no sadness or joy on his face as he stabbed his spear out. Zhuo Quanhui's face was extremely grim. Gritting his teeth, he bellowed, "A foolish struggle. How futile." Blade turning, his sword buzzed. Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm World Force poured into the blade, as he pointed it lightly in Yang Kai's direction. Yang Kai grinned. "Your disciple is going to die." When he said this, a scream arose from the side. Zhuo Quanhui quickly turned his head towards the sound, only to see Zhou Ti stumble back while holding the stub of his right arm, which had disappeared. Fresh blood was gushing out of the wound like a fountain. In front of Zhou Ti, Mo Mei's hands were constantly changing into different seals. One by one, divine abilities blasted his way. Behind Zhou Ti, Old Bai also led the Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters to cast their secret techniques to disorient him. Zhou Ti was in critical danger. He was seriously injured to begin with, so he was not Mo Mei's opponent from the start. Then, the addition of Old Bai and the others into their battle further added to his woes. Among all those fighting on this battlefield, Zhou Ti was in the worst situation. He was barely able to resist for a while before one of his arms had been blown away. Obviously, Mo Mei was not going to allow him even a moment of respite. World force pouring out, divine abilities and secret techniques blossomed ceaselessly. Zhou Ti shouted miserably, "Honored Master, save me." This cry came at just the right moment as Zhuo Quanhui happened to be looking his way. When he saw that Zhou Ti was in danger, Zhou Quanhui could only grit his teeth and head in his direction. In order to avenge his disciple Zhao Xing, Zhuo Quanhui had left Thousand Cranes Paradise without hesitation, bringing along his followers in the Fifth Order and Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm, even offering a handsome reward to Huang Quan, Song Yan, and Jin Gang for their loyalty, but he never would have expected that not only would he fail to kill Yang Kai, his own Fifth Order disciples would be the first to die. Even though those disciples were not in the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm, he had still been teaching them for many years, and it broke his heart to see them die such a miserable death. However, if he could kill Yang Kai and destroy Voidland's Open Heaven Realm Masters, then he could avenge their deaths and bring some justification to their misery. However, if Zhou Ti died, then no amount of deaths here would be able to make up for the loss. This was all about avenging the death of one Sixth Order disciple, so he could not lose another in the process or everything would be in vain. So when he heard Zhou Ti's plea for help, Zhou Quanhui did not hesitate to turn around and rush to his aid. It was at that moment that a golden crow cried out as a powerful force fluctuated behind Zhou Quanhui. A great sun rose up, lighting up the darkness of the void. Cold moonlight also set in all of a sudden, complementing the glory of the great sun. When Zhuo Quanhui turned back around to see what was happening, his eyes bulged. He saw a bizarre scene. In the void between the heavens and the earth, Yang Kai stood with his body covered in blood, hand forming into seals whilst a dazzling great sun and cold moon hung behind his back. Both sun and moon were shining together. Even with Zhuo Quanhui's knowledge and experience, he could not tell what the root of this mysterious power was, but he could feel his mind and thoughts being affected by it even now. What divine ability is this? Zhuo Quanhui was dumbfounded. He knew that Yang Kai was able to perform the golden crow cast the sun divine manifestation, which was the great sun hanging behind his back, but what was that cold moon? It did not look like a divine manifestation, just the projection of a divine ability. Still, under the combined light of both sun and moon, a mysterious power surged in the dark. This power was as mighty as it was incomprehensible, so much so that even a seventh-order open heaven realm master like him could not underestimate it. Martial Peak, Chapter 45-49. Choose. Sun and moon intersected as Yang Kai activated his ability. Space and time principles surged as he pushed his palm forward. The great sun and the full moon entwined and began to spin. As the sun and moon cycled, thousands of years seemed to pass in a single instant, complementing the space principles. Thus, a mysterious space-time strength was born. Sun and Moon Divine Wheel. A sense of crisis abruptly weighed down on Zuoquan Hui. How could he even think of saving Zhou Ti at this moment? Yang Kai's divine ability was beyond the scope of what a sixth-order open heaven realm master could exert. Even for masters in the seventh order, such a method was practically unheard of. No matter how exquisite the moves that Yang Kai made before or how amazing his divine abilities were, Zuoquan Hui did not put any of them in his eyes. After all, the power of Yang Kai's divine abilities could not make up for the disparity between their orders. Even if Zuoquan Hui knew about Yang Kai's golden crow casts the sun, he was only a little vigilant about it. It was true that he did not have a divine manifestation, but the divine manifestation exhibited by a sixth-order open heaven realm master should not be able to do anything to him. If Yang Kai really did use golden crow cast the sun, then he had ways to deal with it. However, the divine ability that Yang Kai unleashed at this moment posed a real threat to him. A cold sword light filled the void, and the illusory phantom of a small universe emerged behind Zuoquan Hui's back. Like a prosperous world force surged madly. In an instant, Zuoquan Hui's seventh-order open heaven aura reached its peak. The sword tip was raised to the sky, then swung down. All of Zuoquan Hui's cultivation was poured into that one cut, with nothing held back. The sun and moon divine wheel arrived in the next instant, and the dazzling light devoured Zuoquan Hui almost instantly. A terrifying energy burst out, and a circle of light spread out in the void, stretching for thousands of kilometers, as if the end of the world had arrived. When the shockwave spread out, everyone felt as if they were standing on a rocky boat in a wild storm that could possibly capsize at any moment. Behind Yang Kai, Mao Zhe and Geng Qing were both staring blankly ahead, and could not help but recall the scene back in the shadowless cave heaven where they were defeated by this exact move. Seeing this divine ability again, even after such a short amount of time, it seemed to be stronger than on that day. Calm returned to the battlefield once the aftershocks subsided. Earlier, everyone was trying to protect themselves from the fallout of this clash, so nobody could afford to fight with others. All eyes were locked on Yang Kai and Zuoquan Hui. The victor of this confrontation would soon be revealed, so all of them could not help but feel nervous. In the void, Yang Kai's face was pale as a sheet of paper, and fresh blood was continuously flowing out from the gaping hole at his abdomen. From his shaky stance, it was clear that he was a lamp running out of oil. On the contrary, Zuoquan Hui's body was intact and without injuries, though his face was extremely pale. He remained in a sword-brandishing pose, but he was unmoving. Huang Quan and the others were overjoyed at this sight, because it undoubtedly meant that Zuoquan Hui was able to block Yang Kai's divine ability. In the end, he was a seventh-order master, so this was no surprise. Exchanging glances, Huang Quan shouted enthusiastically, "Kill!" In a flash, he broke free from Hui Gu's side and rushed straight in Yang Kai's direction with Song Yan and Jin Gang following closely behind. The other sixth-order open heaven realm masters did not lag behind either. The only one who remained unmoving was Zhou Ti. It was a critical moment for him just now, and Zuoquan Hui was interrupted by Yang Kai's sun and moon divine wheel before he was able to save him. With Mo Mei, Old Bai, and the others joining forces to bombard him with divine abilities, Zhou Ti was in a miserable state, and it was unknown whether he survived their attacks or not. For sixth-order open heaven realm masters attacked from left and right, but Yang Kai just stood in place, seemingly lacking the strength to even defend himself. It was at the critical moment that Mao Zhe and Geng Qing exchanged glances and rushed over. "You court death!" Yu He also shouted. Together with the Hua Yong and Shu Mudan couple, as well as Hui Gu, they rushed over to rescue Yang Kai. Another fight broke out, with Voidland holding a slight advantage thanks to their greater numbers. As a result, they were able to repel Yellow Spring Heavenly Monarch and his group. However, the one they were most wary of was Zuoquan Hui. This 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master was still here, so everyone's hearts were drumming. They did not dare to tangle too much with the enemy, and only focused on helping Yang Kai retreat to the side. To everyone's surprise, Zuoquan Hui did not move from beginning to end. He just stayed in the same pose, as if he had turned into a statue. At this point, anyone with eyes could see that something was not right. Zuoquan Hui definitely did not stop Yang Kai's divine ability unscathed. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to miss such a ripe opportunity to kill off his target. It was not until everyone led Yang Kai back to safety that Zuoquan Hui finally staggered. A strange wave of power burst out from his figure as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Honored Master! The 6th Order Open Heaven Realm woman was horrified. When she looked up, she was shocked to see a piece of flesh the size of a fingernail fall off from Zuoquan Hui's face, and there were many small cracks all over his cheek, making it look like dried earth or cracked porcelain. Not only his skin, but his entire body was also covered in such cracks. Looking past the peeling flesh, they could clearly see a bizarre energy surging within the wounds. Honored Master was actually injured. The 6th Order Open Heaven Realm woman was thoroughly shocked and simply could not believe her eyes. A veteran 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master was actually injured by a newly promoted 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Junior. This was simply unprecedented. Huang Quan and the others were also stunned in place. Zuoquan Hui raised a hand to stop the woman from speaking. With cold eyes he looked in Yang Kai's direction and asked, "What divine ability was that?" Yang Kai coughed violently and finally spat out a mouthful of blood before grinning. "Why do you care what divine ability that was? If it can hurt you, then it's a good divine ability." Oh. Zuoquan Hui gently nodded. "This monarch has underestimated you. From ancient times until this day, the only 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master who could exert such tremendous power is likely you." Previously, Yang Kai had already displayed power beyond Zuoquan Hui's imagination, and he thought that Yang Kai had already been forced to his limits then. Who knew that he would be hiding such a trump card still? "Is there any point in talking about this now?" Yang Kai looked coldly at him. Zuoquan Hui was unperturbed. "Hand Zhou Ti over to me and this monarch will leave immediately." Looking over to the side, Yang Kai saw Zhou Ti coughing up blood and looking exceptionally weak. But this guy was really quite tenacious. Even after receiving the divine abilities from Mo Mei, Old Bai, and several others, he actually managed to survive though he was only barely hanging on. "What, you want to exchange weapons of war for gifts of jade and silk with my void land?" Yang Kai sneered at Zuoquan Hui. Zuoquan Hui shook his head. "The debt of you killing my disciple is absolutely irreconcilable. This monarch will make you pay for it." Yang Kai frowned strangely at him. "You must be sick in the head. You refused to end the hostilities with my void land, yet you still have the face to ask me to return your disciple to you?" Zuoquan Hui responded, "If you let him live today, then this monarch will leave void territory immediately, and this monarch will not attack void territory's other universe worlds in the future. Our debt will be settled at another date. If you refuse to let him go, then this monarch might just stay a while longer in void territory." Yang Kai's face was grim. "Are you threatening me?" "If you say I am, then I am." Zuoquan Hui looked on, unperturbed. "This monarch is a 7th Order Master. If I truly had any intention of doing something in void territory, then you wouldn't be able to stop me." Yang Kai glanced at him. "Is this how despicable the people from Thousand Cranes Paradise are?" Zuoquan Hui shook his head. "This monarch is no longer a member of Thousand Cranes Paradise. Nothing I do has any relation to them. Whether you are or not, you yourself know." Yang Kai coldly snorted. Zuoquan Hui grumbled. "This monarch will not quibble with you about this. I will only give you 30 breaths of time to consider. It's up to you to make the right choice." Everyone from Voidland was angered with Zuoquan Hui's shameless attitude, but they all knew that if a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master were truly to act recklessly in void territory, then there was nothing they could do to stop him. The great territory was vast, so if they could visit 3 Brilliance's world today to eradicate its inhabitants, Then they could very well go to Golden Sun Continent tomorrow. Yang Kai glared at Zuoquan Hui, but the latter seemed unconcerned. After a while, Yang Kai grabbed Zhou Ti. Zhou Ti was currently looking even more miserable than Yang Kai. His arm had been blown off, and his body was covered in blood. It was also not known how many bones he had broken during Zhou Ti's battle earlier, or how many of his organs had been affected. However, a cultivator in the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm had strong vitality, so he would not die even with such injuries. Zhou Ti grinned meaningfully as Yang Kai grabbed him. So what if you've captured me? In the end you still have to let me go obediently, do you not? Do you have the guts to kill me? Yang Kai glanced at him indifferently. Pitiful weakling. You're not even worthy of my attention. Zhou Ti coldly snorted. The winner is the king, and the loser is the villain. You can say whatever you want. Zuoquan Hui interjected, time's up. What is your choice? Yang Kai looked up at him. Do you hear the voices of the lost souls in the Three Brilliances world? How many people have lost their family and loved ones on this day? If you want me to let him go, then first ask Huang Quan to ask the innocent souls to see if they agree. Zuoquan Hui's face changed and the Sixth Order woman behind him also looked horrified. Who? Golden Crow's true fire suddenly appeared in Yang Kai's hand and instantly enveloped Zhou Ti. There was a scream, and the calmness on Zhou Ti's face was replaced by huge shock. He would not stop struggling or screaming. Yang Kai squeezed his neck with a decent amount of force. Without moving, he turned coldly to Zuoquan Hui. This is just the beginning. If I do not kill every last one of you today, then the resentful spirits who died today on Three Brilliances world will haunt me for life and keep me restless forever. Zuoquan Hui's face twitched. Yellow Spring Heavenly Monarch, Firm Gold Heavenly Monarch, and Blue Flame Heavenly Monarch all looked shocked. If it were an ordinary Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm master saying such a thing, then there was no need for them to pay too much attention to it. However, Yang Kai had already shown how strong he truly was, even being able to hurt a master in the Seventh Order Open Heaven realm. If they were to meet him in battle alone, then they would surely die. There was an unending scream as tears had already welled up around the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm woman's eyes. Honored Master, please save senior brother Zhou Ti. However, Zuoquan Hui did not move. He just stared straight at Yang Kai. Yang Kai grinned. Do you think he doesn't want to save him? Can he even do it? Do you think you can do whatever you want in my void territory just because you're in the Seventh Order Open Heaven realm? My divine ability is not so easy to bear. Well, tell me, does it hurt? Are you in despair? This is what those innocent people in Three Brilliances world were feeling just half a day ago. Now, it's your turn to experience it. Martial Peak, Chapter 4550, Zhou Ti's Death. Golden Crow's true fire burned intensely. Even Zhou Ti could hardly resist the power of the flames, and the harsh screams had not stopped since they began. Despite his struggles, he could not free himself from Yang Kai's grip. Zuoquan Hui's face twitched violently, and world force was quietly surging in the dark. Another piece of flesh fell from his cracked face at that moment, and with some hesitation, the surge of world force finally slowed to a halt. As Yang Kai said, it was not that Zuoquan Hui did not want to save Zhou Ti, but that he could not. An extremely corrosive power was contained within Yang Kai's Sun and Moon Divine Wheel, and it was still wreaking havoc within his body and even his small universe, causing him much pain and throwing his small universe into disarray. That divine ability had actually immensely affected his small universe. Zuoquan Hui had to focus most of his attention on it to suppress its erosion. Otherwise, his small universe would constantly be in chaos. At this moment, the strength he could exert was less than 30% of his peak. He was not sure that he could snatch Zhou Ti back under everyone's watch and return safely, and even if he could, he may only make his injuries worse. Honored Master, save me! Zhou Ti's miserable cries reverberated in Zuoquan Hui's ears. The Sixth Order woman's eyes were already filled with tears, and the pain she was feeling in her heart as she watched her senior brother suffer such inhumane torture in front of her was indescribable. Everyone watched as Zhou Ti's vitality rapidly dissipated and his body gradually burned to a crisp. The Sixth Order woman could no longer hold back, and with a jerk of her body, she was about to rush over to save Zhou Ti back regardless of the consequences. A sword light blocked her path though, and the Sixth Order woman turned around to look at Zuoquan Hui and asked, "Honored Master?" Zuoquan Hui slowly shook his head. The last vestiges of hope in Zhou Ti's eyes quickly dimmed down. He could vaguely understand what was going on, and a bitter smile appeared on his face as he no longer tried to plead for help. A moment later, a surge of world force burst out and disappeared into the void. Zhou Ti had finally died, and his small universe had collapsed. Yang Kai extinguished his golden crow's true fire and with a shake of his hand shattered Zhou Ti's corpse, which had been burned to ashes. Only then did he turn a cold gaze at Zuoquan Hui. "In order to avenge your disciple, you are even willing to slaughter the innocent. Did you not think that you might lose another disciple? But that matters little. One by one, I will send you all to hell so that you can be reunited there." His eyes swept over the 5 people in front of him, as if to memorize their faces and auras in the depths of his soul. Huang Quan and the other 2 were pale-faced. They thought that they could make a good living if they joined Zuoquan Hui, but none of them would have expected to encounter such a cruel and ruthless man. If they had known this would be the situation, then why would they even choose to interfere in these muddy waters? Once they were freed from the prison star, with their Sixth Order Open Heaven realm strength, it was completely possible for them to found a sect somewhere and rule over it freely. "You have killed 2 of this monarch's disciples now. This old master will not be a man if he does not kill you." Zuoquan Hui bellowed through clenched teeth. Yang Kai sneered, "You speak big words, but if you think yourself capable, then why don't you try and fight me now? Let's see whether it will be me who dies or you." Zuoquan Hui fell silent, only glaring coldly at Yang Kai. Flying up, he carried the Sixth Order woman and quickly retreated. Seeing this, Huang Quan and his 2 companions also rushed to follow. Very quickly they disappeared without a trace. "Sir, do we give chase?" Huigu looked a little reluctant to see them leave without paying any further consequence. Huang Quan was right before his eyes, so he only hoped that he could avenge by Mo right here and now. Naturally, he did not wish to see the enemy leave just like that. "We can't chase them." Yang Kai shook his head. Zuoquan Hui still has some fight in him. After all, he's a 7th Order master. He just cherishes himself too much and dares not start another battle now. If we pursue them, then it would only end in great losses for both sides. If Zuoquan Hui had acted recklessly just now, he could have saved Zhou Ti. However, that would only worsen his situation further. At that point, the Sun and Moon Divine Wheel's after effects may have damaged the foundation of his small universe, causing his strength to decline. For his own safety, Zuoquan Hui was even able to abandon his precious disciple's life. To put it nicely, Zuoquan Hui was not someone who was afraid to make sacrifices, but realistically, he was just afraid of death. He was worried, but, "Young master, what if they keep lurking around void territory?" Yang Kai shook his head. "That's not likely. They will not stay in void territory after their plan failed this time. They will need to find a place to rest and recuperate. Though while they may not linger here for long, it's still better to prepare for the worst and act cautiously. Let's return to Void Land." After the battle, Yang Kai too was a lamp running out of oil. If Zuoquan Hui really intended to continue the fight, then he would have little power to resist. Fortunately, there was the Sun and Moon Divine Will to deter Zuoquan Hui and make him retreat this time. Soon, the group returned to Void Land and each went off to rest and recuperate. On Dragon Sun's Peak, Yuhi helped Yang Kai over to make a visit to Bai Shi. When old man Bai Shi saw Yang Kai's miserable appearance, he jumped in shock. "What happened to you? You look terrible." These injuries. This is the power of a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Did you fight against one?" Yang Kai put on an embarrassed grin. "Senior has a keen eye." Bai Shi quickly beckoned him over. "Sit down." Xiao Hong and Xiao He, the 2 little ones, were also looking nervously in Yang Kai's direction. When they heard Bai Shi's words, they rushed over to help Yang Kai to a seat. After catching his breath, Yang Kai explained, "I must ask for Senior's help to heal my injuries this time. The sword intent of that 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master is extremely difficult to dispel, and I don't know how long it will take if I have to resolve it on my own. On the way back, Yang Kai tried to disperse the sword intent which invaded his body, but his efforts only produced minimal effects. The sword intent was latching onto him like maggots on rotting bones, and the more he tried to dispel it, the more troublesome it became. So, he went straight to Bai Shi as soon as he returned. In all of Voidland, the only one who could help him other than Zhu Jiuyin was Bai Shi, and the latter was much easier to talk to. Bai Shi nodded. Naturally, this is no problem. Tend to your injuries. I will help you from the side. Many thanks, Senior. Yang Kai nodded his head in thanks and shut his eyes to activate his towering evergreen divine manifestation. A green light instantly spread out in all directions, and a divine tree, shrunken countless times, emerged behind Yang Kai. Its branches hung down, exuding seemingly endless vitality. Old man Bai Shi raised his brow at the sight. Even with his knowledge and experience, he had never seen such rich vitality before, causing him to marvel in his mind. The wood element that Yang Kai had condensed was definitely something amazing. With the help of this divine manifestation, his injuries could recover in the blink of an eye. As long as the sword intent was dispelled, Yang Kai would be back to his old self in no time. Putting his thoughts away, Bai Shi formed hand seals with both hands and suddenly slapped a palm on Yang Kai's body. His palm looked soft and weak, but when it hit Yang Kai's body it sent a shocking force through it. Qi. Upon the emergence of a piercing sound, a sword qi that was visible to the naked eye came out of Yang Kai's wound and came straight for Bai Shi's face. Bai Shi opened his mouth and caught the sword qi between his teeth like a sewing needle. The needle-like sword qi was still twitching restlessly, but with some force it cracked with a click. As palm after palm continued to slap down, sword qi was constantly forced out of the dense cuts littered all over Yang Kai's body. Only after half a day's work did Bai Shi let out a long sigh and slowly withdraw his power. Without the sword qi to bother Yang Kai, recovering from his injuries was hardly a problem. Even the hole through his abdomen could be restored in short order under the power of his towering evergreen divine manifestation and dragon vein. Another half a day later, Yang Kai opened his eyes and thanked Bai Shi with a tired voice. Many thanks, Senior. Bai Shi waved his hand. It was nothing. You, on the other hand, how did you end up fighting a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master? Yang Kai laughed bitterly and explained the events that transpired. When Bai Shi heard everything and frowned, these cave heaven and paradise people are far too unscrupulous. How could they lure you out by ravaging the lives of a lower universe's beings? That's simply despicable. However, though the 6th Order and the 7th Order are merely one order apart, the true difference in strength is vast. Yang Kai sighed. Indeed, the might of a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master is truly hard to resist. This junior almost did not make it out. Eyes turning in thought, he continued, Senior, though Zuoquan Hui was forced to retreat, he will not leave peacefully. Sooner or later he will be back. Even though Voidland's strength is not low, and we have as many masters as there are clouds in the sky, we have no high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters. Nobody can take on Zuoquan Hui. This time I was able to injure him by surprise, but it will not be as easy when he comes prepared next time. What should we do if he comes back? Bai Shi pointed a finger at him. Don't you dare have any funny thoughts about me. Even though I wish to help you with this, I have no good ideas either. My true body is too large and right now, your Voidland still rests on my back, which only makes it more difficult to move around. I can only move freely by returning to my true body and taking on human form. Doing that, however, will destroy your Voidland entirely. Thinking about it that way, it made sense. The entire Voidland sat atop Bai Shi's body, so it was really inconvenient for him to act. Bai Shi said, rather than seek out his old man's help, you might as well look for someone else. Saying so, he silently nudged his chin in a certain direction and whispered, if she is willing to help, then taking down a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master would be as simple as waving a hand, would it not? Yang Kai felt a headache coming on from these words. I'm afraid I'm not able to persuade her. If she was so easy to talk to, then I would not have come to you in the first place. Bai Shi commented, if you don't try, how will you know? Yang Kai pondered for a moment and nodded. Senior is right. Saying so, Yang Kai stood up and nodded. I will take my leave now. I will come back to visit again when I'm free. Together with Yuhi, Yang Kai left Dragon Sun's peak. Yuhi then asked with concern, "How are your injuries now, young master?" "Not too serious. Senior helped force out the sword chi inside my body, so the rest are just flesh wounds which won't take long to heal. You also consumed a lot of energy in that fight, so you should hurry back to recuperate. The future is still uncertain, so we must all maintain our peak state at all times." Earlier, during the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm battle, Yuhi and the Sixth Order woman faced each other. The two of them were equally matched, so there were no injuries. Even so, Yuhi had used up a lot of her strength in the fight. Yuhi nodded. "Then be careful, young master. That one is difficult to speak to." Yang Kai smiled. "What's she going to do, eat me? Relax." Only then did Yuhi leave. A moment later, Yang Kai stood in front of Heavenly Moon Palace with a glum look.